Accidentally Yours on Valentine's Day. A standalone holiday romance. By Roxy Winterfield. Copyright 2026 Renee Webb. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced or transmitted in any form or any means, electronic or mechanical, including photocopying, recording or any information storage or retrieval system, without authorization in writing provided by the publisher. This story is a work of fiction. The persons, places, things, and otherwise animate or inanimate objects mentioned in this novel are figments of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to anything or anyone living or dead is unintentional. AI assistive technology used. Chapter 1. The scent of artificial vanilla and aggressive optimism hung heavy in Thea's nook. It was a cloying, sugary smell, the kind that promised a headache within the hour, and had absolutely nothing to do with eternal love. Thea wrinkled her nose, shoving the glass jar away, as if it had personally insulted her ancestors. No. Absolutely not. That smells like a desperate attempt to bake cookies for a landlord, in hopes he won't evict you. She spun in her chair, a wobbly vintage knockoff draped in a teal and rust quilt from a flea market, and faced her corkboard wall. It was a masterpiece of controlled disaster. 3 layers of fabric swatches, tear sheets from architectural magazines, and handwritten sticky notes formed a chaotic mosaic that made sense only to her. Somewhere under a stack of advance reader copies, her phone buzzed. She ignored it. The deadline for the Genevieve Leckler high-stakes hero box loomed, a massive and electric storm front gathering on the horizon of her carefully constructed schedule, and she was inexplicably stalled on the candle. It felt monumentally unfair. Genevieve Leckler, the titan of tempestuous longing, the queen of happily ever afters, deserved a scent profile that spoke of clandestine rendezvous and breathless declarations, not artificial vanilla. The entire box hinged on capturing that feeling, the raw, untamed passion of Leclerc's novels, that singular moment of connection. And all Thea had managed to conjure was a sickly sweet imitation of a bakery counter. It was a betrayal, honestly, a fragrant insult to the power of romance itself. She ran a hand through her already tangled hair, leaving a faint smudge of teal ink on her temple, and stared at the corkboard, willing inspiration to strike. It remained stubbornly, wonderfully chaotic, but resolutely scent-free. The candle was the anchor. The first kiss candle. It had to be perfect. It had to smell like that split second where the world narrows down to 2 people, the intake of breath, the terrifying, wonderful precipice of everything changing. Currently, it smelled like cheap cupcakes. It's the wrong wax blend, she muttered to the empty room, grabbing a scented marker, grape obviously, and circling a supplier's name on the board. The soy content is too high, it's choking the sandalwood notes. You're talking to the stationery again, T? The voice came from the edge of her sanctuary, deep, steady, infused with a kind of calm that could talk a jumper off a ledge or, more frequently, talk Thea out of restructuring the entire business model at 3 a.m. on a Tuesday. Maxwell Vance leaned against the filing cabinet marking the border between the open-plan office and Thea's nook, wearing his uniform, a charcoal crewneck sweater that fit his broad shoulders with annoying perfection, dark denim, and an expression of patient amusement. He checked his watch, a simple brushed steel analog piece, before leveling those kind blue eyes at her. And for the record, talking to the stationery is fine. It's when you expect the stapler to talk back that I have to call our. Which is also me. Thea grinned, tension sliding from her shoulders. That was the Maxwell effect. A human serotonin boost disguised as a supply chain manager. The stapler's surprisingly opinionated. It thinks we're over-indexing on florals. She picked up the rejected vanilla candle and tossed it to him. Maxwell caught it one-handed, brought it to his nose, and sniffed. His brow furrowed. Sugar cookies? Desperation, Thea corrected. It smells like trying too hard. It's not a first kiss. It's a please date me, I have a 401k. There is nothing wrong with a solid retirement plan. Maxwell set the candle down on a shelf already groaning with rejected prototypes. He stepped into the nook, navigating the minefield of book stacks and fabric samples with practiced grace. But I assume this means the scent profile for the Leckler box is still fluid? Fluid is a generous word. Vaporous. Non-existent. Thea sighed, slumping back into the quilt. She gestured grandly at the corkboard, where a photo of Genevieve Leckler reigned supreme. The author looked regal in a silk caftan, her silver hair piled high, staring out with eyes that demanded excellence. Genevieve creates worlds, Max. Her stories aren't just romance, they're emotional architecture. This box has to match that. It needs to be the physical embodiment of a happily ever after. If we send her fans a candle that smells like a bakery accident, we are done. Not just bad review done. Page Turner parcels files for Chapter 11 feet done. Maxwell didn't wince. He pulled a tablet from under his arm and tapped the screen. We aren't going to file for Chapter 11. But practically speaking, we do need to lock the vendor by Thursday. The supply chain on custom glass is backed up 6 weeks. If we miss the window, we're hand-pouring 2,000 candles in my kitchen again. Thea groaned, covering her face with her hands. Don't remind me. I still have wax in the grout of my backsplash from the midnight in Paris's fiasco. Acceptable casualties only because the bergamot ratio was excellent, Maxwell said, his tone dry. He moved a stack of fabric swatches to sit on the corner of her desk, unbothered by the clutter. Look, Thea. The pressure is real. High-stakes curation is a terrifying business model when you say it out loud. We take 70% of our annual operating budget and dump it into one hero box, hoping the market responds. It's not gambling, Thea said, peeking through her fingers. It's aggressive investing in vibes. It is absolutely gambling. But we're good at it. Maxwell's voice softened. You're good at it. You haven't missed a beat on a curation in 3 years. You know what people want before they know they want it. He believed it. That was the terrifying and wonderful thing about Maxwell. He looked at her haphazard process, her ink-stained hands, and her tendency to describe revenue streams in terms of narrative arcs, and he saw a viable business strategy. Thea dropped her hands, feeling the familiar hum of determination rising in her chest. He was right. She knew the story she wanted to tell. She just had to find the sensory language for it. Okay. A first kiss isn't sugar, she said, sitting up straight and grabbing a fresh notepad. It's not just sweet. It's tension. It's the scuff of a boot on pavement. It's cold air and warm skin. It's electric. Rain, Maxwell offered, tapping his pen against his chin. You're after that kind of scent profile. Bright, penetrating. Perhaps with a woodsy note to anchor it? Thea's hazel eyes widened. She stared at him, a slow smile spreading across her face. Maxwell. You genius. I just read the inventory sheets. We have a surplus of cedar and rain candles from the autumn line. It was too sharp for the cozy library box, remember? Because it didn't smell like books, Thea said, snapping her fingers and springing out of her chair. She scrambled toward the shelving unit behind him, nearly tripping over a stack of tote bags intended for the Crimes Against Fiction clearance pile. If we use that cedar and rain base, she murmured, her mind racing, and layer it, not with vanilla but with, yes. She emerged triumphantly, clutching a small amber vial. White amber and just a tiny, tiny drop of black pepper. Maxwell raised an eyebrow. Pepper. For that touch of adrenaline. The heart rate spike. Thea removed the cap from the vial and the larger jar of cedar base she'd retrieved. She waved them under her nose, closing her eyes to allow the olfactory narrative to unfold. It was sharp, sure. Yet the amber softened the edges, creating warmth and intimacy, while the pepper added a slight kick, the breathless anticipation. It didn't smell like a cookie. It smelled like a tailored coat collar and a racing pulse. Here, she instructed, thrusting the combination toward Maxwell. With her hands occupied, she pressed the 2 jars against his chest, compelling him to lean down. Maxwell complied, dipping his head. He was close enough for her to catch his actual scent, fresh laundry and the faint bitter tang of the black coffee he consumed by the gallon. It was a soothing, anchoring aroma that cleared her palate. He inhaled deeply, paused, and then took another breath. Pulling back, his expression was contemplative. "It works," he said, and the approval in his voice carried more weight than 1,000 five-star reviews. "It's sophisticated. Gender-neutral, but definitely romantic. It smells expensive." "Expensive is good," Thea replied, sealing the bottles with a decisive flair. "Genevieve Leckler doesn't do affordable. She does aspirational." "Then we have a winner." Maxwell straightened, inputting a sequence into his tablet. "I'll call the atelier in Oregon. If we send them this scent profile tonight, they can expedite the custom pour. We should have the finished samples in hand by Monday. That gives us a buffer for the packaging design." "The packaging?" Thea exclaimed, spinning back to her corkboard. "I envision matte black with gold foil. Minimalist. Let the text shine." "We have a quote for gold foil that fits within the budget," Maxwell noted, already several steps ahead. "As long as you don't opt to emboss the entire box in velvet." "I would never," Thea fibbed. "I saw the swatch you concealed under the keyboard, Thea. It was for texture reference." She laughed, grabbing a marker to scrawl cedar plus amber plus pepper equals success in bold letters across the whiteboard. The panic that had been gnawing at her stomach all morning began to recede, replaced by the thrill of the chase. This was the rhythm they lived in. Thea dreamed up the impossible floating castles, and Maxwell built the foundations under them before she noticed gravity existed. "So the candle is solved," Maxwell said, ticking a box on his screen. "The chocolates are sourced. The chocolatier in Vermont is doing the sea salt dark chocolate hearts. The bookmark design is with the printer. That just leaves the logistical nightmare of the launch party." Thea wavered. The launch party. The Valentine's Day Gala, at the Athenaeum Hall. It was the cherry on top of the high-stakes sundae. A live event to unveil the box, with Genevieve Leckler herself in attendance. "The event is going to be magical," Thea said, though her voice pitched up slightly. "Romance readers, champagne, books everywhere. Like a prom for people who prefer fictional boyfriends." Maxwell gave her a look that suggested he knew exactly how much anxiety was hiding behind that statement. "The venue is secured. Catering is finalized. The only thing I'm worried about is the timeline for the load-in. The Athenaeum has a wedding the morning of. We have a 3-hour window to transform a reception hall into a literary wonderland." "3 hours?" Thea squeaked. "I have a plan," Maxwell assured her, his voice steady as a rock. "I have a team of temp staff on standby, and I've color-coded the setup zones. Zone A is the stage, Zone B is the product display. I'll handle the heavy lifting and the logistics. You just need to show up, look like the visionary you are, and charm Genevieve." "Charm the queen," Thea whispered. "No pressure. She already likes you, she signed the contract." "She signed with Page Turner Parcels because you sent her a spreadsheet proving our engagement rates were higher than the big subscription boxes," Thea countered. "She likes the numbers. She hasn't met the chaos yet. She hasn't met the woman who just invented the scent of a first kiss in 5 minutes," Maxwell said. The compliment was delivered so matter-of-factly, it took Thea a second to register the warmth behind it. She felt a flush rise to her cheeks, blaming it entirely on the stuffiness of the Nook. "It took all morning. And without you, I'd be ordering 2,000 units of Grandma's Kitchen." Maxwell pushed off the desk, tucking the tablet under his arm. "That's why we're partners. You bring the magic, I bring the reality checks. Speaking of reality, Iris wants a budget update on the launch party by 3. I'm going to go massage the numbers so the floral budget doesn't give her a stroke." "You're the best, Max." "I know." He paused at the edge of the Nook, looking back at her. The fluorescent lights of the office hummed overhead, but in her little corner, surrounded by the physical detritus of her imagination, Thea felt safe. "Don't forget to eat lunch. And real food, Thea. Not just the test chocolates." "I promise nothing," she called after him as he walked away, his stride long and purposeful. She watched him go for a beat longer than necessary. It was hard not to appreciate the view. Maxwell was objectively good, looking in that sturdy, reliable way that fictional heroes usually weren't. Fictional heroes were brooding dukes or dangerous billionaires. Maxwell was structure. He was the solid ground beneath her feet. He was also the only reason she could sleep at night. The sheer financial terror of the high-stakes curation model should have given her ulcers by now. One flop, one hero box that didn't sell out, and they would be back to their day jobs. Thea back to editing dry technical manuals, and Maxwell back to, well, probably running a Fortune 500 company within a week, actually. But he stayed. He poured his savings and his sanity into this boutique book box company because he believed in her vision. Thea turned back to her desk, picking up the amber vial again. She uncapped it, taking a shallow breath. Cedar. Amber. Pepper. It was perfect. It was the scent of a story beginning. She grabbed a fresh sticky note and slapped it onto the center of the corkboard, right over a picture of a generic romantic couple holding hands. Title: The Genevieve Leckler HEA Box. Status: in progress. Vibe: imminent triumph. With the candle crisis averted, her brain began to gallop toward the next hurdle. The launch party decor. She needed centerpieces that screamed romance without screaming wedding. Vintage typewriters? No, too cliché. Stacks of books with flowers growing out of them? Logistically difficult, but visually stunning. She reached for her sketchbook, the pencil moving across the paper in rapid, frantic strokes. Outside her nook, she knew the world was turning. She knew Maxwell was likely arguing with a florist about the wholesale price of peonies in February, or negotiating a rush fee with a printer. She knew there were spreadsheets with red columns that needed to turn black. But in here, in the eye of the storm, everything was possible. She didn't need to worry about the load-in times or the profit margins. Maxwell had those. He held the weight of the sky so she could paint the clouds. Thea smiled to herself, shading in the petals of a sketched peony. They were going to pull this off. Genevieve Leckler was going to walk into that gala, smell the first kiss candle, and declare them the future of romance curation. It was going to be a fairy tale. And if there was a tiny nagging voice in the back of her head reminding her that fairy tales usually had a villain, or a curse or a dragon, waiting in the second act, she ignored it. After all, she had Maxwell. And Maxwell had a contingency plan for everything. Even dragons. Probably especially dragons. He'd likely file them under pest control and have a vendor lined up by noon. Thea hummed a tuneless melody, picked up her grape-scented marker, and got back to work.
Chapter 2. The beauty of a well-formatted spreadsheet was that it never asked you, "What are we?" It never had a bad hair day, never acted on impulse, and certainly didn't look at you with hazel eyes that made your chest ache with a hollow sort of gravity. Maxwell sat in his sanctuary, the mezzanine space affectionately dubbed the perch, and watched the conditional formatting on his monitor turn a soothing shade of green. Logistics, green. Box procurement, green. Genevieve Leckler contract, green. Thea Bellamy, chaos. From his vantage point overlooking the open-plan office, he had a clear view of Thea's nook. It looked less like a workspace, and more like a craft store had exploded inside a library. Colorful swatches of velvet draped over the side of her desk like melting clocks. A leaning tower of advance reader copies threatened to crush her keyboard. And there was Thea, spinning slowly in her vintage chair, staring at the ceiling with a pencil clamped between her teeth. Maxwell hit save on the master timeline, version 42, and felt the familiar tug behind his sternum. It was a dull, habitual ache, like an old sports injury that flared up whenever the weather changed. Only, the weather was always Thea. His phone buzzed on the polished wood of his desk. He glanced at the caller ID, ready custom packaging. "This is Maxwell." "Mr. Vance," the voice crackled, apologetic. "We have a problem with the ribbon dye lot for the romantic comedy tier." The blush pink came out looking more like Sunburn red. Maxwell didn't sigh. Sighing was inefficient. He adjusted his watch, a grounding reflex. Send me a photo. His phone pinged. The image loaded, not pink but an aggressive, angry salmon. I see, Maxwell kept his voice even. We can't use this. The aesthetic is vintage softness, not 80s aerobics instructor. What's the lead time on a reprint? 3 weeks. We'll miss your pack date. Maxwell clicked a pen once, twice. His eyes drifted back down to the Nook. Thea was now holding a fabric swatch up to the light, smiling at something only she could see. If he told her about the ribbons, the smile would vanish. She would spiral. She would worry that the universe was conspiring against true love, or whatever theme she was curating this week. No reprint, Maxwell said. Switch to the ivory satin cord we used for the Jane Austen box last fall. You have surplus stock in the warehouse. I saw the inventory report yesterday. Verify the yardage and double braid it for the deluxe boxes. I'll pay the rush fee for the labor difference, but you're eating the cost of the salmon fiasco. There was silence on the line. Then, you know our inventory better than I do. I know everyone's inventory, Maxwell said, not as a boast but as a statement of fact. Keep me posted on the shipping manifest. He hung up. Problem solved. Crisis diverted. Thea would never know that the blush pink had died a fiery death. She would see the ivory cord, think it was a brilliant aesthetic pivot, and assume the universe had provided. That was their arrangement. The Bellamy-Vance partnership accords weren't written down, but they were etched into the foundation of this building. Pillar 1, division of labor. She handled the what, he handled the how. She was the architect of dreams, he was the guy pouring the concrete so the whole thing didn't collapse. He watched her pull the pencil from her mouth and scribble something frantically on a sticky note. She slapped it onto her monitor, joining a legion of others. The platonic firewall. Pillar 3. It was easy to pretend the wall was there for business reasons. Dating a co-founder was a liability. A breakup would result in a liquidation of assets that would make a divorce look like a tea party. It was logical. It was prudent. It was also a lie. Maxwell rubbed the back of his neck, leaning back in his ergonomic chair. The firewall wasn't there to save the company. It was there to save him. His gaze lost focus, the green spreadsheet blurring into a memory. A New Year's Eve party 4 years ago, cheap champagne and expensive perfume. They hadn't started Page-Turner parcels yet. They were just 2 overworked interns hiding in the coat room of a brownstone in Brooklyn, because the music was too loud and Thea's feet hurt in her heels. I just want to make something that matters, she had whispered, slumped against a rack of winter coats. Her eyes had been bright, glassy with wine and frustration. Books save people, Max. I want to help them do that. You will, he'd said. And he had meant it with a terrifying intensity. The countdown started in the main room. 10. 9. She looked up at him. The air shifted, thin and electric. The noise of the party faded into a hum. She leaned in. He leaned in. It was magnetic, inevitable, the kind of moment authors spent 3 chapters building toward. Her lips parted slightly. 3. 2. And Maxwell had frozen. In that split second, the math had run through his head at light speed. If he kissed her, everything changed. If he kissed her and it didn't work out, he lost the only person in the city who understood him. He lost his best friend. 1. You have something on your teeth, he blurted out. It was the stupidest, most cowardly thing he had ever said. The spell shattered instantly. Thea recoiled, mortified, scrubbing at her mouth. Oh God, act like a human, Thea, she'd muttered, laughing nervously. Just kidding, he'd said, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs. Just trying to save you from a midnight kiss with the guy who organizes the supply closet. She had shoved his shoulder, laughing, but the light in her eyes had dimmed just a fraction. Friend-zoned. He had friend-zoned himself to protect her, to protect them. And he had spent every day for the last 4 years laying bricks to reinforce that wall. Maxwell stood up abruptly. The office air was too still, the memory too loud. He needed coffee. Only caffeine could scrub the nostalgia from his brain. He walked out of the perch and down the spiral metal staircase. His boots made a rhythmic thud-thud-thud on the steps, a sound that usually alerted the staff that the pragmatist was descending from his tower. Today, the office was buzzing with pre-Valentine's panic, so no one looked up. He bypassed the main floor and ducked into the kettle and quill. The break room was empty, which was a small mercy. It smelled of burnt toast and the lingering sweetness of the vanilla syrup Iris, their third partner and absentee investor, insisted on stocking. Dominating the counter was La Chimera. It was a chrome monstrosity of Italian engineering that Iris had bought at an estate sale. It hissed, it spat steam, and it had pressure gauges that seemed to measure the user's personal worthiness rather than barometric pressure. Most of the staff were terrified of it. Maxwell approached it with respect. "Behave," he murmured to the machine. He checked the water reservoir. Full. He purged the steam wand. A sharp, angry hiss filled the room. Good. It was awake. He reached for the grinder, but his hand hovered over the settings. He wasn't making coffee for himself. He could drink engine oil if it was caffeinated. He was making a latte for Thea. It was a consistent ritual. Every day at 2 p.m., her energy dipped. The squinting at screens would start, her posture would slump, and the sighing would begin. A request for coffee never came. The need for it probably wasn't even realized. Maxwell grabbed the bag of beans, a medium roast with notes of chocolate and hazelnut that he ordered specifically because she had mentioned she liked it 2 years ago. He ground the beans, a comforting jagged roar. He leveled the grounds in the portafilter, applying exactly 30 pounds of pressure with the tamper. Too loose, and the shot would be watery. Too tight, and it would be bitter. It had to be perfect. Why? Because he couldn't write her love poems. He couldn't buy her jewelry. He couldn't sweep her off her feet. To attempt them would be a flagrant violation of the Bellamy-Vance partnership accords, that invisible but load-bearing emotional contract they had implicitly drafted to keep their world from sliding into messy, unrecoverable chaos. He was the operations lead, after all. He knew that introducing a volatile variable like romance into a perfectly balanced system was a guaranteed way to trigger a total structural failure. But he could make sure her caffeine intake was calibrated to perfection. He could ensure the temperature of the oat milk, specifically the barista blend oat milk he hid behind the kale in the fridge so no one else used it, was exactly 140 degrees. He flipped the lever. The machine groaned, then began to dispense a thick, dark stream of espresso. Division of labor. She curated the romance for the customers. He curated the reality for her. He steamed the milk, tilting the pitcher to create a whirlpool. The foam had to be microfoam, glossy and wet paint, like, not the soapy bubbles the automatic machine down the street produced. While the milk swirled, he thought about the first kiss candle she had been working on. She had mentioned notes of amber and cedar. First kiss. He wondered if she remembered New Year's. Probably not. To her, it was likely just a drunken almost blunder, a programming glitch. She had cataloged it under awkward moments and moved on. That was good. That was safe. The milk pitcher became too hot to touch. Maxwell cut the steam. He poured carefully. The white milk cut through the dark crema, rising to the surface. With a practiced flick of his wrist, he shaped the foam. He didn't make a heart. That would be too on the nose, too dangerous. He made a rosetta, leafy, fern-like, professional. Plausibly deniable art. He dusted the top with a pinch of cinnamon. Not nutmeg. She hated nutmeg. He set the mug on a small saucer. It was one of the mismatched ones, blue with a chipped rim that she favored. Maxwell stared at the cup. It was just coffee. It was just hot bean water and oat milk. It wasn't a confession or a diamond ring. He picked it up, the ceramic warm against his fingers. He would walk it over to the nook. He would set it down on a coaster, so it didn't ruin her sketches. She would look up, her eyes wide and grateful, and say, "You're a lifesaver, Max." And he would say, "Just keeping the assets functional, T." And then he would walk away before he did something stupid, like brush a stray hair from her forehead, or tell her that she was the only technicolor thing in his grayscale world. Maxwell took a breath, locked the emotions back behind the firewall, and went back to the spreadsheet, to safety.
Chapter 3. The aroma of roasted hazelnuts and warm oats arrived 3 seconds before Maxwell did. Thea didn't need to look up from the terrifying array of satin samples to know he was there. 2 p.m., the universe operated on celestial mechanics. Page-turner parcels operated on Maxwell time. The ceramic clink of the mug finding the only coaster on her desk, a cork circle currently buried under 3 swatches of red velvet ribbon, sounded like salvation. "You," Thea sighed, finally looking up from a shade of grosgrain so aggressively pink it resembled a rash, "are a wizard. A warlock. A caffeinated deity." Maxwell stood on the other side of her desk, his hands tucked into the pockets of his dark jeans. A faint, crooked smile touched the corner of his mouth, the one that usually appeared when he caught her in the middle of a creative hurricane. He looked infuriatingly composed, his gray sweater unwrinkled, his hair neat, while she felt like a tumbleweed made of nervous energy and static electricity. "Just a man with a grinder and a stopwatch, T," he nodded toward the tangle of fabric scraps. "Wrestling with red? And losing. Badly." She picked up the mug, wrapping both hands around the warmth. The first sip was perfect, rich, velvety, not too sweet. It tasted like sanity. "I've stared at 32 shades meant to be first kiss. So far, the aesthetic is traffic cone or mild sunburn. I'm beginning to think my romantic life is manifesting in the inventory." He reached out, picking up a rejected swatch of paper, a murky, brick-colored failure, and examining it with the scrutiny he usually reserved for shipping manifests. "It doesn't have to be poetry. Just pick the deep red we flagged yesterday. It was fine. It was fine. But the unboxing is epic. It needs a shimmer. A glow. Something that says butterflies in the stomach, not dusty curtains." She slumped back in her chair, spinning it slightly. "The Leckler box has to be visceral, Max. Genevieve Leckler doesn't write nice romances. She writes soul-shattering, earth-moving epics. If she opens this box and the liner looks like a science project, she'll rescind the contract and I'll have to go live in the woods." "She won't rescind. The contract is signed." Maxwell's voice was the steady drumbeat in her chaotic song. "And you won't live in the woods. You have terrible survival skills. You try to befriend a bear. Bears are misunderstood." Before he could counter with a statistic about bear attacks, the phone on Thea's desk shrilled. Not the gentle chime of an internal line, but the jarring, insistent ring of the main executive extension. They both froze. Thea's eyes darted to the caller ID, Iris Calder, mobile. "It's Iris," Thea said, setting the coffee down, the warmth suddenly leaching from her fingers. "She's supposed to be in meetings with the investors all afternoon." Maxwell's posture sharpened. The relaxed friend vanished, the COO appeared. "Answer it." Thea hit the speaker button. "Iris? Is everything okay?" The voice that filled the small, scent-heavy office was tremulous, stripped of its usual polished confidence. "Thea? Is Maxwell there?" Background noise rushed through the speaker, airport announcements, the squeak of luggage wheels. Thea's stomach performed a complex, acrobatic maneuver. "We're here," Maxwell said, leaning closer to the desk. "What's happening?" "It's my sister," Iris said, her breath hitching. "There was an accident. In London. I'm at the departure gate now. My flight leaves in 40 minutes. Thea's hand flew to her mouth. "Oh my God, Iris. Is she?" "Critical. I don't know much else." The line crackled, amplifying the silence. "I'm so sorry to do this to you two, especially now. The timing is catastrophic. But I have to go." "Don't apologize," Thea said, her voice shaking only a little. "Go. Family first. Always. I knew you'd say that. Iris let out a ragged exhale. But this leaves us in a bind. The Leckler launch. The final approvals, the vendor contracts for the exclusives, the marketing push. I can't touch any of it. I'm going to be in the air, and then at the hospital. I'm going dark, essentially. Maxwell didn't flinch. We can handle the operations, Iris. I'll absorb your sign-offs for the logistics. We've done the projections. I know you can, Max. I trust you. There was a pause, a moment of static that felt heavy with the weight of the company's bank account. Thea, the creative vision is entirely yours now. No safety net. If Genevieve hates the prototype, you have to fix it. If the narrative arc of the unboxing doesn't land, it's on you to rewrite it. We've put 70% of our operating liquidity into this box. If it fails. She trailed off. She didn't have to finish. They all knew the math. Page Turner Parcels was a boutique ship sailing in choppy waters, one massive hole in the hull and they went down. It won't fail, Thea said, though her voice sounded thinner than she would have liked. We'll make it perfect. I know you will. You're the best team I've ever seen. The overhead announcement on Iris's end blared a final boarding call. I have to run. I'm leaving the company in your hands. Don't burn it down. The line clicked dead. For a long 10 seconds, neither of them moved. The room was suddenly too quiet, the smell of failed candle experiments cloying in the air. Thea looked at the phone, then at Maxwell. The buffer was gone. The woman who signed the checks, who smoothed over the rough edges, who served as the adult supervision for their crazy startup dreams, was flying across the Atlantic. Well, Thea whispered, that's a plot twist. Maxwell exhaled, a sharp controlled sound through his nose. He looked at his watch, adjusting the bezel, a nervous tick she had catalogued years ago. Okay. Assessment. It's scary, but functionally nothing changes immediately. You were already leading the design. I was already handling the supply chain. Functionally. Thea stood up, unable to contain the nervous kinetic energy. She began to pace the small strip of floor between her desk and the overflow shelves. Emotionally, everything changes. The safety net is gone, Max. We are trapeze artists without a net over a pit of insolvency. If I pick the wrong ribbon texture, nobody eats. People will eat, Thea. We're betting the farm on this. And I'm stuck on choosing the perfect color. What if I'm a fraud? What if I'm just a girl who likes reading paperbacks and has no business curating a luxury experience for the queen of romance? She spun around, her cardigan flapping like the wings of a distressed bird. Iris was the shield. She was the one who could sparkle at Genevieve Leckler and speak businesswoman to her. I speak nerd. I speak font choices. Ding. The sound of Thea's laptop notification cut through her monologue. It wasn't the chirpy sound of a Slack message. It was the heavy, ominous gong of a priority inbox email. They both looked at the screen. From Genevieve Leckler, gleckler@leckler-author.com. Subject, a moment of connection. All the blood drained from Thea's face. She looked at Maxwell wide-eyed. Don't open it. If we don't open it, it doesn't exist. Like Schrodinger's email. Maxwell stepped around the desk, his presence large and warm beside her, and tapped the trackpad. Max. We have to know, he said, scanning the text. His eyebrows rose slightly. That was bad. Maxwell's eyebrows were usually bedrock steady. Read it, Thea commanded, peeking through her fingers. Give me the blast radius. Dear team, Maxwell read, his voice calm and level, stripping the terror from the words. I was distressed to hear of Iris's sudden departure. My team informed me moments ago. While I understand emergencies arise, this project is profoundly personal to me. Before we proceed further, I need to look into the eyes of the people holding my legacy in their hands. Thea lowered her hands. Eyes. What does she mean, eyes? She wants a video call, Maxwell continued. Today. At 4 p.m. That's in. Thea scrambled for her phone, checking the time. That's in 90 minutes. I can't meet Genevieve Leckler in 90 minutes. Look at me. She gestured wildly to herself. She was wearing her thinking outfit, a mustard yellow cardigan with a small hole in one elbow, a vintage t-shirt that said, "Shakespeare is my homeboy," and hair that was currently defying 3 laws of physics. She had ink smudges on her cheek. I look like I live in a dumpster behind a library. You look like a creative director in the middle of creation, Maxwell corrected. She's expecting Iris. A woman in a tailored blazer, who owns an iron. I am chaos incarnate. Thea grabbed a stack of papers and immediately dropped them. She's going to take one look at us, 2 kids playing store, and she's going to pull the plug. She'll take the HEA box to some glossy conglomerate in New York with glass walls, and people who don't drink coffee out of chipped mugs. She was spiraling. She could feel the vortex pulling her down. The imposter syndrome, that usually hummed in the background, was now a deafening roar. This was the moment in the book where the protagonist realizes the antagonist is vastly overpowered, and the quest is doomed. Maxwell caught her hands. It wasn't a romantic gesture. It was a grounding wire. His palms were warm and rough, his grip firm enough to stop her flailing but gentle enough not to trap. He held her there in the center of the room, forcing her to stop vibrating. Thea. He said her name like an anchor drop. She blinked, focusing on him. His eyes were blue, calm, and annoyingly rational. What? Breathe. She sucked in a breath that smelled of oat milk and cedar. Listen to me, he said, his voice dropping to that low, resonant register that always made her brain stutter. Iris isn't the magic ingredient. You are. Iris didn't curate the Austin afternoon box that sold out in 4 hours. You did. Iris didn't find the first edition of Jane Eyre for that collector in Seattle. You did. But Genevieve doesn't want a suit, Maxwell cut in, maintaining eye contact. Her email says she wants to connect with the heart of the company. That's not a spreadsheet. That's not a blazer. That's you. Thea felt the panic recede, replaced by the familiar warmth of Maxwell's unshakable belief in her. It was a resource she had been drawing on for 7 years, and the well never seemed to run dry. I still have ink on my face, she whispered. I have wet wipes in my desk, he countered. And I have the updated logistical deck. We enter that meeting as a unit. You bring the vision. I bring the security. We show her that while Iris is gone, the engine is still running perfectly. He squeezed her hands once briefly, then let go. The absence of his touch felt colder than it should have. We have 90 minutes, Maxwell said, shifting into general mode. Go wash your face. Put on that green blouse you keep in the closet for emergencies, the one that makes you look like a serious literary professional. I'll clear the conference table in the main room and set up the lighting so it doesn't look like a hostage video. Thea took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. Okay, she said, nodding. The adrenaline was still there, but it was sharpening her focus now, not drowning it. Okay. We can do this. We absolutely can. Maxwell moved toward the door, already pulling his phone out to check the slide deck. He paused at the threshold, his gaze catching on the 2 paper proofs for the box's interior lining spread across her desk. By the way, the lining. Use the blush color from this one, he gestured with his chin, but have them print the filigree pattern in gold foil. It adds texture, a little bit of magic. Thea stared at him, then down at the proofs. A tiny, perfect detail she had missed. Gold foil. Of course. How did you even think of that? He shrugged, offering her that small, private half-smile again. It'll catch the light when someone opens the box. I pay attention to the details, T. As he walked away toward his office, the perch, Thea looked down at the 2 designs, already picturing the shimmer of gold against the soft blush. She grabbed a fine-tipped pen and wrote a single, decisive note in the margin for the printer. 90 minutes to save the company. The boss was gone. The stakes were astronomical. The author was waiting. She grabbed a wet wipe and scrubbed the ink off her cheek. Let the chapter begin.
Chapter 4. The webcam's green indicator light stared at Maxwell like the unblinking eye of a relentless god. He adjusted the laptop angle, checked the frame. The lighting setup he'd hastily constructed involved 2 desk lamps bounced off the whiteboard to diffuse the glare, ensuring they didn't look like they were broadcasting from a bunker. It was makeshift, but the result on screen was soft, professional, and warm. Controlled variables. That was the job. "My hands are sweating," Thea announced. She was sitting next to him, her knees bouncing under the table in a rhythm that threatened to shake the laptop monitor. "Max, my palms are literal swamps. If she asks for a virtual handshake, I'm going to short-circuit the internet." Maxwell glanced at her. The green blouse worked. It brought out the hazel in her eyes and gave her an air of competence that the frantic knee-bouncing undermined. Genevieve Leckler dates back to typewriters and handwritten letters. Maxwell kept his voice level. He checked his watch, 3:58 p.m. "I don't think she's going to initiate a tactile interface protocol via Zoom." "You're using your robot voice," Thea muttered, tucking a loose strand of honey blonde hair behind her ear. "You only use the robot voice when you're freaking out, too." "I am not freaking out. I am allocating processing power to contingency plans." "Liar." "I am merely concerned with the latency of the connection. And the fact that we are about to pitch the Queen of Romance on a fulfillment strategy that currently hinges on a spreadsheet I finished 12 minutes ago." Thea let out a breath that was half laugh, half groan. She reached out, her fingers brushing his forearm for a split second before retreating. The contact burned through the weave of his sweater, a phantom sensation that lingered longer than it had any right to. "We're good," she whispered mostly to herself. "Iris trusts us. You trust me. I trust you." Maxwell looked at her. The anxiety in her expression was real, but behind it sat that stubborn, radiant spark that had convinced him to leave a secure corporate logistics job to ship books out of a converted warehouse. "We're better than good," he said firmly. "We're page-turner parcels." The screen flickered. The digital caller ID flashed, G. Leckler. Maxwell straightened his spine, his hand hovering over the trackpad. "Showtime T." He clicked accept. The pixels sharpened into clarity, revealing a library that looked less like a room and more like a set design for a period drama. There were floor-to-ceiling mahogany shelves, velvet drapes, and a vase of white lilies that probably cost more than Maxwell's car. Sitting in the center of the frame, bathed in flattering natural light, was Genevieve Leckler. Formidable, that was the only word for it. Her silver hair was swept up in a chignon, so architectural it defied gravity. She wore a flowing silk caftan in a shade of deep plum, and her glasses were perched on the end of a nose that looked like it had been sculpted to look down on lesser mortals. Maxwell felt a bead of sweat trace a path down his spine. "Good afternoon," Genevieve said. Her voice was rich, distinct, and carried the kind of precise enunciation that made you want to sit up straighter. "I assume I am speaking with the lieutenants left to man the ship." "Ms. Leckler," Thea said, her voice starting a little higher than usual before settling. She leaned forward, eager. "It is such an honor. I'm Thea Bellamy, and this is my partner, Maxwell Vance." Maxwell gave a polite, measured nod. "A pleasure, Ms. Leckler. Thank you for making the time on such short notice." Genevieve scrutinized them through the screen. Her gaze wasn't unkind, but it was searching. It felt like she was reading the subtext of their faces, checking for typos in their character interaction. "Iris wrote to me," Genevieve said, leaning back in her velvet chair. "A terrible business with her family. I do hope everything resolves peacefully. But it leaves me in a precarious position. I am very particular about who handles my work. My readers are not merely consumers, you understand. They are believers." "We understand completely," Thea said. The nervousness seemed to evaporate the moment the topic switched to the books. This was her turf. "That's actually why we founded Page Turner. We believe the story shouldn't end on the last page. The experience of receiving the book, the weight of the box, the scent of the tissue paper, the tactile surprise of the artifacts, it's all part of the narrative arc. Maxwell watched Thea work. It was like watching a musician tune a complex instrument. She wasn't selling a product, she was inviting Genevieve into a shared dream. "We view the logistics as the rhythm section," Maxwell added, sliding smoothly into the gap Thea left for him. He pulled up the slide deck, sharing his screen, but was satisfied to see Genevieve's eyes stay on them. "Passion is the engine, but precision is the track. We've audited the supply chain for the Eternal Flame limited edition. We've secured climate-controlled warehousing to ensure the first kiss candles don't sweat during transit, and I've personally vetted the foil stamping vendor for the box lining to match your specific Pantone shade of blush." Genevieve's eyebrows rose a fraction of an inch behind her frames. "Climate-controlled? For a novella launch?" "A melted candle isn't a romance," Maxwell said simply. "It's a tragedy." Thea turned to him with that specific grin, the one that usually preceded something brilliant or ridiculous. "Exactly. Max knows that if a reader opens a box and sees a grease stain on the dust jacket, the fantasy breaks. The magic is fragile, Ms. Leckler. We protect the magic." Genevieve hummed, tapping a chunky turquoise ring against her desk. "You shield the fantasy with spreadsheets," she mused, looking at Maxwell. Then she shifted her gaze to Thea. "And you infuse the cardboard with soul." "That's one way to put it," Thea laughed. "I usually just say, I make the mess and Max cleans it up." "She builds the castle," Maxwell corrected, his tone automatic, devoid of hesitation. "I just make sure the drawbridge works." He didn't look at Thea when he said it, but he felt her proximity. He felt the way she relaxed in the chair, her shoulder brushing his arm, the tension draining out of her frame because he was there holding the line. It was their dynamic distilled down to its essence, chaotic creativity anchored by unyielding support. Genevieve was silent for a long moment. She took a sip of tea from a delicate china cup, her eyes moving back and forth between them on her screen. Maxwell resisted the urge to check the data usage stats on the Zoom call, just to have something to look at. The silence stretched, elastic and thin. Had they been too technical? Too eager? Had Thea's hair clip slipped? Then the author smiled. It wasn't the polite, corporate smile she'd worn at the start. This was genuine, warm, and practically glowing. It transformed her from a terrifying literary titan into a benevolent godmother. "I have a doctrine," Genevieve said softly. "The Leckler doctrine of authenticity. It's why I've fired 3 publishing houses and 5 agents in my career. I cannot abide the sterile, the fake, or the purely transactional. Energy cannot be manufactured. It must be felt." Thea nodded vigorously. "Absolutely. That's our core value." "I can see that," Genevieve said. She leaned closer to the camera, her expression softening into something conspiratorial. "You know, I was worried when Iris had to step away. I thought I would be dealt with by a committee. But this..." She gestured vaguely at the screen, encompassing the two of them. "This is rare," Genevieve continued. "To see a company built on such a genuine, palpable partnership. It vibrates right through the screen. The way you balance each other. The implicit trust." Maxwell felt a strange tightness in his chest. A warning bell, distant but distinct. Genevieve clasped her hands together. "I always say the best romances, and the most successful businesses for that matter, are built on true love. It is so wonderful to see a couple who actually lives the philosophy they sell." The words hung in the air between the pixelated library and the repurposed warehouse office. Couple. True love. Time, for Maxwell, was usually a linear construct measured in seconds, minutes, and billable hours. In that moment, however, time fractured. His brain hit a fatal error. Option A, correct her. "Actually, Ms. Leckler, we are strictly platonic business partners. Our chemistry is professional, and my deep abiding knowledge of Thea's coffee order is a result of operational efficiency, not suppressed longing." Projected result, the magic Genevieve just praised vanishes. The authenticity she values is revealed to be a misunderstanding. She sees them as two disjointed employees, not a harmonious unit. The Leckler doctrine is violated. The deal wobbles. Iris returns to a bankrupt company. Option B, stay silent. Let the comments slide. Hope it was a metaphor. Projected result, they keep the account. They survive the call. It happened in the span of 3 heartbeats. Maxwell's eyes darted to Thea. She was frozen, her mouth slightly open, a look of pure deer-in-headlights panic on her features. She looked at him, her hazel eyes wide, begging him to fix it, or perhaps begging him to tell her she'd misheard. Wait, did she want to correct it? Or was she waiting for him to do the polite thing, and not embarrass the famous author who just complimented them? If he corrected Genevieve, he'd practically be shouting, "Oh God, no, I'm not with her," which was rude to Thea and a lie to himself. If he didn't correct her, he was entering a zone of deception that had no place in a cleanly organized life. But Genevieve was smiling. She looked so happy. She looked like she was about to sign the contract. Maxwell's throat clicked dry. The logic gate slammed shut. The risk of shattering the vibe Genevieve had just fallen in love with was too high. He forced the corners of his mouth up. It was a tight, strained grimace that he hoped read as modest gratitude. "We try our best," Maxwell said. The lie didn't taste like ash. It tasted like panic. Thea made a sound that might have been a strangled cough or a giggle. "Yes," she squeaked. "We. Yes. Love the work. The philosophy." Genevieve beamed, clapping her hands once. "Marvelous. Truly marvelous. I feel so much better leaving my baby in your hands. I'll have my assistant send over the revised contract with the exclusivity clause immediately. I want Page Turner Parcels to be the only boutique handler for the Leckler Valentine's collection." "That is fantastic news," Maxwell said, his voice sounding hollow to his own ears. "Wonderful. I must run. My poodle is demanding a walk, and he is far less reasonable than my editor. Goodbye, you two. Take care of each other." The screen went black. The green indicator light blinked off. The silence that rushed into the conference room was heavier than the pallets of inventory downstairs. It was a physical thing, pressing against Maxwell's eardrums. He stared at the black mirror of the laptop screen, seeing his own reflection, pale, wide-eyed, and utterly doomed.
Chapter 5. The laptop screen went black. The digital ghost of Genevieve Leckler vanished, taking her impeccable lighting and her catastrophic assumptions with her. For exactly 3 seconds, the silence in the Page Turner Parcels office was absolute. It was the heavy, suspended silence of a bomb that had landed, but had not yet detonated. Then Thea exploded. "We are going to prison," she announced, spinning on her heel and marching toward the window. "Not real prison. Small business prison. The kind where we have to wear shapeless jumpsuits made of burlap sacks and sort remaindered copies of celebrity memoirs for eternity." "We aren't going to prison, Thea." Maxwell's voice was calm, but it was the unnatural, brittle calm of a pilot informing passengers that the turbulence was actually the wings falling off. "She thinks we're soulmates, Max." Thea whipped around, her honey blonde bun lurching dangerously to the left. "Did you hear her? Genuine partnership. True love. She basically wrote fan fiction about us in real time. And we just sat there. We smiled. I nodded. Why did I nod? My head betrayed me. I have treasonous neck muscles." Maxwell was still standing by the desk, staring at the blank monitor. He looked like he was trying to solve a complex equation that resulted in the heat death of the universe. She caught us off guard. It was a standard social reflex. You nod when a client speaks. It validates their input. It validated her delusion. Thea groaned, burying her face in her hands. "We're frauds. We are the Fire Festival of literary logistics." She began to pace the length of the industrial gray carpet that ran parallel to the long mahogany table. Her brain felt like a browser with 40 tabs open, and 39 of them were playing circus music. The conference room, usually a safe harbor for brainstorming, suddenly felt like an interrogation room. The scent of the first kiss prototype candle, vanilla and ambition, that they had lit for the video call was still heavy in the air, now cloying rather than charming. "Okay," Maxwell said, turning from the blank projection screen, his movements robotic. "Let's analyze the variables. Option A, we send an email immediately. Subject line, clarification. Body text, we are strictly platonic business partners who happen to have excellent chemistry." Thea stopped pacing near the head of the table. "And tell Genevieve Leckler, the woman whose entire brand is radical authenticity, that we let her gush about our love life for 5 minutes because we were too scared to interrupt her?" Maxwell winced. "When you frame it like that." "She'll pull the contract," Thea said, the horror settling into her stomach like a stone. "You heard her doctrine. I can't abide the fake. If we correct her now, we prove we're exactly the kind of corporate shills she hates. She walks. Iris comes back to a bankrupt company. Page Turner Parcels becomes a footnote in a top 10 startup failures article." Maxwell sank into one of the ergonomic mesh chairs, his shoulders slumping. It was a rare crack in his posture, a physical admission of defeat that terrified Thea more than the lie itself. Maxwell was the load-bearing wall of their partnership. If he cracked, the roof came down. "We need the deal," he murmured. "The liquidity injection from the Leckler launch is the only thing funding the warehouse expansion." "We can't lose the deal," Thea agreed, her voice dropping to a whisper. "But we can't be us," Maxwell gestured vaguely between them across the polished wood. "Not the way she thinks we are." Thea looked at him, really looked at him. Maxwell Vance. Her anchor. The man who knew her coffee order, her password hints, and the specific tone of voice that meant she needed a snack. He was safe. He was certain. And now, thanks to a trick of the light and a Zoom connection, he was her boyfriend. A plot twist. Thea's mind, trained by years of dissecting narratives, abruptly shifted gears. The panic didn't leave, but it changed shape. It became manic energy. If this was a story, they were simply in the inciting incident. And in a story, the protagonists didn't just give up. They committed to the bit. "We don't correct her," Thea said. Maxwell looked up, wary. "Thea. No. Listen to me," she said, stepping closer to the table, her hands animating the air. "It's 2 weeks until the launch party. 14 days. We just curate the narrative. We don't have to lie exactly. We just have to not correct her perception until the ink is dry on the contract and the boxes are shipped." "Curate the narrative," Maxwell repeated flatly. "You mean fake date?" "I mean immersive method acting. I am an operations manager, not a brooding duke in one of your historical romances." Maxwell stood up, crossing his arms over his chest. "It's a marketing campaign, Max. We are selling the idea of us. And when she expects to see us interacting, we interact all the time." "Not romantically," he countered. "We banter. We argue about inventory. We do not gaze." "You can gaze," Thea insisted. "You look at spreadsheets all day with intense focus. Just pretend my face is a pivot table." Maxwell stared at her. A muscle in his jaw jumped. "That is the least romantic sentence I have ever heard." "Good. Because it's not romance. It's business." Thea grabbed a stack of meeting agendas from the table and slammed them down for emphasis. "Iris is counting on us. Genevieve is counting on us. If we drop the ball now, we destroy everything we've built. Are you willing to lose the company because you're afraid to hold my hand in public?" Maxwell went still. The logic trap snapped shut. He looked at the whiteboard, then at the empty chair at the head of the table where Iris usually sat, and finally back to Thea. She saw the calculation running behind his blue eyes: risk versus reward, dignity versus solvency. "I hate this," he said softly. "I know. It's illogical. It's high risk. It's absurd. Completely. He exhaled a long controlled breath. Fine. But I need parameters. I cannot improvise a romance, Thea. I need data. I need boundaries.
Rules, Thea said, seizing the momentum.
She scanned the conference table for paper, but the notebooks had been packed away. Her eyes landed on her half-finished latte from the meeting. Underneath it was a square white napkin, slightly stained with a ring of espresso. She snatched it up and grabbed a purple felt-tip marker from the whiteboard tray. We write the rules of engagement. Right now. Stick to the rules, we survive the next 2 weeks, get the contract, and go back to normal. No mess. No ambiguity. She slapped the napkin onto the sleek surface of the table near Maxwell. It looked flimsy and pathetic against the dark wood. Rule number 1, Thea announced, uncapping the marker with a flourish that betrayed her shaking hands. She paused. Actually, let's start with logistics. Public displays of affection. Maxwell moved to stand beside her, leaning his hip against the table, his presence radiating a tense heat. He produced a black ballpoint pen from his pocket, because of course he had a backup pen. Minimal, he said firmly. Hand-holding is acceptable for transit purposes. Arm-linking is stable. Kissing is unnecessary. Genevieve creates romance novels, Thea countered, scribbling one. PDA limits in purple. If we look like siblings, she'll sniff it out. We need strategic intimacy. Strategic intimacy, Maxwell muttered, looking like he wanted to be sedated. Fine. Hand-holding. Lingering glances, if I can manage the pivot table visualization. What about kissing? Thea's purple marker hovered over the crinkled paper. The air in the closed room suddenly felt very thin, or perhaps the climate control had just failed. Only if absolutely necessary for cover, she said quickly. Like if we're under a mistletoe. Which is out of season. So unlikely. Emergency use only, Maxwell agreed, his voice tight. Thea wrote PDA, hands and glances yes. Kisses, emergency only. Names, Maxwell said, pointing his black pen at the paper. She called us darlings. If I call you Bellamy, and you call me Vance, it sounds like a police procedural. I am not calling you schnookums, Thea warned. Please don't. But we need a shorthand. Maxwell frowned thoughtfully. I've heard you refer to romantic leads as babe or honey. I can do honey, Thea said, trying out the word. It tasted like ash. Hey, honey. Pass the stapler. Acceptable, Maxwell said. He wrote in neat block letters, too. Terminology, honey is the ceiling. No baby talk. Duration, Thea added. We need an exit strategy. We can't be a fake couple forever. The launch party is the finish line, Maxwell said. February 14th. Once the event concludes and the initial order is processed, the romance ends. How? Thea asked. Do we have a dramatic public screaming match? No drama, Maxwell said instantly. We are professionals. We drift apart. The pressures of the dual CEO role. It's a tragic but amicable separation that happens in the fiscal quarter following the launch. Thea nodded. 3. The breakup, February 15th. Amicable. Blame work. She looked at the napkin. The purple and black ink bled slightly into the porous paper. It was a ridiculous contract for a ridiculous situation. But as she looked at the list, Thea felt a prickle of something else. Something dangerous. They were codifying intimacy. Even fake intimacy required proximity. She would have to hold his hand. She would have to let him look at her with false adoration. She would have to stand in a room full of people and pretend that the electrical current that had always hummed between them was real. The biggest risk wasn't Genevieve Leckler finding out they were lying. The biggest risk was them forgetting they were. One more rule, Thea said, her voice dropping. The playfulness drained out of her. She looked up at Maxwell. He was watching her, his expression unreadable, his blue eyes dark and serious. "What is it?" he asked. "We have to protect the friendship. We can't let the lines blur. When the curtain drops, we have to go back to exactly this. To us." Maxwell's throat bobbed as he swallowed. He leaned down, placing one hand on the table, caging the napkin. "Agreed. The performance cannot impact the partnership. So we need to be clear," Thea said, gripping the purple marker until her knuckles turned white. "No matter what we say or do or how much honey we throw around, none of it is real." Maxwell took the black ballpoint pen, and after a moment's hesitation where he seemed to consider the purple marker, he wrote the final rule in stark, heavy letters at the bottom of the napkin. 4. No real feelings. At all. He stared at the words for a long moment, then straightened up and looked at Thea. "No real feelings," he repeated. It sounded like a vow. Or maybe a sentence. "Right," Thea breathed, forcing a bright, brittle smile. "Strictly business. We're just method acting." She snatched the napkin up, blowing on the ink to dry it. I'll keep this. For reference." "Probably wise," Maxwell said. He adjusted his cuff, checking his watch. "I have to check the inventory levels for the packing peanuts. Excuse me." He retreated to his laptop at the far end of the conference table, with the speed of a man fleeing a crime scene. Thea stood alone in the center of the room, holding the coffee-stained napkin. She looked at the last rule. No real feelings. At all. It was the most sensible rule on the list. It was the only way this worked. So why did reading it make her heart feel like it was already breaking? Thea shook her head, shoving the napkin into her cardigan pocket. She didn't have time for existential dread. She had a fake romance to outline. "Okay," she clapped her hands, shattering the tension in the soundproofed room. "Operation Lovebirds is a go. Maxwell, stop hiding behind the monitor. We need to coordinate our backstory. When did we fall in love? Was it over spreadsheets? Please tell me it wasn't over spreadsheets." Maxwell's voice floated down the length of the table, dry and resigned. "It was obviously the coffee, Thea. No one falls in love over Excel." "You did," she retorted without thinking. "You love Excel." "Excel doesn't talk back," he muttered. Thea pulled a chair out and sat down, grabbing a fresh notepad from the center stack. The terror was still there, buzzing under her skin, but now it was joined by a strange, frantic thrill. They were really doing this. She and Maxwell Vance against the world. She wrote backstory ideas at the top of the page. She had 2 weeks to write the greatest love story page Turner Parcels had ever seen. She just had to make sure she didn't accidentally believe it.
Chapter 6. He sat at his desk in the Perch, his glass-walled office overlooking the warehouse floor, and stared at his Outlook calendar. There, blocked out in a deceptively benign shade of blue, was a 30-minute slot at noon. Subject, Phase 1 rollout. Location, the Kettle and Quill. Phase 1 was Thea's terminology. Rollout was his. Together, they formed a euphemism for marching into the break room and willfully misleading their employees. He ran the risk assessment again, a useless mental loop. The probability of catastrophic failure remained at 100%. The only contingency was the lie itself, a fabricated relationship with the one person he'd spent the better part of a decade trying not to love. He adjusted his watch, the cool metal against his wrist a familiar anchor. 11:58 a.m. 2 minutes until execution. He stood, smoothing the front of his charcoal crewneck sweater, as if he could iron out the absurdity of the situation. People lied in business all the time. He could fudge delivery dates or inflate the robustness of Q3 projections with professional ease. This, however, was a lie of a different, more volatile composition. For years, every interaction with Thea Bellamy had been carefully calibrated. Dry wit served as a deflection shield. Professional boundaries were a reinforced perimeter. Brotherly advice was the camouflage netting draped over it all. A masterpiece of emotional engineering, built for containment. Now, he was expected to take a sledgehammer to the foundation and perform a pantomime in the rubble. It was like asking a bank robber to work security for the vault he'd been planning to crack. He walked out of his office, his boots silent on the concrete floor. The warehouse hummed with its midday lull. He navigated the rows of shelving with automatic precision, his mind shuffling through the bullet points of their frantic strategy session. Casual touches. Create a bubble of intimacy. Soft eyes. How exactly did one manufacture soft eyes without looking like they were suffering from a mild concussion? He reached the door to the kettle and quill. He could hear the low murmur of conversation and the aggressive gurgling of La Chimera, the temperamental Italian espresso machine that sounded like a jet engine preparing for takeoff. Maxwell took a breath, held it for a count of 4, released it, and opened the door. The break room was the social circulatory system of Page-Turner parcels. It was a cozy, cluttered space that smelled permanently of roasted coffee beans and whatever scented candle Thea was currently stress testing. Today it smelled of Austin's garden, a heavy floral note that always made Maxwell want to sneeze. The room was occupied by a half-dozen staff members. Sarah from accounting was aggressively highlighting a paperback in the corner. David, the warehouse foreman, was wrestling with the vending machine. And Thea was at the round table in the center, waiting. She looked up as he entered. For a second, just a fraction of a heartbeat, he saw the same terror reflecting in her hazel eyes that he felt churning in his gut. But then she blinked, and it was gone, replaced by a bright, beaming smile that looked about 80% genuine. "Hey," she said, her voice pitched slightly softer than her usual boardroom volume. "I saved you a seat." She patted the plastic chair next to her. Maxwell focused on walking. Left foot, right foot. Do not trip. Do not hyperventilate. Do not look at David, who had stopped shaking the vending machine to watch them. "Thanks," Maxwell said. The word came out sounding strangled. He cleared his throat and sat down. He was too far away. Or too close. The spatial dynamics were all wrong. Usually, they sat across from each other, a laptop acting as a demilitarized zone between them. Now, there was nothing but 6 inches of air and the terrifying expectation of proximity. Thea kicked him under the table. He jumped, his knee knocking against the underside of the table and rattling a container of plastic forks. "So," Thea said, her smile frozen in place, her eyes wide and pleading. "I was just thinking about the weekend." It was a cue. He knew it was a cue. He just couldn't remember the line. "The weekend," Maxwell repeated. "Yes. Saturday and Sunday. Standard units of time." Thea's smile strained at the edges. She laughed, a bubbly, airy sound that didn't match the sharp look she shot him. "You're so funny when you're hungry. I meant our weekend." She reached out and placed her hand on his forearm. Maxwell's brain stopped. Her hand was warm. He could feel the individual pads of her fingers through the weave of his sweater. She had an ink smudge on her thumb, periwinkle blue today, and her nails were painted a chipped gold. It was a casual, possessive touch. The kind of touch a girlfriend gave a boyfriend without thinking. Current surged through him, bypassing his logic centers and going straight to the dormant, treacherous part of him that wanted this to be real. His arm felt heavy and electrically charged at the same time. Rule number 4, his mind screamed. No real feelings. "Right," Maxwell managed, his voice dropping an octave. "Our weekend." He needed to reciprocate. That was the agreement. Newton's third law of fake dating. For every action, an equal and opposite reaction. He lifted his arm, the one she wasn't currently burning a hole through, and draped it over the back of her chair. It felt stiff, wooden. He felt like he was maneuvering a construction crane. Thea leaned back into the embrace. Her shoulder pressed against his ribs. The scent of her shampoo, something vanilla and sweet, hit him at close range, overpowering the smell of lasagna in Austin's garden. "I was thinking we could try that Italian place," Thea said to the room at large, though her gaze was locked on his chin. "You know, the one with the wine list you like." Maxwell stared at her. She was terrified, he realized. Her pulse was visible, a tiny frantic flutter at the base of her throat. She was improvising, filling the dead air because he had frozen up like a faulty spreadsheet. The realization snapped him out of his paralysis. He couldn't leave her hanging. Not in front of the team. Not ever. He forced his muscles to relax. He shifted, turning his body slightly toward her, shielding her from the rest of the room. It was a protective instinct, one he'd acted on 1,000 times before, but this time the context warped it into intimacy. "Ombre di basilico?" he asked. "I thought you said the lighting was too pretentious to read the menu." Thea's eyes widened, genuine amusement cutting through the panic. "It is. They use font size 8 in candlelight. It's hostile design, Maxwell." "I'll bring a flashlight," he deadpanned. "You would," she snorted, nudging his side. "You'd bring a headlamp." "I prefer hands-free illumination. It's practical. It's a mood killer." Safety is never a mood killer. For 3 seconds, it was just them. The banter was easy, a well-worn groove they had traveled down for years. He forgot Sarah in the corner. He forgot the arm he had draped around her chair. He just saw Thea, her nose scrunching up the way it did when she was trying not to laugh. Then Sarah from accounting spoke up. "Wait," Sarah said, lowering her book. "Are you guys going on a date?" The bubble popped. The air rushed out of the room. Maxwell froze. This was the checkpoint. The moment of truth. He could feel the weight of Thea's shoulder against his chest. He could pull away. He could say, "No, strictly a business meeting." He could retreat to the safety of the friend zone. Thea looked at him, her breath hitched. Maxwell tightened his grip on the back of her chair. He looked at Sarah, keeping his expression level, masking the internal riot. "We are," Maxwell said. The lie tasted like ash and sugar. "We've been seeing where things go." Sarah's mouth dropped open. "I knew it. I told David. I said, no one creates a spreadsheet for someone else's coffee order unless it's true love." "It's operational efficiency," Maxwell corrected largely out of habit, but the defense was weak. "It's cute," David grunted from the vending machine, finally securing his bag of chips. "About time." "About time," Thea echoed faintly. She grabbed her water bottle, unscrewing the cap with unnecessary force. "Well, you know us. Slow burn." "Glacial," Maxwell muttered. "Whatever," Thea said, taking a quick swig of water. She set the bottle down and looked at him. "Eat your sandwich, Max. You get grumpy when your blood sugar drops." He didn't have a sandwich. He had forgotten to bring lunch entirely. "Right," he said. "Here." Thea reached into her oversized tote bag and pulled out a Tupperware container. She popped the lid. Inside was a chaotic assortment of grapes, cheese cubes, and crackers that looked like they had been thrown in from across the room. "Share mine." This was worse than the arm around the chair. Sharing food was domestic. It was intimate in a primal way. She held out a cracker with a slice of sharp cheddar balanced precariously on top. She didn't hand it to him. She held it out to him. Toward his mouth. Maxwell stared at the cracker. He looked at Thea. Her eyes were screaming, "Take the damn cracker, everyone is looking." He opened his mouth and took a bite. His lips brushed her fingers. The sensation was a tactical nuclear strike to his nervous system. He tasted salt and cheese and sheer, unadulterated panic. He pulled back quickly, chewing mechanically, not tasting a thing. Thea retracted her hand as if she'd been burned, quickly grabbing a grape for herself and popping it into her mouth. She chewed aggressively. "Good cheese," Maxwell said. His voice sounded like gravel. "It's aged," Thea said. "Sharper the better." They sat in silence for another 5 minutes, performing the act of eating lunch while in love. Every movement was fraught. When he reached for his water, his elbow brushed her arm, and her breath hitched audibly. When she shifted in her seat, her knee pressed against his thigh, sending a jolt of awareness up his leg, that made it difficult to focus on the structural integrity of a grape. It was exhausting. It was the hardest work he had ever done. It was torture and it was heaven, and he needed it to end immediately before he did something unforgivable, like lean in and bury his face in her neck to see if she smelled like vanilla everywhere. "Oh, look at the time," Maxwell said, checking his watch. 12:28 p.m., I have a vendor call. Very urgent. Right, Thea said, jumping up a little too fast. Her chair scraped loudly against the linoleum. And I have to source ribbon. Lots of ribbon. She grabbed her tote bag. Something fluttered out of her cardigan pocket, a white square of paper. It drifted to the floor, landing near Maxwell's boot. The napkin. Thea didn't notice. She was already halfway to the door, waving a frantic goodbye to Sarah. "See you later." "Bye." She vanished into the hallway, leaving a vacuum of energy in her wake. Maxwell stood up. He looked down at the floor. The coffee shop napkin lay there, flimsy and creased. "You dropped something, boss," David said, crunching on a chip. "Thanks, David." Maxwell bent down and picked it up. He felt the texture of the cheap paper. He didn't smooth it out right there. Instead, he palmed it, sliding it discreetly into his pocket as if it were contraband. "See you later, David." Sarah. He walked out of the break room, his back straight, his pace measured. He kept walking until he reached the sanctuary of the stairs leading up to the perch. He took the steps 2 at a time, his composure fraying with every riser. He entered his office and shut the door. He didn't just shut it, he pressed his back against it, exhaling a breath that felt like it had been trapped in his lungs since he'd gotten off the elevator that morning. His heart was hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs. Thump thump. Thump thump. It was just a performance, he told himself. A necessary deception to secure the Leckler contract. It was business. But his skin still burned where her shoulder had pressed against him. He could still ghost feel the brush of her fingers against his lips. He moved to his desk, sinking into his ergonomic chair. It felt cold, impersonal. Slowly, Maxwell reached into his pocket and withdrew the napkin. He laid it flat on the pristine surface of his desk, smoothing out the wrinkles with the side of his hand. The 2 different ink colors were stark against the white paper. Thea's looping purple script. 1. PDA, hands glances yes. Kisses, emergency only. 3. Breakup, post-party. Amicable, blame work. His own neat black block letters. 2. Terminology, honey is sealing. No baby talk. 4. No real feelings. At all. He stared at the words. He had written them as a safeguard, a firewall to protect the system. But holding the napkin now, after 30 minutes of pretending to be exactly what he wanted to be, the final rule felt less like a safety measure and more like a mockery. He thought about the look in Sarah's eyes, the total lack of surprise. I knew it. He thought about David's grunt. About time. Was he the only one who hadn't realized how transparent he was? Or was he the only one pretending that the transparency was part of the act? He picked up the napkin. He should shred it. It was loose documentation, evidence of the deception. If Genevieve Leckler walked in and saw this, the game was over. The logical, pragmatic move was to feed it to the shredder in the corner and erase the trail. Maxwell stood up and walked toward the shredder. He hovered the napkin over the feed slot. The machine hummed, hungry and ready. He held it there for a long moment. Then he pulled his hand back. He walked back to his desk, pulled his wallet out of his back pocket and flipped it open. He bypassed the slot for receipts. He bypassed the slot for business cards. He folded the napkin into a tight, neat square, ensuring Thea's purple loops of handwriting were on the inside, protected. He tucked it into the hidden compartment behind his driver's license, the place where people kept pictures of their spouses or emergency cash. He slid his wallet back into his pocket. It felt heavier now. A physical weight against his hip. Project cost, he whispered to the empty office. He turned back to his computer, waking the screens. The spreadsheets were waiting. The inventory lists were waiting. Reliable, static, unemotional data. He started typing, his fingers flying across the keys, seeking the rhythm of work to drown out the lingering sensation of Thea's hand on his arm. But for the first time in his career, the numbers didn't make him feel better. They just looked like lonely little islands in a sea of white space.
Chapter 7. Thea did not panic. Panic was unstructured. Panic was messy. Panic was a box filled with packing peanuts but no product. She curated. Thea stood in the center of the nook, surrounded by the physical detritus of her creative process. To the untrained eye, say Maxwell's, it might have looked like a stationery store had exploded in a fit of passion. To Thea, it was a symphony of controlled chaos. On the large corkboard that usually hosted fabric swatches for upcoming book themes, she had cleared a fastidious 2-foot square. At the top, pinned with a thumbtack that featured a tiny brass bee, was a fresh index card. In her sweeping, looped handwriting, she had christened the new project. Project Maxwell and Thea Brand Identity. Okay, she muttered to herself, uncapping a marker with her teeth and holding it there like a cigar while she rummaged for a specific shade of teal sticky note. First principle of unboxing: the exterior must promise what the interior delivers. Or in this case, what the interior is frantically pretending to possess. She was treating the fake relationship exactly like a limited edition subscription box. It needed a theme. It needed a cohesive color palette. It needed a narrative arc that would make Genevieve Leckler weep into her silk handkerchiefs. If she could convince thousands of subscribers that a cedarwood candle and a pair of knit socks were the physical embodiment of Wuthering Heights, surely she could convince one romance novelist that she and Maxwell were madly in love. She grabbed a stack of index cards and slapped 3 onto the board in a rapid-fire row. Brand pillar number 1, the intellectual soulmates. Subtext: we bond over semicolons and Oxford commas. We finish each other's sentences, not because we've worked together for 6 years, but because our souls are synchronized. Brand pillar number 2, the slow burn. Subtext: we didn't rush this. This is a foundational romance. Built on bedrock, not sand. Brand pillar number 3, opposites attract. Subtext: he's the spreadsheet, I'm the font. He's the anchor, I'm the sail. It's classic. It's marketable. Thea stepped back, arms crossed, tapping the marker against her chin. It looked good. It looked professional. It was completely insane. Right. The origin story, she said to the empty room. This was the hurdle. Every great romance needed a meet-cute. The problem was, the actual story of how she and Maxwell met was dreadfully off-brand. It had happened 6 years ago, in the fluorescent-lit purgatory of the Goliath Publishing breakroom. She had been crying over a jammed laminator, and he had silently walked in, fixed the jam with a paperclip and a terrifying amount of competence, and then handed her a tissue without making eye contact. It was sweet, in a retrospective, utilitarian sort of way. But it wasn't romance. It wasn't the stuff of the Genevieve Leckler ecosystem. It lacked whimsy. It lacked rain. We need a rewrite, she decided, sitting down at her desk and pulling her laptop closer. She opened a new document, the cursor blinking at her with judgmental rhythm. She began to type, her fingers flying with the same manic energy she used when drafting copy for the monthly newsletter. The Truth, revised for marketability. It wasn't a breakroom. It was the Strand bookstore. A rainy Tuesday in November. I was reaching for the last copy of a vintage Pride and Prejudice, the Peacock edition, obviously. His hand brushed mine. I looked up. He was wearing a trench coat. Note, buy Maxwell a trench coat. He didn't just let me have the book, he quoted Darcy. Incorrectly. I corrected him. We argued about Austen for 3 hours over terrible coffee that tasted like heaven. Thea paused, rereading the paragraph. She chewed on her lip. Too cliché, she whispered. Maxwell doesn't argue about Austen. He'd probably analyze the socioeconomic impact of the Bennett estate entailment. She deleted the trench coat part. She kept the rain. Rain was non-negotiable for a romantic brand. She started a new bullet point, key talking points for public appearances. The laugh. Maxwell has a very specific laugh he does when he's genuinely amused. It's quiet, almost a huff of air, but his eyes crinkle at the corners. Instruction. I need to induce this laugh publicly. Strategy. Terrible puns. He hates them so much he loops back around to enjoying them. The coffee order. He drinks black coffee, single origin. I drink lattes that are 40% syrup. Narrative spin. This represents our balancing dynamic. Bitter and sweet. The look. There is a way he looks at me when I'm pitching a chaotic idea. He tilts his head to the left, sighs but doesn't look away. Recontextualization. We need to frame this not as long-suffering patience but as adoring awe. Thea leaned back, a flushed sense of accomplishment warming her chest. This was working. By breaking love down into actionable deliverables and key performance indicators, the terror of the situation was receding. It wasn't lying, it was storytelling. And she was the best storyteller in the business. She was just reaching for her mood board scissors. She needed to cut out a picture of a devastatingly handsome couple walking through autumn leaves meant to represent their vibe, when her phone buzzed against the desk. The vibration rattled a jar of gold paperclips. Thea blinked, pulled out of her creative fugue state. She picked up the phone. The name on the screen made her pause. Sensible Stephen. She winced. She hadn't actually saved him as Sensible Stephen, of course. His name was Stephen Hart, and he was a perfectly nice, perfectly adequate zoning compliance officer for the city council she had gone on 3 dates with back in October. Whatever mild spark had existed on the dating app profile had been swiftly extinguished by the wet blanket of reality. Stephen was fine. He was sturdy. He had a stable government pension and detailed opinions on municipal infrastructure. Their first date had been a coffee. Their second had been dinner, where he explained the fascinating nuances of residential setback requirements for 25 minutes while Thea mentally redesigned the restaurant's menu font. Their third date had been a hiking date, which turned out to be a brisk walk on a paved path where he pointed out unpermitted deck extensions on passing houses. She had let it fizzle out with a slow fade of unreturned texts, a coward's exit. She slid her thumb across the screen to open the message. Stephen Hart. Hey Thea. Long time no see. I hope the book business is treating you well. I was driving past that coffee shop we went to, the one with the non-compliant fire exit signage I was telling you about. Made me think of you. Wondering if you're free for dinner next week? Maybe leading up to the 14th? I know a great place with excellent noise reduction acoustics. Thea stared at the phone. It was so Stephen. Practical. Considerate, in a vacuum-sealed sort of way. A month ago, hell 2 days ago, Thea might have considered it. Not because she liked him, but because sitting at home on Valentine's Day eating takeout and watching period dramas felt like a cliché she was tired of inhabiting. She might have said yes, just to feel the vague, tepid validation of being out on a date. She might have gone, drunk 2 glasses of wine, nodded through the zoning law conversation, and gone home feeling lonelier than if she'd stayed in. But today, Thea looked up at her corkboard. She looked at the index card that said Brand Pillar Number 1, The Intellectual Soulmates. She looked at the fictional version of Maxwell she had just conjured, the man in the rain, the man who knew her coffee order by heart, the man whose long-suffering sigh she was currently rebranding as adoring awe. Even the real Maxwell, the one currently upstairs probably aggressively organizing a spreadsheet, was infinitely more compelling than Stephen. Maxwell would never talk about acoustics. Maxwell would notice the acoustics were bad, fix them silently by moving their table to a corner, and then distract her with a question about her favorite plot twist. Thea looked back at the phone. Her thumb hovered over the keyboard. Usually, rejecting someone made her break out in hives. She hated disappointing people. She hated the awkward dance of, "I'm just really busy right now." But she wasn't just busy. She was keeping up a high-stakes corporate deception. And technically, she was seeing someone. A wicked, reckless smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. She typed, "Thea. Hi, Stephen. Good to hear from you. That's so thoughtful. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to pass." She paused. The cursor pulsed. "Just send it," her brain said. "That's enough." But she didn't stop. The fiction was bleeding into the reality. She wanted to try the words on for size. She wanted to see how they looked in the bright blue bubble of a message. "Thea. I'm actually seeing someone now. We're very happy. Hope you're doing well." She hit send before she could overthink it. Whoosh. The message flew away. Thea stared at the screen, waiting for the remorse. Waiting for the guilt of the lie to settle in her stomach like a cold stone. But it didn't. Instead, a strange bubbling sensation rose in her chest. It felt like relief? No, more than relief. It felt like power. "I'm actually seeing someone now," she said aloud, testing the weight of the sentence in the quiet air of the Nook. It rolled off her tongue with a delicious, heavy satisfaction. It was a shield. A suit of armor. For years, her single status had felt like a drafty window she couldn't quite close. People let in unsolicited advice, pitying looks, and setups with their cousin's neighbor's accountant. But those 4 words? "I'm actually seeing someone." They slammed the window shut. They locked the door. She looked back at the curating a romance board. The Maxwell on the board was fake. The relationship was a sham constructed on a napkin. And yet, rejecting Stephen didn't feel like a lie. It felt like she was clearing the decks. It felt like she was protecting something. "We're very happy," she whispered, reading her own text back. That part was a lie. They weren't happy, they were panicked, stressed, and one slip up away from professional ruin. But standing there, with the scent of old paper and lavender in the air, Thea realized she would rather be panicked and stressed with Maxwell than comfortable with anyone else in the world. She felt a sudden, sharp pang in her chest, a confusing mixture of affection and anxiety. It was the feeling of stepping off a ledge, trusting that the net would appear. Her phone buzzed again. "Oh. Understood. My mistake. Glad you found someone. He must be special to take you off the market. Best of luck." He must be special. Thea looked at the empty chair across the desk, where Maxwell usually sat during their brainstorming sessions. She pictured him there, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, that specific silver watch glinting on his wrist, his brow furrowed as he tried to make sense of her latest chaotic diagram. She thought about the coffee he kept bringing her. The way he remembered the names of the fictional characters she obsessed over, even though he pretended not to care. "He is," she murmured, the words slipping out before she could catch them. She blinked, startled by the sound of her own voice. She shook her head, physically dispelling the cloud of sentimentality. "Focus, Thea. You are creating a brand, not writing a diary entry." She slapped the phone face down on the desk, banishing sensible Stephen to the past where he belonged. She turned back to the corkboard with renewed ferocity. The rejection had energized her. It had raised the stakes. If she was going to turn down real, actual dates for this fake relationship, then this fake relationship had better be the best damn production of her life. She grabbed a red marker. Under brand pillar number 2, she scribbled a new note in all caps. Action item, the look. We need to practice eye contact. Prolonged. Significant. The kind that makes people uncomfortable in a good way. I need to be able to look at him and not laugh. She capped the marker with a definitive snap. She was the creative director of Page Turner Parcels. She could sell anything. She could sell a mystery, she could sell a fantasy, and she could absolutely sell the idea that she was head over heels for her best friend. Now she just had to convince her heart to stick to the script.
Chapter 8. Maxwell lived his life by the comforting rigidity of the grid. Rows and columns. Assets and liabilities. Supply and demand. In the realm of logistics, X always led to Y, and if it didn't, you simply traced the error back to the cell where the formula broke. Love, particularly this sudden synthetic version of it, had no formula. It was a variable that refused to stay in its cell. He was currently staring at a blinking cursor on his dual-monitor setup in the perch, his glass-walled office that offered a panoramic view of the chaotic hub of page-turner parcels. On the left screen, the inventory manifest for the Valentine's rush, a soothing waterfall of numbers. On the right screen, a PDF that looked like a ransom note from Cupid. Subject: Urgent, Press Kit, Founder Couple Spotlight. From Leckler Marketing Team. Maxwell rubbed a hand over his face, feeling the tension radiating from the base of his skull. The subject line might as well have read, Subject: Please perjure yourself for profit. The glass door to his office slid open with a rattle. He didn't need to look up to know who it was. The sudden shift in air pressure, the faint scent of vanilla and old library books, and the kinetic energy that seemed to vibrate the floorboards, announced Thea Bellamy before she even spoke. Have you seen it? Thea asked, dropping into the guest chair. She was draped in a jewel-toned cardigan that looked like it had lost a fight with a knitting needle but still won the war for style. The Inquisition. The interrogation. The Leckler loyalty test. Maxwell adjusted his watch, a reflex he used to buy time. I assume you mean the questionnaire for the press kit. It's 3 pages long, Max, Thea groaned, sliding down in the chair until she was nearly horizontal. She waved a printed copy of the document in the air. They want to know our love language. They want to know our song. I don't even know my song. Is it Dancing Queen? It's probably Dancing Queen. But is that a romantic song? Or just a song about a 17-year-old having a good time? Thea. And look at question 5, she continued, ignoring him, hauling herself upright to point a pen at him accusingly. Describe the moment you knew. Knew what? That we were doomed. That we were committing fraud on an international literary scale. Maxwell turned his chair to face her, laced his fingers together, and rested them on his abdomen. It asks, describe the moment you knew they were the one. Thea stared at him, her hazel eyes wide and filled with a frantic kind of sparkle. Exactly. How are we supposed to answer that? We can't just say, well, Genevieve trapped us on a Zoom call and we were too scared to correct her. That's less the Notebook and more the talented Mr. Ripley. We treat it like any other creative brief, Maxwell said, his voice measured, though his heart was doing a traitorous double-time rhythm against his ribs. We identify the client's expectations, we draft a narrative that fits the brand, and we execute. Romance isn't a supply chain, Max. You can't just ship it. We literally ship romance in boxes for a living, Thea. She paused, blinking. Okay, fair point. But this is personal branding. This is us. She looked down at the paper. We have to make this believable. If Genevieve sniffs out a lie, the deal is dead. And if the deal is dead, we lose the warehouse expansion, Maxwell finished. And the traction we've gained in the romance market evaporates. Right. Thea sat up straighter, pulling a pen from the messy bun on top of her head. A few strands of honey blonde hair fell loose, framing her face. Maxwell had to physically restrain his hand from reaching out to tuck them back. Okay. Let's do this. Let's fictionalize the hell out of our lives. Maxwell pulled his keyboard closer. Question 1. How long have you been together? Thea chewed on the end of her pen. Well, we can't say 2 weeks. That looks flighty. Genevieve is all about enduring connections. 3 years, Maxwell said. The answer came out too quickly. Thea looked at him, eyebrows raised. 3 years. That's a long time to hide a relationship, Max. It tracks with the timeline, he said, turning back to the screen to hide the heat rising in his neck. We founded the company 3 years ago. We can say the partnership was professional at first, but the late nights and shared vision evolved. Thea nodded slowly, a small smile playing on her lips. The fourth floor founding. We were huddled in that dusty storage room, hopped up on vending machine coffee and ambition. And half a panic attack, Maxwell added. It wasn't panic, it was creative adrenaline. She leaned forward, elbows on his pristine desk. So the narrative is, we fell in love while building the dream. That's good. That's very sticky. It sells the partners in life and love angle Genevieve is obsessed with. Maxwell typed, we realized our connection ran deeper than business during the foundational months of Page-Turner Parcels. Building something from nothing requires a level of trust that naturally blossomed into affection. Dry, Thea critiqued, reading over his shoulder. The warmth of her breath ghosted against his ear, and Maxwell's fingers froze on the keys. Add spark or undeniable pull or something. Maxwell deleted blossomed into affection, and typed sparked an undeniable connection. Better, she said. Next. Who made the first move? Maxwell cleared his throat. Statistically, in these narratives, it is usually the more assertive partner. So me, Thea said with a grin. Obviously. You would have analyzed the risk-to-reward ratio of a kiss for 6 months before making a move. Maxwell looked at her. Try 6 years, he thought. And the risk is total devastation. Actually, Maxwell said aloud, surprising himself. I think it should be me. Thea blinked. You? Really? It subverts expectations, he reasoned, leaning into the logic to cover the emotion. The pragmatic operations manager, engaging in a moment of uncharacteristic impulsiveness. It suggests passion overriding logic. Leckler loves that. Thea looked at him, her expression softening. Passion overriding logic. Look at you, speaking the language of the romantics. Okay. Set the scene. Where did you make this move, Maxwell? Maxwell looked at the blinking cursor. He didn't have to invent this. He had lived this moment in his head 1,000 times. He had almost lived it in reality, in a quiet corner 3 New Year's Eves ago, before he'd pulled back, terrified of ruining the best friendship he'd ever had. The kettle and quill, he said. Late night. Rainstorm. We were going over the first prototype boxes. Thea's eyes lit up. She loved the setting. Ooh, good atmosphere. And we were arguing about the crinkle-cut paper, Maxwell said. You wanted the expensive artisan shred. I wanted the recycled bulk. Thea laughed, a bright, clear sound that seemed to shatter the sterile air of his office. I remember that. I won, by the way. You compromised, he corrected. But in this version, we stopped arguing. I realized that the paper didn't matter. I realized that your passion for the perfect unboxing experience was the most. He stopped. He was drifting too close to the truth. I realized I just wanted to make you happy. So I kissed you. The room went quiet. The hum of the computer fan seemed impossibly loud. Thea was staring at him, her mouth slightly open. Good. Maxwell asked, his voice tight. Yeah, Thea breathed. That's really good. Passion, overriding logic. Write that down. He typed it out, his fingers stiff. He felt like he was walking a tightrope over a canyon, and the wind was picking up. Okay, Thea said, her voice a little breathy. She cleared her throat and pointed to the next question. This is the big one. The spotlight question. What do you admire most about your partner? She sat back in her chair, tucking one leg under her. This needs to be juicy. It needs to be the pull quote on the website. You go first, Maxwell said. He needed a minute to recalibrate his shields. Okay. Easy. She grabbed the keyboard from him, pulling it to her side of the desk. Her fingers flew across the keys. She typed with the same chaotic energy she brought to everything, fast, loud, and confident. Maxwell watched the words appear on the screen. Maxwell is the anchor to my balloon. Without him, I'd just float away into the stratosphere and probably get sucked into a jet engine. He grounds me. He takes my wildest, messiest ideas and builds a staircase under them, so I can actually reach them. He makes me feel safe enough to dream big, because I know he'll never let me fall. She stopped typing and looked at it. Too cheesy. The balloon metaphor is a little played out. Maxwell stared at the screen. He makes me feel safe. It was the highest compliment she could have given him. It was also the most devastating friend zoning he could imagine. Anchors didn't get the girl. Anchors stayed in the mud so the ship didn't drift. It's perfect, he said, his voice rough. It's honest. Genevieve likes authenticity. Your turn. She slid the keyboard back to him. And don't say her organizational skills, because we both know my filing system is piles of good intentions. Maxwell looked at her. The afternoon sun was cutting through the glass walls, illuminating the dust motes dancing around her. There was an ink smudge on her cheekbone. She was wearing mismatched earrings, one a tiny book, the other a quill. She was chaotic. She was frustrating. She left half-empty coffee cups on every surface she touched. And she was the only technicolor thing in his monochrome world. He looked at the question, what do you admire most about your partner? The logical part of his brain, the part that ran the spreadsheets, the part that folded napkins into wallets, screamed at him to write something safe. Her creativity. Her drive. Her ability to spot trends. But looking at her, waiting expectantly with that trusting smile, the logic short-circuited. If he had to lie to the world, he reasoned, he could at least hide the truth in plain sight. He could hand her his heart, disguised as marketing copy. He began to type. Thea sees the world differently than the rest of us. Where most people see a problem, she sees a plot twist. Where I see a gray sidewalk, she sees a potential setting for a meet-cute. He paused. Thea was watching the screen intently. It isn't just that she is creative. It's that her joy is contagious. She has this relentless, stubborn optimism that refuses to be crushed by the mundane realities of business. She reminds me that life isn't just about the bottom line. It's about the story you're telling. His fingers hovered over the keys. He could stop there. That was safe. That was professional. He kept typing. I admire her courage. She wears her heart on the outside, fragile and open, and she isn't afraid to let it get bruised if it means feeling something real. Being around her is like stepping out of a dark room into sunlight. You don't realize how colorless your world was until she shows you what you were missing. He stopped. The silence in the office was heavy, thick with the hum of the HVAC system and the thudding of his own pulse in his ears. He didn't look at her. He couldn't. He stared at the cursor, blinking at the end of the sentence. What you were missing. Max, Thea said softly. He braced himself. He prepared his deflection. It's a bit much, right? I was trying to channel the romance novel vibe. That is beautiful, she said. Her voice lacked its usual bounce. It sounded wistful. You make me sound magical. It's marketing, he said, finally turning to look at her. He forced a dry smile, though his facial muscles felt rigid. We're selling the dream, remember? The dreamer and the pragmatist. I successfully identified your unique selling proposition. Thea studied his face. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if she were trying to solve a puzzle that was missing a corner piece. Right. Marketing. Unique selling proposition. She looked back at the screen, reading his words again. You're really good at this, Max. I mean scarily good. Stepping out of a dark room. Who knew you had a poet's soul, buried under all those woolen Henleys? I read the books, Thea, he said, leaning back in his chair and reclaiming his physical distance. I don't just know the skus. I have to absorb some of this by osmosis. Well, she stood up, brushing imaginary lint from her cardigan. She seemed a little unmoored, her movements less sharp than usual. I think we nailed it. Genevieve is going to read this and weep into her silk caftan. We are the perfect couple. On paper, Maxwell corrected. Right. On paper. She lingered at the door, her hand on the glass handle. She looked back at him, and for a second the mask of the banter-happy business partner slipped. She looked searching, uncertain. "Hey Max." "Yes?" "Do I really make you see color?" Maxwell felt his chest tighten. This was the precipice. One step forward and he falls. One step back and he's safe. "Ideally," he said, retreating behind the safety of sarcasm, "you make me see green. As in profit margins. Now go. I have to finish the projected shipping costs for the launch." Thea laughed, the tension breaking. "Right. Go make friends with your spreadsheets, you robot. Thanks for the creative writing session." She slid the door open and stepped out into the bustling office. Maxwell watched her go. He watched her stop at the desk of their junior packer, laughing at something, gesturing wildly. He watched the way the office lights caught the gold in her hair. Slowly, deliberately, he turned back to the screen. He didn't delete a word. He saved the file, Leckler_founder_spotlight_final.pdf. He sat there for a long moment, the cursor blinking like a heartbeat. He felt a cold sweat prickling the back of his neck, the terrifying realization of just how much ammunition he had just handed her. If she ever figured it out, if she ever realized that his creative writing was just a transcript of his soul, things would get messy. But beneath the fear, there was something else. A small, secret warmth in the center of his chest. He had told her. She didn't know he had told her, and she might never know. But for the first time in 3 years, the truth wasn't locked inside him. It was saved on a server, bold and black on white. It was real. Maxwell opened his inventory spreadsheet, dragging it back over the heartfelt confession until the numbers covered the words. "Back to work," he whispered to the empty room. But he knew, with a sinking, soaring certainty, that the spreadsheet wasn't going to be enough to distract him today.
Chapter 9. The cursor on Thea's screen blinked with an accusing rhythm, tapping out a silent countdown to a disaster she was currently directing. She scrolled up and down, then up again. Specifically, she was staring at the PDF of the Founder Couple Spotlight questionnaire Maxwell had saved earlier that afternoon. The words were there, beautiful, lyrical, sickeningly romantic words about stepping out of dark rooms and seeing color, but the reality was sitting 30 feet away in a glass-walled office, frowning at a pivot table. Thea spun her chair around, causing a small avalanche of crinkle-cut packing paper to slide off her desk. She ignored it. The problem wasn't the script. The script, thanks to Maxwell's inexplicable hidden talent for Cyrano de Bergerac-ing himself, was Oscar-worthy. The problem was the cast. "We have 0 heat," she whispered to the empty nook. "We are negative Kelvin. We are room temperature oatmeal." She thought back to their romantic lunch at the Kettle and Quill the other day. It had been painful. A theatrical production, performed by 2 understudies who hadn't read the play. When Maxwell had tried to put his arm around her chair, he'd looked like he was attempting to deactivate a bomb without cutting the red wire. He had hovered. He had hovered for 3 solid seconds before descending with the grim determination of a man facing a firing squad. And the way she'd responded? She had stiffened like a startled cat. She'd practically segmented her own spine. Genevieve Leckler was the high priestess of authenticity. She could spot a polyester blend from across a crowded room. She would absolutely spot a fake relationship that had the structural integrity of a damp paper towel. If they showed up to the Valentine's launch party radiating this kind of "don't touch me" energy, the deal wouldn't just be dead, it would be autopsied. Thea stood up. Pacing helped. Pacing was part of the process. "Okay," she muttered, stepping over a box of artisan lavender sachets. "What's the missing ingredient? Atmosphere? No. Backstory? We have too much backstory. Physicality? Yes, but why?" She stopped in front of her mood board for the Leckler box. It was a collage of rich textures, deep reds, soft lighting, and promises of intimacy. It was effortless. Then she looked through the glass wall at Maxwell. He was calm, still, and utterly composed. He was safe. Her best friend. The one who had cataloged her caffeine requirements, and her nonsensical panic about moths. That safety was the problem. They were in the friend zone, not stuck there, but comfortably retired there with a 401k and a condo. To sell this lie, they needed to manufacture a spark, and sparks didn't happen in safe environments. Sparks happened when you struck flint against steel. An idea, sharp and terrifying, bloomed in her chest. It was the kind of idea that usually resulted in Maxwell pinching the bridge of his nose and sighing, "Thea, no." "Thea, yes," she corrected herself. She didn't give herself time to overthink the logistics, a bad habit Maxwell was always threatening to train out of her. She marched out of the nook, her heels clicking a decisive rhythm on the polished concrete floor, and headed straight for the perch. Maxwell didn't look up when she slid his door open. "If this is about the font on the packing slip, I've already told you, Garamond uses 12% less ink than the curly one you like. This isn't about fonts, Max. It's about R&D. He finally looked up, his blue eyes guarded behind his monitor. He had that look he always got when she had a concept, a mix of affection and rigorous damage control. "Research and development? On the Leckler box?" "No," Thea said, pulling the visitor chair around the desk so she was sitting unnervingly close to him. She planted her elbows on his pristine mahogany desktop. "On us." Maxwell slowly took his hands off his keyboard. He looked at her elbows, then at her face. "Us." "The product," Thea clarified, gesturing between them. "The Bellamy Vance romantic partnership. Currently, the product is defective. I reviewed the beta test footage from lunch, and the user experience was abysmal." Maxwell leaned back, the leather of his chair creaking. "I thought we agreed the lunch was acceptable." "Acceptable? Max, you petted my shoulder like I was a golden retriever you weren't sure was house-trained. And I looked like I was trying to dissolve into the upholstery." She dropped her chin into her hands. "It's the chemistry. We don't have any. The narrative verisimilitude is non-existent." A muscle feathered in his jaw. "We are friends, Thea. We have friendship chemistry. We can't just conjure romance out of thin air." "Exactly. We can't conjure it here." She waved a hand at the fluorescent lights, the filing cabinets, the hum of the server stack in the corner. "This environment is sterile. It kills the vibe. We are trying to rehearse a romance in a laboratory." Maxwell looked wary. "Where are you going with this?" "Fieldwork," she said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "We need a dress rehearsal. A full simulation. No cutting corners, no half measures." She took a breath. "We need to go on a date. A real one." Maxwell stared at her. For a long moment, the only sound was the ticking of the classic analog clock on his wall. His expression didn't change, but his stillness intensified, like an animal freezing in tall grass. "A date," he repeated flatly. "You want us to go on a date? To practice?" "Yes. A practice date. Think of it like a stress test for a bridge," Thea said, latching onto a metaphor she thought would appeal to his inner engineer. "We need to put the structure under a load to see where the cracks are before the public opening. If we wait until the launch party to try holding hands for more than 3 seconds, the bridge collapses, we fall into the river, and Genevieve Leckler tweets about our drowning." Maxwell picked up a pen, turned it over in his long fingers, and set it down again. He was avoiding her eyes. "And what does this simulation entail, exactly? Dinner? A movie?" Awkward silence. "No movies. You can't talk in movies. And dinner in the Kettle and Quill doesn't count. The only mood lighting in the break room is the microwave clock. We need a variable we can't control. We need ambiance." She pulled her phone out of her cardigan pocket. She had been doing some rapid research during the walk from her desk to his. "I'm thinking dinner. Tonight. Somewhere we would never go. Somewhere dark, expensive, and suffocatingly romantic." Maxwell crossed his arms. "Thea, it's Monday. We have the quarterly inventory review tomorrow morning. Inventory can wait. Our romantic credibility is on the line. She tapped her screen. I found a place. It's called Sable and Rose. The reaction was immediate. Maxwell actually flinched. His eyes snapped to hers, wide and alarmed. Sable and Rosé? Absolutely not. Thea blinked, surprised by the vehemence. Why? Have you been there? A sudden, weird prickle of jealousy heated her neck. Had he taken someone there? Is there a conflict of interest? An ex-girlfriend who works the coat check? No, Maxwell said quickly. Too quickly. He cleared his throat, adjusting his watch band. I just know of it. It's aggressive. It's not just a restaurant, Thea. It's a sensory deprivation tank designed to force people to propose. The tables are the size of postage stamps. They have a designated candle sommelier. It's ludicrous. Perfect, Thea beamed, slamming her hand on the desk. It's the deep end. If we can survive 2 hours at Sable and Rose without cracking up, blushing to death, or looking like siblings forced to share a seat on the bus, we can survive anything. It's also impossible to get a reservation, Maxwell countered, grasping for a logistical lifeline. There's a 3-month waiting list. Normally, yes, Thea said, her thumb hovering over the dial button. But I realized something. We aren't just Thea and Max anymore. We are Thea and Max of Page-Turner Parcels, the darlings of the literary world, the authentic lovebirds partnering with Genevieve Leckler. She grinned, a wicked adventurous spark lighting up her hazel eyes. I'm going to pull the success card. Watch and learn. Before Maxwell could protest, and he looked like he was winding up for a filibuster, she hit the call button and put it on speaker. The phone rang twice. A voice that sounded like it was made of velvet and old money answered. Sable and Rose, good afternoon. Hi, Thea said, pitching her voice lower, smoothing out the frantic energy. She sounded confident, breezy. This is Thea Bellamy. I'm calling on behalf of myself and my partner, Maxwell Vance. We're working on a high-profile collaboration with Genevieve Leckler, and we've had such a long week, we were hoping to sneak in for a quiet dinner tonight. Maxwell was staring at the phone with a look of pure horror. He was mouthing the word stop. Miss Bellamy, the maitre d' said, the tone shifting from polite to obsequious. Of course. We're big fans of your work here. Let me check our cancellations. A pause, filled with the sound of expensive keys clacking. We have a booth available in the Red Room, at 8 o'clock. Would that suit? Thea shot a triumphant look at Maxwell. That sounds lovely. Thank you. And is there a special occasion we should be aware of? The voice asked silkily. Thea paused. Her eyes locked with Maxwell's. He looked pale. He looked like a man watching a train derailment from the inside of the dining car. Just celebrating us, Thea said, the lie tasting strangely sweet and tart on her tongue. It's sort of a milestone. Wonderful. We'll see you at 8, Ms. Bellamy. The line went dead. The silence that followed was heavy. The air in Maxwell's office felt charged, static electricity clinging to the surfaces. We are going to the Red Room, Maxwell said. His voice was hollow. Do you know what the Red Room is, Thea? Red, she guessed. It's the section with the high-backed velvet booths, he said, rubbing his temples. The acoustics are designed so you can't hear anyone else in the restaurant. It's intimate confinement. Great. No distractions. Thea stood up, her knees feeling a little wobbly now that the adrenaline of the pitch was fading. The reality of what she'd done was starting to settle, a cold, nervous weight in her stomach. She was going to dinner with Maxwell. Not grabbing tacos while reviewing spreadsheets. Getting dressed up. Going to a place with a candle sommelier. You should wear the blue suit, she said, filling the silence with practicalities because the alternative was analyzing why her heart was beating like a hummingbird wing. The navy one. It photographs well. Maxwell looked at her, his expression unreadable. The panic she'd seen a moment ago had generated a new layer of shielding. He was back to being the pragmatist. "I'll pick you up at 7:30, he said. "If we're doing this, we're doing it efficiently. It makes no sense to take 2 cars to the same location." "Right. Logistics. Efficiency." Thea nodded, backing toward the door. 7:30. Dress rehearsal. Strict rules. We stay in character from the moment we get in the car until we get home. "In character," Maxwell echoed. "I'll see you then." She closed the door and leaned against the glass for a second, taking a deep breath. It was just a drill. It was quality control. It was work. So why did it feel like she had just agreed to jump out of a plane without checking her parachute? Thea pushed off the glass and walked back to her nook. She needed to find an outfit. Something that said passionate co-founder in love, but also I am definitely acting, and this is not real. She sat down at her desk, but instead of opening her email, she opened a new browser tab. She typed sable and rose interior into the search bar. Images flooded the screen. Candlelight. Dark wood. Crimson velvet booths that looked more like beds than seats. It wasn't just romantic, it was predatory. It was a place designed to strip away defenses. "Oh," she whispered. A tiny traitorous thought uncurled in the back of her mind. A thought she usually squashed under layers of fiction and busywork. What if he looks at me like he did in the questionnaire? What if just for tonight the colors are real? She slammed her laptop shut. "Performance anxiety," she said aloud, the words bouncing off the walls of her creative sanctuary. "That's all it is. Stage fright." She grabbed a stray bottle of First Kiss prototype scent from her desk, vanilla, amber, and a hint of ozone, and sniffed it aggressively, trying to ground herself. 7:30. She had 4 hours to memorize her lines, figure out what to wear to a fake date that felt dangerously real, and convince her nervous system that she wasn't actually terrified of being alone in the dark with Maxwell. She was absolutely terrified. And God help her, she couldn't wait.
Chapter 10. Maxwell checked his watch. 7:28 in the evening. He was precisely 2 minutes early, which, in the lexicon of Maxwell, was effectively late. He sat in his parked car outside Thea's apartment building, the engine idling with a low, steady hum that did nothing to drown out the thudding of his own heart. The steering wheel grip was cool under his palms, but his hands felt hot. He was wearing the navy suit. The one Thea had requested. He had spent 20 minutes earlier that evening staring at himself in the mirror, adjusting the knot of his tie, trying to find the familiar pragmatic operations manager in the reflection. Instead, he'd seen a man preparing for a tactical error of catastrophic proportions. This was a drill. That was the narrative. A standard quality assurance test for the Genevieve Leckler launch. But looking at the passenger seat, empty, waiting, Maxwell knew that was a lie. He wasn't afraid they would fail the test. He was terrified they would pass. The front door of the building opened. Maxwell's breath hitched, a traitorous, involuntary reaction he couldn't suppress. Thea stepped out into the crisp, February evening. She wasn't wearing the oversized cardigans or the practical ankle boots she wore to the warehouse. She was wearing a dress the color of vintage emerald glass, something silky that caught the street lamp light and flowed around her as she moved. Her hair wasn't in the usual pencil-stabbed bun, it was loose, falling in soft honey-gold waves around her shoulders. She looked chaotic and elegant, and entirely, devastatingly beautiful. He watched her navigate the 3 steps to the sidewalk, her movements possessing that signature Thea Bellamy blend of grace and near disaster, as her heel caught slightly on a crack. She recovered instantly, smoothing the dress, and looked toward his car. Maxwell forced his lungs to retain oxygen. He unlocked the doors. When she slid into the passenger seat, the air in the car changed density. It became heavier, scented with something floral and warm, jasmine maybe, or that vanilla thing she wore when she felt confident. "You're early," she said, her voice unnervingly breathless. "I'm on schedule," Maxwell corrected automatically, though his voice sounded deeper than usual. He put the car in gear, his eyes strictly on the road, because looking at her felt like looking directly at the sun. Traffic on the bridge is unpredictable on Fridays. Right. Variables. Thea shifted in her seat, the fabric of her dress rustling softly. I have the agenda. I made flashcards. Maxwell merged into traffic, risking a glance. She was clutching a small stack of index cards like a shield. Flashcards, he repeated flatly. For a date. For a fake date context simulation, she corrected, tapping the cards against her knee. We need to nail the backstory. The timelines. The why us factor. If Genevieve asks about our first date, and I say coffee and you say a wrestling match, the deal implodes. I would never say wrestling match, Maxwell said. I would say we were reviewing quarterly inventory. Exactly. That is the problem. That is the antithesis of romance, Max. That is an anti-love story. It's the truth. Which is why we are lying. She took a deep breath. Tonight is about chemistry calibration. We need to find the frequency where we stop sounding like business partners and start sounding like, well, soulmates. Maxwell tightened his grip on the wheel. Soulmates. The word hung in the cabin, expanding until it filled all the available space. Sable and Rose, he said, changing the subject before he did something reckless like agree with her. You chose the venue. It had 5 stars for romantic ambiance on Yelp, Thea said defensively. And the reviews said the lighting is very forgiving. Forgiving of what? Of bad acting. Maxwell navigated the city streets, the passing lights strobing over the dashboard. He didn't tell her that no amount of lighting could hide the way he felt. The problem wasn't that he couldn't act like he loved her. The problem was that he had spent 4 years acting like he didn't, and tonight, the director was calling for a different script. Sable and Rose was not a restaurant, it was a sensory deprivation tank designed for seduction. The interior was impossibly dark, lit almost exclusively by beeswax candles that flickered on every table. The air smelled of expensive wine, melted wax, and unspoken desires. It was quiet, a hushed sanctuary where conversations were murmured against the backdrop of clinking silverware. The maitre d', a man with posture so perfect he looked like he'd been starched, led them to the back. They passed tables of couples leaning over white tablecloths, hands clasped, eyes locked. The Red Room, the maitre d' murmured, sweeping a hand toward a secluded alcove. Maxwell felt a muscle jump in his jaw. The Red Room consisted of high-backed crimson velvet booths that curved around the tables like protective shells. It was intimate confinement, just as he had feared. They slid into the booth. The seating arrangement forced proximity. The table was small, a circle of white linen barely large enough for 2 plates, forcing their knees to ghost against each other beneath it. Cozy, Thea squeaked. Structural intimacy, Maxwell observed, removing his napkin and placing it in his lap to give his hands something to do. It forces the occupants to lean in, creating a psychological sense of conspiracy. Thea stared at him. You're analyzing the seating architecture. It's a distraction technique. Are you distracted? Maxwell looked up. In the candlelight, her eyes were huge, flecked with gold. The shadows played across her collarbone. The scent of her perfume was stronger here, enclosed by the velvet walls. Yes, he said honestly. Flashcards. Go. Thea blinked, seemingly caught off guard by his admission. She scrambled for her purse, retrieving the index cards. She fanned them out, her fingers trembling slightly. The ink smudge was there on her thumb, a comforting imperfect detail in this perfect room. Okay. Card 1. The meet cute. She cleared her throat. We've settled on the elevator story, right? We got stuck in the freight elevator at the old office for 2 hours. We bonded over a shared bag of pretzels and a fear of small spaces. Maxwell frowned. We did get stuck in the elevator. But it was 10 minutes, and you had a panic attack about the unboxing deadline. Creative license, Max. In the new version, you were heroic. You distracted me with funny stories. I don't tell funny stories. You do, she said. She looked down at the card. You have a very dry, specific humor. It's grounding. In the story, you made me laugh until I forgot we were stuck. Maxwell watched her. Is that how you remember it? It's the story, she evaded, looking back at the card. Anyway. Next. The first move. Who made it? Statistically, it should be you, Maxwell said. You're the risk taker. I'm the contingency planner. True. But maybe. She chewed her lip, a habit that usually meant she was brainstorming a plot twist. Maybe in this version, you surprised me. Maybe the quiet, steady guy finally got tired of waiting and just went for it. The air in the booth thinned. Maxwell felt the pulse in his wrist against the edge of the table. Does that sound plausible? He asked quietly. The steady guy, breaking character. Thea looked up from the cards. The candlelight reflected in her eyes, two tiny dancing flames. I think unexpected plot twists are the best kind. It shows character growth. A waiter materialized out of the gloom, a shadow with a wine list. He moved with the stealth of a cat burglar. Good evening, he whispered. A bottle of the Pinot Noir, for the anniversary couple. Thea jumped. Maxwell didn't flinch. He nodded. Please. When the waiter vanished, Thea let out a breath. He thinks it's real. We're in the red room, Maxwell said. He's conditioned to think it's real. We must be doing okay then. She put the cards down. Okay. The hard one. What do you love most about him, huh? She picked up her wine glass, which was empty, realized it, and set it back down. This is the one from the questionnaire. We need to be able to say it while looking each other in the eye. No reading. Maxwell rested his forearms on the table. The space between them was charged, a magnetic field humming with 4 years of suppressed data. You go first, he said. Thea straightened her posture. She looked at his tie, then his chin, and finally, bravely, his eyes. I love that Maxwell is safe, she began, reciting the lines they drafted. I love that he holds the string to my balloon. When I'm floating away with 1,000 ideas, he's the one who keeps me tethered to the ground before I drift off into the stratosphere. She paused. That was the line, right? Drift off into the stratosphere. That was the line, Maxwell confirmed. It was a good line. It was true. It was also safe. Your turn, she whispered. Maxwell looked at her. He thought about the script. He thought about the napkin in his wallet. He thought about the way she looked in the warehouse at 2 a.m., exhausted and manic and brilliant, holding a roll of bubble wrap like a scepter. The script evaporated. I love, Maxwell started, his voice low and rough, that you see the world in full color when I only see it in grid lines. Thea's breath hitched. That wasn't on the card. I love, he continued, unable to stop the momentum now that the dam had cracked, that you care so much it physically exhausts you. I love that you name the inventory. I love that you think a box of books can change a bad day into a good life. He leaned in slightly, drawn by the gravity of her. I don't just love that you're the kite, Thea. I love that you make me want to look up. I spent my whole life looking at the ground, making sure the path was clear. You make me look at the sky. The silence that followed was absolute. The clinking of silverware from the outer room faded into white noise. Thea stared at him, her lips slightly parted. The flush on her cheeks wasn't from the wine they hadn't started drinking yet. That? Her voice was a thread. That is really good, Max. You're really selling it. Am I? He asked. Genevieve will definitely buy that, she said, but she sounded dazed. She reached for her water glass and took a sip, her hand shaking just enough to make the ice cubes chime against the glass. It sounded very real. The best lies always contain an element of truth, Maxwell said, retreating behind a wall of philosophy because the vulnerability was starting to burn his skin. The waiter returned, pouring the wine with ceremonial reverence. The chef has prepared the tasting menu for tonight, he murmured. Starting with a scallop crudo. The interruption broke the spell, but only physically. The tension remained, coiled in the center of the table like a waiting snake. They ate. Or rather, they moved food around their plates. The conversation faltered, starting and stopping. The flashcards lay forgotten near the salt shaker. They didn't talk about work. They didn't talk about the Leckler launch. Maxwell found himself asking her about the book she was reading. Not for the business, but for her. He watched her animate as she described the plot, her hands moving in quick, graceful arcs, nearly knocking over the candle. He caught the wineglass before her sleeve could clip it, his reflexes sharp. "Nice save," she laughed. "Reflex," he said. "You're always saving me," she said softly, the laughter fading into a gentle smile that hit him in the chest like a physical blow. "From elevators. From bad contracts. From gravity. It's my job description." "Is it?" She looked at him, searching his face. "Just the job." Maxwell looked at her. The platonic firewall, that sturdy mental construct he'd built after New Year's Eve 4 years ago, was trembling. He could feel the heat melting the mortar. "Thea," he said. "Yes?" "Tell me about the New Year's party," he said. The words came out before he could audit them. Thea froze. The non-kiss. "Is that what you call it?" "In my head. Yes." She traced the rim of her wineglass. "Why are we bringing that up?" "It's ancient history. Pre-company." "Because," Maxwell said, "if we're constructing a history of us for the public, we need to know where the diverging lines are." Ideally, he would stop talking. Logically, this was high-risk behavior. But the candlelight and the Pinot Noir and the green dress were making him reckless. "What happened that night, from your perspective?" Thea looked down at her plate. "We were tipsy. We were frustrated with our internships. We hid in a corner. You looked handsome. But you always look handsome in a don't-touch-the-art kind of way." Maxwell's eyebrows went up. "Don't touch the art?" "You're very untouchable, Max. Perfect posture. Perfect systems. I thought." She hesitated. "I thought, for a second, you were going to kiss me. And I wanted you to." Maxwell's hand stilled on the stem of his glass. "But then," she continued, a sad little smile playing on her lips, "you made a joke. You checked your watch. You pivoted. And I realized I had misread the signal. I realized you were my friend, and I was about to ruin the best friendship I'd ever had with my messy, chaotic feelings. So I filed it away." Maxwell felt a sensation akin to freefall. She had wanted him to. 4 years. 4 years of spreadsheets and shipments and polite distances, built on the assumption that he had saved them from an awkward mistake. But he hadn't saved them. He had just delayed the inevitable. "I didn't check my watch because I was bored," Maxwell said. His voice was very quiet. Thea looked up. "What?" "I checked my watch," Maxwell said, "because I wanted to know the exact time when I realized I was in trouble." Thea's eyes widened. She sat very still. The air between them crackled, electric and heavy. This wasn't the script. This wasn't the fake date. This was the third act complication, happening in the middle of Act 2. "Max," she breathed. The waiter arrived with the check. The timing was comedic, tragic, and abrupt. The leather folder landed on the table with a soft thud, shattering the moment. Maxwell blinked, the spell breaking. He reached for his wallet, the wallet containing the rules of engagement napkin, and pulled out his card. He handed it to the waiter, without looking at the bill. "We should go," he said, his voice sounding rough to his own ears. "It's late." "Right," Thea said, her voice high and tight. "Logistics." She started gathering her purse and the forgotten flashcards. Her movements were jerky, flustered. She looked like she wanted to bolt. Maxwell stood up. He felt unmoored, adrift in a sea of adrenaline. He looked down at the table. There, in a slender crystal vase, stood the single dark red rose. The signature of Sable and Rose. A cliché. A prop. Maxwell didn't think. He didn't calculate. He reached out and pulled the rose from the vase. The water dripped from the stem, catching the candlelight. It was a perfect, velvety red. "Thea," he said. She was already halfway out of the booth, but she turned back. "Yeah." He held the rose out to her. It wasn't a playful gesture. It wasn't theatrical. It was a compulsion. "For the performance," he said. The words were a lie, and they both knew it. Thea looked at the rose, then at his face. Her expression was open, stunned, vulnerable. She reached out. Her hand closed around the stem just below his. She didn't take it. He didn't let go. Their fingers brushed. The contact was slight, the pad of her thumb grazing against his, the warmth of her knuckles, but the effect was seismic. The world narrowed to that 2 inches of contact. The hum of the restaurant vanished. The waiter, the bill, the Genevieve Leckler deal, it all dissolved. Maxwell looked at her hand, watching the faint ink smudge on her index finger, then trailed his gaze up her arm over the green silk to her face. Thea was looking at him. Not through him, not past him, but at him. Her hazel eyes were wide, dark pupils swallowing the gold. Her breath was coming in shallow shudders. She didn't pull away. She stood there, frozen, holding the other end of the rose, tethered to him by a flower stem and a terrifying amount of hope. Maxwell felt a sudden, fierce urge to pull her closer. To step across the invisible line of the platonic firewall and burn it to the ground. He wanted to kiss her until they both forgot the script. He wanted to rewrite every non-kiss of the last 4 years. He tightened his fingers on the stem, just for a fraction of a second, testing the tension. Thea's lips parted. She took a tiny half-step toward him. "Here is your receipt, sir." The waiter's voice came from right beside Maxwell's elbow. They sprang apart, as if the rose had turned into a live wire. Thea stumbled back, clutching the flower to her chest. Maxwell spun toward the waiter, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. "Thank you," Maxwell said. He sounded breathless. He snatched the receipt, signed it with a scribble that looked nothing like his signature, and shoved the pen back. "Have a wonderful evening," the waiter said, oblivious or extremely well-trained. Maxwell turned back to Thea. She was standing by the booth, holding the rose like it was fragile, dangerous cargo. Her face was flushed deep pink. "Ready?" he asked. The single word felt inadequate. "Yep," she squeaked. "Ready to execute the exit strategy." They walked out of the restaurant in silence. The air outside was cold, shocking after the hothouse warmth of the red room. They got into the car. Maxwell started the engine. He didn't look at her. He couldn't. If he looked at her now, holding that rose, vibrating with the same shocked energy he felt, he would drive them somewhere that wasn't her apartment. The drive back was excruciating. It was a silence filled with things shouting to be said. When he pulled up to her curb, he put the car in park, but left the engine running. "Well," Thea said. She didn't open the door. She was twirling the rose between her fingers. That was thorough. "We covered the key points," Maxwell said, staring at the odometer. "We did." She hesitated. "Good practice." "Yes." "Max?" He turned his head. She was looking at him with a mixture of confusion and a strange, dawning wonder. "You're really good at this," she whispered. "The fake dating thing." Maxwell looked at her lips, then up to her eyes. "I'm a quick study." "Right." She nodded, a jerky motion. "I should go. Archive the data." "Good night, Thea." "Good night, Max." She opened the door and scrambled out, the green dress swirling. She hurried up the steps, the red rose clutched in her hand like a torch. She fumbled with her keys, got the door open, and slipped inside without looking back. Maxwell watched the door close. He waited until the light in her second-floor window flickered on. Only then did he exhale, a long, shaky breath that seemed to empty his lungs completely. He leaned his forehead against the steering wheel. He was in trouble. He was in so much trouble. He had broken the rules. He had bridged the gap. And for a few glorious, terrifying seconds in that booth, he was almost certain she had wanted him to cross. Maxwell Vance, the man of contingencies, had absolutely no plan for this. He put the car in drive and pulled away from the curb, his heart beating a frantic, hopeful rhythm against his ribs. The fake date was over. The real problem had just begun.
Chapter 11. The single red rose on the nightstand was screaming at her. It wasn't a literal scream, of course, that would belong in the horror section, 2 aisles over from where Thea preferred to live her life, but the silence radiating from the velvety petals was loud enough to wake her up 3 times in the night. Now, in the harsh, unforgiving light of 7 a.m., the flower stood in a repurposed mason jar, looking beautiful, romantic, and utterly catastrophic. Thea pulled the duvet over her head, creating a warm, white cave of denial. It was a prop, she told herself firmly. A set dressing. A transactional botanical exchange, required for the integrity of the mission. But the data in her brain refused to file itself under business expenses. Instead, her mind replayed the footage from Sable and Rose on a loop, high definition and devoid of any helpful director's commentary. Maxwell's hand brushing hers. The heat of it. The way the air in the booth had suddenly felt too thin, too charged, like the atmosphere before a summer storm. The look in his eyes, usually so calm, so blue, so relentlessly logical, darkening with something that hadn't looked like logic at all. Logic didn't make your breath hitch. Logic didn't make your skin prickle with an electricity that shouldn't exist between business partners who shared a Google Drive password and a hatred for audits. Thea groaned and kicked the duvet off. She sat up, glaring at the rose. "You're a liar," she accused the flower. "You're a distinct misrepresentation of the product." She scrambled out of bed, her movements jerky and uncoordinated. She needed coffee. She needed a pen. She needed to write this narrative back into a genre she understood, because currently, she was careening out of cozy workplace comedy and straight into untitled emotional disaster, a memoir. Standing in front of her closet, she stared at her clothes as if they were alien artifacts. Usually, dressing was an act of creative expression. Today, it felt like armor plating. She bypassed her favorite yellow cardigan, too cheerful, too vulnerable, and grabbed a heavy slate gray oversized sweater that she could disappear inside of. She brushed her teeth with aggressive vigor, avoiding her own reflection in the mirror. If she looked too closely, she might see the flush that hadn't quite left her cheeks since Maxwell opened the car door for her last night. He's just a really good actor, she thought, spitting toothpaste into the sink. Method. He went full Stanislavski. He channeled a romantic lead so he wouldn't embarrass the company. It was a plausible theory. It fit the character profile. Maxwell did nothing by halves. If he optimized a shipping route, he saved them 12% annually. If he faked a romance, he apparently aimed for an Oscar. But then, why did her hand still tingle where he touched it? And why, when she closed her eyes, was the only thing she could see the way his throat had moved when he swallowed, right before looking away? That wasn't acting. That was a glitch in the matrix. Thea grabbed her keys and fled the apartment, leaving the rose watching her from the nightstand, a silent witness to her unraveling. The drive to Page Turner Parcels was usually Thea's favorite part of the morning. It was 20 minutes of radio pop and brainstorming, where the city blurred into a backdrop for her next big idea. Today, the radio remained off. The silence of the car was heavy, filled only with the rhythmic thump of her tires on the pavement and the much faster thump of her heart. She parked in her usual spot, noting with a jolt of panic that Maxwell's sensible sedan was already there, backed in perfectly between the lines. Of course it was. Maxwell was never late. Maxwell was a constant. Or he had been, until last night when he had shape-shifted into someone who bought roses and looked at her like she was the only book on the shelf. Thea sat in the driver's seat, gripping the wheel until her knuckles turned white. "Get it together, Thea," she whispered. She took a deep breath, grabbed her bag and marched toward the brick facade of the warehouse. The bell above the door chimed, a cheerful brassy sound that usually signaled the start of a good day. Today, it sounded like a warning shot. The scent hit her first: old paper, packing tape, and the rich, dark aroma of espresso. The La Chimera machine was hissing. Maxwell stood at the communal table in the center of the open-plan office, his back to her. He was wearing a navy Henley that fit him disturbingly well, the sleeves pushed up to his elbows. He was focused on the espresso machine, one hand resting on the counter, the other adjusting the portafilter with that precise, capable movement she had watched 1,000 times. Operations manager, her brain supplied helpfully. He is the operations manager. He manages operations. But her stomach didn't seem to care about his job title. It did a traitorous little flip. Maxwell turned around. He was holding 2 mugs. The ceramic clinked softly as he set them down on the table. He looked up, and for a second, just a microsecond, his expression was wide open, hopeful, hesitant, vulnerable. Then he saw her face. Thea knew she looked like a deer in headlights, or perhaps a deer that had just realized it was actually in love with the headlights. She froze in the doorway, her hand still clutching the strap of her bag like a lifeline. "Morning," Maxwell said. His voice was rougher than usual. A little deeper. Or maybe she was just listening too hard. "Morning," Thea squeaked. She cleared her throat and tried again, aiming for casual and landing somewhere near witness under cross-examination. "Morning." "Yes." "Good morning." Maxwell picked up the mug on the left, the white one with the chip in the rim, her favorite. He took a step toward her. "I made you a latte." It was a peace offering. It was a routine. It was the most normal thing in the world, and yet, watching him walk toward her, Thea felt a wave of panic so intense she almost stepped backward. If she took that mug, their fingers would brush. If their fingers brushed, she would remember the restaurant. If she remembered the restaurant, she would have to acknowledge that the comfortable, safe, platonic foundation of Page-Turner parcels, and her entire life, was currently resting on quicksand. "Thanks," she said, cutting the distance but stopping just out of arm's reach. She reached for the mug, her movements stiff. I really need to get to the Nook. The Leckler billing. The bookmarkers. All that." She snatched the mug from his hand, careful, so careful not to touch him. Maxwell's hand hovered in the air for a second before dropping to his side. The light in his blue eyes dimmed, replaced by the familiar shuttered look of the pragmatist hard at work. "Right," he said. "The bookmarkers. We want to hit the production window. Thursday." "Yes. Absolutely." Thea backed away, clutching the mug with both hands. The warmth seeped into her palms, grounding her, but the guilt was already starting to gnaw at her insides. "I'll just be over there. Curating." "Thea." She stopped. She didn't turn around. "Yeah. About last night." Her heart hammered against her ribs. "Please don't say it. Please don't make it real. If you don't say it, I can pretend it was just a plot twist in a draft I threw away." "I updated the expense sheet," Maxwell said. His tone was perfectly flat. "Dinner is logged under client acquisition." Thea let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. It felt like relief. It felt like disappointment. It felt terrible. "Perfect," she said, her voice tight. "Smart. Logical. Thanks, Max." She fled to the Nook, effectively sprinting away from the best friend she had ever had. The Nook was usually Thea's sanctuary, her creative safe haven where ideas bloomed and possibilities flourished amid the organized chaos she thrived in. Today, surrounded by her familiar velvet armchair, teetering stacks of advance reader copies, and fabric swatches pinned haphazardly to her massive corkboard wall, it felt more like a cage. The colorful post-it notes with their scribbled inspirations seemed to mock her, their cheerful hues at odds with the churning in her stomach. She collapsed into her vintage Eames knockoff, pulling the handmade quilt around her shoulders despite the perfectly regulated office temperature. The half-drunk coffees scattered across her workspace, each mug bearing a different literary quote, testified to her scattered mind this morning. She realized with a sinking sensation, heavy as a box of hardcovers, that she was actively breaking their partnership. She was pushing Maxwell away, because she was terrified of pulling him closer. If she admitted that the fake date felt real, that the candlelight at Sable and Rose had illuminated something that had been there all along, she had to admit that she had been blind for years. And worse, she had to ask him to risk everything too: their friendship, their business, the perfect balance they'd struck between her dreams and his plans. Rule number 4, no real feelings. At all, the napkin had said. The crinkled cocktail napkin, now tucked inside her planner, might as well have been carved in stone for all the weight she'd given those hastily scrawled words. She was protecting him, she reasoned, twisting a strand of honey blonde hair that had escaped her messy bun. She was keeping the business safe. She was being the pragmatist for once, thinking about consequences and variables, and all those things Maxwell always considered. She was saving them both from a third-act disaster that would leave them without their happy ending, and without each other. So why did it feel like she was just being a coward? Why did her chest ache like she'd just read the most devastating breakup scene in a novel, knowing it was happening to her by her own hand?
Chapter 12. Maxwell watched her retreat to the nook, the distance between them expanding with every quick, skittish step she took. It wasn't just a physical gap, it was a chasm, widening rapidly, swallowing up years of easy camaraderie and effortless partnership. He stood there, his hands still suspended in the air where the ceramic handle of the mug had been seconds ago. The warmth of the coffee was gone, replaced by the biting cold of the warehouse draft. Dinner is logged under client acquisition. The lie tasted like ash. He had defaulted to it, a knee-jerk defense mechanism to patch the breach in the hull, but seeing the relief wash over Thea's face, followed immediately by her frantic escape, confirmed his calculations. The data was irrefutable. He had misread the situation. He had misread the candlelight, the way the ambient noise of Sable and Rose had faded into a dull hum, leaving only the two of them in a spotlight of intimacy. He had misread the way she had looked at the rose in his hand, eyes wide and shimmering. He lowered his arm, his limbs feeling heavy, leaden. He turned on his heel and walked toward the perch. His steps were measured, deliberate. Left foot, right foot. 1, 2. Keep moving. Function. His office, raised on a mezzanine overlooking the warehouse floor, was a sanctuary of order. A place for everything, and everything in its place. Unlike the nook, which was an explosion of color and texture, the perch was grayscale and chrome. He sat at his desk, the ergonomic chair adjusting silently to his weight. The dual monitors stared back at him, dormant black mirrors reflecting a man who had just made the most significant strategic error of his life. He tapped the spacebar. The screens flared to life: spreadsheets, Gantt charts, inventory manifests. The comforting grid of the Leckler launch master list filled his vision. Here, at least, he had control. He pulled up the logistics tab for the First Kiss candle shipment. The supplier in Vermont had flagged a potential delay due to a blizzard forecast for the I-95 corridor. A solvable problem. Reroute through the secondary carrier, pay the expedited premium, absorb the cost to ensure on-time delivery. Simple. Logical. A follows B. If only hearts worked like logistics. He typed out the email to the carrier, his fingers flying across the mechanical keyboard. The rhythmic clack 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 was usually soothing, a metronome for his thoughts. Today, it sounded like nervous chatter. His eyes drifted to the small calendar in the corner of his screen. February 14th loomed, a red-letter deadline that now felt less like a launch date and more like an execution. He stopped typing. His left hand moved instinctively to his right wrist, fingers finding the cool metal casing of his watch. It was a nervous tick he'd developed in college during finals week, a physical anchor when his mind threatened to drift into anxiety. Tick. 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 The second hand swept past the 12. Time moved forward. It didn't care about mistakes. It didn't care that he had held her hand for 7 seconds too long, or that the friction of her skin against his had sent a jolt through his nervous system that felt dangerously like hope. Rule number 4, no real feelings. At all. He had drafted the rules. He had written them down on that flimsy napkin. And he had been the one to light the match and burn it. He squeezed the watch face hard until the bevel dug into his thumb. The pain was grounding. Focus, Maxwell. You are spiraling. Spiraling leads to inefficiency. Inefficiency leads to failure. He forced his attention back to the spreadsheet. Line item 42, ribbon sourcing velvet crimson. Status received. Line item 43, custom envelopes gold foil. Status in transit. He was staring at the cells, but the numbers were blurring. Instead of inventory counts, he saw the way the candlelight had caught the dusting of freckles across her nose. He saw the smudge of ink on her thumb as she'd reached for the menu. He shoved the keyboard away, the harsh sound echoing in the glass-walled office. He stood up and walked to the edge of the perch, looking down at the warehouse floor. From this angle, he could see into the nook. Thea was buried under her quilt, her back to him. She was aggressively typing on her laptop, her shoulders hunched up to her ears. She was hiding from him. The realization hit him with the force of a pallet dropped from the top rack. He hadn't just made things awkward, he had made them unsafe. Thea, the dreamer, needed to feel secure to create. She needed the world to be a playground, not a minefield. By letting his feelings bleed through the performance, he had turned their partnership into a trap. She thought he was acting. No, worse, she suspected he wasn't acting, and the possibility terrified her so much she couldn't even look him in the eye. He had to fix this. Not the romance, that was a sunk cost, a write-off. He had to fix the friendship. He had to restore the status quo, even if it meant walling off the part of himself that wanted nothing more than to walk down those stairs, pull the quilt off her shoulders and tell her the truth. He checked his watch again. 11:15 a.m. He needed a pretext. A reason to go down there that was purely, brutally, boringly functional. A reason that screamed business partner and whispered absolutely nothing else. He walked back to his desk and grabbed a clipboard. He didn't need the clipboard, everything was digital, but the clipboard was a prop. It was part of the costume of Maxwell Vance, Chief Operations Officer. It signaled inspections, audits, and emotional distance. He descended the metal stairs, the clang of his boots announcing his arrival. He saw Thea flinch, her shoulders rising another inch. He didn't slow down. He couldn't afford to hesitate. Hesitation looked like longing. He marched into the nook, stopping at the threshold where the concrete floor met her vintage Persian rug. He didn't cross onto the rug. He respected the boundary. "Thea," he said. His voice was clipped, stripped of any modulation. It was the voice he used for negotiating shipping rates. She swiveled in her chair, clutching the quilt tight against her chest like armor. Her hazel eyes darted to his face, then quickly away, focusing somewhere near his left ear. "Hey," she said. It came out as a squeak. She cleared her throat. "Hey. Did you need the copy for the landing page? I'm still tweaking the second paragraph. It's not quite punchy enough yet." "No," Maxwell said, looking down at his clipboard. He clicked his pen. "Once. Twice. I'm reviewing the vendor contracts for the catering at the event. The venue requires a final head count for the champagne toast by close of business Friday." "Oh." She blinked. The tension in her shoulders dropped a fraction. "Right. The toast. I'm projecting an attendance of 150 based on the RSVP velocity," he continued, keeping his eyes on the paper. "Including press. I'm building in a 10% buffer for plus ones and crashers. Does that align with your projections?" "Yeah," Thea said, her voice small. 10% sounds smart. Safe. Good. He made a meaningless checkmark on a blank page. "Also, I scheduled a sync with the PR team for tomorrow morning. I'll handle it. You don't need to be there. It's just technical specs for the microphones and lighting cues." He saw a flicker of surprise in her face. Usually, they did every meeting together. The Maxwell and Thea roadshow. You don't want me there?" she asked. "It's inefficient for both of us to be on a technical call," he said, lying through his teeth. He wanted her there. He always wanted her there. You should focus on the unboxing experience. I'll handle the hardware. He looked up then, locking his gaze onto her forehead, refusing to let himself drown in her eyes. We need to divide and conquer, Thea. The timeline is too tight for redundancy. The word hung in the air. Redundancy. Thea nodded slowly. She looked diminished, the bright energy of the Nook dampening around her. Okay. Divide and conquer. Got it. I'll have the updated schedule sent to your calendar, he said. He turned to leave but stopped. He had to seal it. He had to put the final nail in the coffin of last night. He didn't look back. He climbed the stairs to the perch, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs that had nothing to do with exertion. He sat back down at his desk. The warehouse was quiet, save for the distant hum of the conveyor belts. He felt a profound sense of hollowness, as if he had just surgically removed a vital organ and was expected to continue typing. He had done it. He had saved the business. He had saved the friendship. He looked at the spreadsheet on his screen. The cells were neat, ordered, predictable. Item: Maxwell's heart. Status: damaged in transit. Action: write-off. He closed his eyes for a second, the image of Thea's face at the restaurant swimming in the darkness behind his lids, the soft lighting, the way she had leaned in, the terrified hope he thought he'd seen. It was a hallucination. A projection of his own desires. He opened his eyes. He checked his watch. 11:22 a.m. 7 minutes. The interaction had taken 7 minutes. He wondered how long it would take to stop loving her. According to his current emotional trajectory and historical data, the answer was likely infinite. He pulled the rules of engagement napkin from his wallet. It was creased, the edges soft and worn. He smoothed it out on the sleek black surface of his desk. Rule number 4, no real feelings. He picked up a black marker. With a steady hand, he drew a thick dark line through the rule. It wasn't a rule anymore. It was a lie. And it was the only thing keeping him standing. He folded the napkin, sharp creases this time, and shoved it to the back of his bottom drawer, underneath a stack of tax forms from 2018. Then he turned back to the monitor, the blue light washing over his face, cold and sterile. Okay, he muttered to the empty room. Back to work. He opened the file for the Valentine's Day event floor plan. He began to move the tables around, increasing the distance between the founder's stage and the audience, creating buffers, building walls, engineering a space where he could stand next to her and pretend, for the sake of the company, that he wasn't dying inside. He worked through lunch. He worked through the afternoon slump. He ignored the gnawing in his stomach and the ache in his chest. He became a machine of logistics, churning out emails and updated timelines, drowning the silence from the Nook in a flood of productivity. But every time his watch ticked, he heard the echo of what he'd lost. Control was an illusion. He was just a man, waiting for the clock to run out.
Chapter 13. The silence in the warehouse wasn't just quiet, it was heavy. It had a texture, like thick velvet draped over furniture in a room no one had visited in years. Thea sat in her nook, surrounded by crinkle-cut paper shreds in 3 shades of blush and a scatter of gold foil samples, but the creative spark that usually zipped through her fingertips was dead on arrival. She picked up a prototype of the first kiss, candle jarring. The glass was cool against her palm. It was supposed to be the centerpiece of the Genevieve Leckler box, the item that screamed romance, but right now it just felt like a lump of wax and disappointment. She glanced up toward the mezzanine. Maxwell's perch was silent. Usually, she could hear the rhythmic clatter of his mechanical keyboard, a sound she had once likened to rain on a tin roof, a white noise that helped her focus. Now, the silence from above felt like a deleted scene. A redaction. Since the practice date at Sable and Rose, the air between them had been sucked out, replaced by a vacuum of polite nods and avoided eye contact. It was excruciating. It was like reading a book where the two main characters were clearly in the middle of a third-act breakup, but someone had glued the pages together so you couldn't get to the resolution. And they had a launch in 4 days. Thea stood up, her knees popping. She couldn't do this. She couldn't act out this tragedy while they were trying to sell the ultimate happy ending. The cognitive dissonance was going to give her a migraine. She looked at the generic coffee shop cup sitting on her desk. She had run out to the daily grind down the street earlier, mostly to escape the suffocating atmosphere of the office. She'd bought 2. One was a vanilla oat milk latte for her, sweet, comforting, entirely unnecessary. The other was a black Americano. Dark, bitter, efficient. Maxwell logic in liquid form. She hadn't brought it up to him when she returned. She'd chickened out, leaving it on the corner of her desk while she pretended to analyze cardstock weight. Now it was lukewarm. Perfect, she muttered to herself. Metaphors abound. She grabbed the cardboard cup holder. Thea did not let stories end on a misunderstanding. If life was refusing to follow the outline, she would force a revision. Walking up the metal stairs to the perch felt harder than usual, like the gravity had been turned up specifically in this stairwell. Her boots clanged against the grating, clang, 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 announcing her arrival like a herald with a broken trumpet. She reached the top and paused. Maxwell was there, transformed into a statue of productivity. He wore his serious glasses, the ones with the thin black frames he only broke out for tax season or inventory disasters. His posture was rigid, a straight line of tension from his neck to his lower back. The glow of 3 separate monitors washed him in artificial blue light. He didn't look up. He was typing furiously, as if he could code his way out of his feelings. Thea took a breath, trying to channel the confidence of a heroine who knew exactly what she was doing, rather than a woman who was terrified she'd just lost her best friend to a single, reckless moment of hand-holding. "Room service," she said. Her voice came out a little higher than she intended, bouncing off the steel beams. Maxwell's hands froze over the keyboard. The cessation of the typing sound was abrupt, violent. He turned his chair slowly, swiveling to face her with the reluctance of a man expecting a subpoena. "Thea." He said her name like it was a foreign word he was trying to pronounce correctly. "I tried to finish the vendor list, but the supplier for the velvet ribbons is ghosting us on the tracking number." "Forget the ribbons," she said, stepping fully into his sanctuary. The perch was obsessively tidy, as always. The succulent on the windowsill looked judgmental. The blueprint of order hung on the wall, mocking her chaos. She set the coffee cup down on the one empty square of his desk, careful not to disturb the geometric alignment of his pens. "I come in peace," she said. "And with caffeine. Although, full disclosure, I bought it like 40 minutes ago, so it's likely bordering on room temperature. And it's from the place down the street, so the beans were probably roasted in a furnace of despair." Maxwell stared at the cup. He blinked once, twice. It was a glitch in his operating system. Usually, the ritual went the other way, Maxwell descending from on high with a perfectly calibrated beverage from La Chimera, specifically engineered to her taste. "You bought me coffee?" he asked. "I didn't want to touch La Chimera," she admitted, rubbing her arm, her fingers brushing the fabric of her oversized cardigan. "I feel like that machine knows things. It judges me. Plus, I didn't want to intrude." Maxwell looked up from the cup to her face. His eyes were dark, tired. There were shadows underneath them that no amount of ambient monitor light could hide. "You're never an intrusion, Thea." The sentence was quiet, simple, and it hit her right in the center of her chest. It was the kind of dialogue that made you want to underline it in ink. "I feel like one," she blurted out. She pulled over the spare stool, the one she usually spun around on while pitching wild ideas, and sat down. She didn't spin today. "I feel like I came in here and messed up your filing system. We're weird. You and me. We're weird right now, and I hate it." Maxwell took a breath, his chest rising against the crisp cotton of his shirt. He reached out and touched the cardboard cup but didn't pick it up. He just rested his fingertips against the lid. "We aren't weird," he said, his voice measured. "We are recalibrating." "Recalibrating is what you do to a scale when it's lying about the weight of a package," Thea countered. "We're ignoring each other. You sent me a calendar invite for a meeting we always do together. You literally scheduled me out of your morning." "I was trying to give you space," he said, his jaw tightening. "I thought after Sable and Rose." He trailed off, looking at his watch as if the time might provide a script. "After Sable and Rose, I freaked out," Thea said, rushing to fill the silence before it could harden again. "I did. I admit it. The plot twist threw me. But Maxwell, we have 4 days until the biggest night of our professional lives. Genevieve Leckler is going to be in this building. If we're acting like two strangers who accidentally made eye contact on the subway, she's going to notice. The authenticity doctrine or whatever, she'll smell the fake on us." Maxwell finally picked up the coffee. He took a sip, and she watched his throat move as he swallowed. He grimaced slightly. "It is burnt," he noted. Distinct notes of charcoal and regret. Thea let out a small, breathless laugh. "I told you." "But," he said, setting the cup down but keeping his hand around it, "it is appreciated." He turned his chair fully toward her, abandoning the safety of his monitors. "I don't want things to be weird, Thea. I don't start rumors about supply chain failures, and I don't freeze out my business partner. I value what we have. The company. The friendship. I needed to ensure the variables remain stable." "Variables," Thea repeated softly. "Is that what I am?" "You are the only variable that matters," he said. The air in the mezzanine shifted. It wasn't the easy, warm breeze of their old friendship, but it wasn't the icy draft from earlier either. It was something thicker. Charged. Like the moment before a storm breaks when the ozone smell hits your nose. She looked at him, really looked at him. The way his hair was slightly mussed from where he'd clearly run his hands through it in frustration. The way his eyes tracked her face, cataloging her expression. He wasn't just the guy who fixed the printer and balanced the books. He was Maxwell. And apparently, Maxwell was capable of looking at her with an intensity that made her knees feel like jelly. "Okay," Thea said, her voice shaking just a little. "So, stability. We can do stability. We focus on the work. We get Genevieve launched. We smile for the cameras, we survive the party, and then? Then we return to standard operating procedures," Maxwell finished. But his voice lacked its usual conviction. "We get through the holiday." "Right. The holiday. Valentine's Day. The deadline. The expiration date on their fake romance." Thea suddenly felt a pang of sadness so sharp it nearly winded her. She pushed it down, burying it under a layer of professional resolve. "I need help with the founder's speech," she lied. She didn't really need help, writing was her domain, but she needed an excuse to stay in his orbit, to prove that gravity hadn't failed. "I keep trying to write the opening, and it keeps turning into a manifesto on why love is a construct invented by greeting card companies." A corner of Maxwell's mouth twitched. A ghost of a smile. "That might not align with the brand strategy." "Exactly. I need you to. I don't know. Edit me. Ground me. Tell me I'm being ridiculous." "You're being ridiculous," he said promptly. "See? I feel better already." She leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. "Can we call a truce? No more avoiding. No more separate meetings. We stick to the script. We are Thea and Maxwell, the dream team. The dynamic duo of logistics and whimsy." Maxwell looked at her for a long moment. He adjusted his glasses, a nervous tic she rarely saw. "Truce," he agreed. "We stick to the script." He held out his hand. It was a business gesture. A handshake. The kind of thing they had done 1,000 times over contracts and supplier agreements. Thea looked at his hand. It was broad, capable, with long fingers that she now knew felt incredibly warm against her own. She reached out and took it. Her skin buzzed where they connected. It wasn't a spark, it was a steady, humming current. His grip was firm, but he didn't let go immediately. He held her hand for a beat too long, just like he had held the rose. "Back to work then," Maxwell said, his voice rough. He pulled his hand back, retreating to the safety of his keyboard. "I'll cancel the PR sync separation. Do you want to review the run of show?" I adjusted the lighting cues for the final toast.
Yes, Thea said.
She stayed seated on the stool, feeling the lingering warmth on her palm. "Show me the spreadsheet, Maxwell. Dazzle me with your conditional formatting." He clicked a few keys, and a massive color-coded grid filled the center monitor. It was beautiful in its complexity, a tapestry of time slots and deliverables. "I moved the mic check to 4 p.m., he explained, pointing at a green cell. "To allow for the inevitable delay with the caterers." "Smart," she said. "Pessimistic but smart." "Pragmatic," he corrected without looking at her. "I'm accounting for human error." "We're only human," Thea murmured. Maxwell paused his cursor over a cell marked Thea and Maxwell, stage entrance. "Yes. Unfortunately." They fell into a rhythm then, reviewing the logistics of the deception they were about to pull off. But the silence that filled the gaps in their conversation wasn't empty anymore. It was full of things unsaid. Every time he leaned in to show her a detail on the screen, she caught the scent of him, soap, starch, and that faint sharp smell of ozone. Every time she made a joke to diffuse the tension, his laugh was a little too quiet, a little too intimate. The truce was holding, but it was built on a fault line. "Oh," Maxwell said, breaking a particularly long stretch of work. "I almost forgot. The press kits." He opened a drawer, not the one with the napkin, Thea noticed, but the one above it, and pulled out a glossy folder. The mock-ups for the founder couple spotlight interview. "Marketing wanted you to sign off on the layout." Thea took the folder. There, on the front page, printed on high-quality matte cardstock, was a photo of them. It was a candid shot from a company barbecue 2 years ago. Maxwell was looking at the camera with a rare, genuine grin, holding a plate of burgers. Thea was next to him, laughing at something he just said, her hand resting casually on his shoulder. Above the photo, in elegant serif font, it read, "A love story for the ages." Thea stared at the image. They looked so happy. So easy. "They did a good job," she said, her voice tight. "It looks convincing," Maxwell said. He was looking at the photo too, his expression unreadable. "Yeah," Thea whispered. "It really does." She handed the folder back to him. Their fingers brushed again, a tiny static shock. Maxwell took the folder and slid it away, out of sight. "I'll tell them it's approved." "Great." Thea stood up. She needed to go back down to the Nook. The air up here was getting too thin. I have to finish the unboxing sequence for the VIPs." "Right," Maxwell said. He didn't ask her to stay. "Thanks for the edit," she said, gesturing vaguely to the screen. "Thanks for the coffee," he replied, lifting the cold bitter cup in a mock toast. Thea turned and walked to the stairs. She descended back to the warehouse floor, back to her colorful, chaotic world. But as she sat down at her desk, she didn't pick up the first kiss candle. She just sat there, listening to the renewed clatter of the keyboard from above. It sounded different now. Less like rain and more like a heartbeat. Fast, steady, and impossible to ignore. She opened her notebook to a fresh page. She wrote Chapter 13, The Truce. Then she stared at the words until they blurred. She knew, with the instinct of a born storyteller, that a truce was just a pause in the action. The climax was coming. And she had absolutely no idea how this story was going to end.
Chapter 14. The Stacks had a specific acoustic signature on assembly days. It was a rhythmic, industrial symphony that Maxwell usually conducted from the safety of his perch, the sharp zip crunch of packing tape guns, the dull thud of heavy boxes hitting wooden pallets, the hydraulic hiss of the pallet jack, and the low ambient hum of a dozen people moving with purpose. Today, however, the conductor was in the pit. 2 days remained until the Page-Turner Parcels Valentine's Day Gala. The timeline on Maxwell's master spreadsheet had turned a terrifying shade of critical red, indicating zero margin for error. The Genevieve Leckler Happily Ever After limited edition box, SKU GLHEA001, was finally being assembled. 5,000 units. 48 hours. One impossible deadline. Maxwell sliced open a master carton of velvet pouches with his box cutter, the blade moving with practiced surgical precision. He didn't need to look up to know Thea was exactly 3 feet to his left, sliding a pouch into slot A of the assembly jig. "We're low on the Reader's Retreat bath salts at Station 4, Thea said, her voice cutting through the noise without shouting. She didn't look at him, her eyes trained on the quality control check she was performing on a hardcover spine. "Already flagged," Maxwell said, collapsing the empty cardboard carton and tossing it onto the recycling pile in one fluid motion. "Restock is on the dolly. Marcus is bringing it around now. Time 3 minutes ahead of schedule." Thea hummed, a low sound of satisfaction that vibrated strangely in Maxwell's chest. "We are efficient machines, Maxwell. It's frightening." "It's logistical poetry, Thea," he corrected. He grabbed a fresh stack of packing slips and slid them onto the table. "Don't ruin the meter." They fell back into the rhythm. Since the coffee truce following the disaster at Sable and Rose, the air between them had shifted. The jagged, awkward edges of their interactions had been sanded down, replaced by a hyper-aware functionality. It was as if the emotional overload of the practice state had short-circuited their normal communication channels and forced them to reboot in safe mode. But this safe mode felt different. It was telepathic. Maxwell moved down the line, spot-checking the placement of the first kiss candle. The scent, peony, sandalwood, and a proprietary blend of wax that cost more than his first car, drifted up to him. He adjusted a jar that was 2 millimeters off-center. Behind him, he heard Thea pause. He knew she had paused because the rustle of crinkle-cut paper stopped. "Max," she said. He turned. She was holding up one of the Genevieve Leckler hardcovers. "Dust jacket alignment is off on this one. And the next 3. Maxwell stepped into her space. He didn't think about it, he just moved. He leaned over her shoulder to inspect the book in her hands. A week ago, he would have maintained a respectful 12 inches of distance. Today his chest brushed her arm. He smelled the vanilla of her shampoo, mixing with the expensive candle scent. "Binding error from the printer," Maxwell diagnosed instantly, seeing the slight skew in the foil stamping. He reached past her, his arm bracketing hers, to grab the reject bin. "Pull the batch. I'll log the defect code and get the reserve stock from aisle 6. On it." She handed him the defective book, her fingers grazing his palm. "I'll reset the line. Give me 90 seconds. I only need 60. He walked away fast, heading for the high steel shelving of aisle 6. His heart was hammering a beat that had nothing to do with cardio, and everything to do with the way they fit together. It wasn't just physical. It was operational. They were a single organism with 2 heads, one dreaming, one planning, and today the connection was seamless. He located the reserve pallet, engaged the safety on the rolling ladder, and climbed. From this height, he could overlook the entire floor. He paused for a fraction of a second, looking down at Station 1. Thea was there, directing 2 temp workers with animated hand gestures. She was wearing her serious work cardigan, a charcoal knit that had seen better days, and her hair was held up by a pencil that looked precariously close to sliding out. She was chaos contained, energy focused into a laser beam of curation. She laughed at something one of the packers said, her head thrown back, exposing the long line of her throat. Maxwell gripped the steel rail of the ladder. The metal bit into his palm, grounding him. This, he thought, the realization hitting him with the force of a falling pallet. This is it. He didn't just want the girl. He wanted the life. He wanted the friction of her creativity against his logic. He wanted the late nights solving supply chain crises and the early mornings reviewing profit and loss statements. He wanted to be the one she looked at when the timeline fell apart, the one she trusted to put the pieces back together. He had spent years telling himself that confessing his feelings would ruin the business. That romance was a variable he couldn't control, a risk to the fragile ecosystem of page-turner parcels. But looking at her down there, masterfully steering the ship he had built the engine for, he realized he had the calculation backward. They weren't functioning this well, despite the underlying feelings. They were functioning this well because of them. The fake dating, the enforced proximity, the breaking of the barriers, it hadn't destroyed their partnership. It had supercharged it. He grabbed the box of reserve books and descended. When he returned to the table, Thea was waiting. She didn't ask if he had the books, she just held out the box cutter. 65 seconds, she noted, glancing at the oversized analog clock on the wall. You're slipping, Maxwell. Traffic on the I-5, he deadpanned, slicing the tape on the fresh box. I had to take a detour. She grinned, grabbing a book before he'd even fully cleared the flaps. Excuses, excuses. Let's get these babies boxed. I want to see the stack hit the shrink wrap machine before lunch. Tape, Maxwell requested, reaching out his hand without looking away from the label printer. Thea slapped the dispenser into his palm. Thanks, honey. The words slipped out as easily as the tape from the roll. Smooth. Automatic. And completely unauthorized. Maxwell's hand froze mid-dispense. Thea paused, her hand hovering over a velvet pouch. The warehouse noise seemed to drop away. There was no Sarah from accounting nearby. There was no Genevieve Leckler on a Zoom call. There was no audience to perform for. The term of endearment hadn't been a performative tactic. It had been a reflex. Thea didn't say anything. She didn't tease him or point out the breach of contract. She just cleared her throat, a tiny sharp sound, and shoved a candle into the box a little harder than necessary. Shrink wrap, she said, her voice tight. Right, Maxwell said, the back of his neck burning. Shrink wrap. They worked in silence for the next hour, a blur of motion. Box, crinkle paper, book, candle, tea blend, bookmark, booklet. Seal. Label. Next. It was the most romantic hour of Maxwell's life. There were no candlelit dinners, no violins, no scripted lines about loving someone to the moon and back. There was just the rhythmic transfer of weight, the shared understanding of a job well done, and the absolute certainty that no one else on earth could anticipate his moves like she could. He watched her tuck the founder couple spotlight booklet into a box. The booklet contained the lies they had written together, the story of a romance that didn't exist. And yet, she handled it with care, smoothing the corner of the cover before closing the lid. You know, Thea said softly, breaking the silence. She was staring at the box she'd just sealed. This unboxing experience? It really works. The flow of items, it tells a story. Rising action, climax, resolution, Maxwell said, quoting her own design philosophy back to her. She looked up at him, hazel eyes wide and unguarded. A smudge of printer ink marked her cheekbone, like war paint of industry. Genevieve is going to love it, Max. We actually did it. We're doing it, he corrected. 500 units left. We make a good team. The words hung in the air between them, heavy with double meaning. We make a good team. In business? Yes. In fake romance? Surprisingly so. In reality? Maxwell felt a sharp pang in his chest, a preemptive ache for a loss that hadn't happened yet. In 48 hours, the gala would be over. The launch would be a success. Iris would eventually return. And the charade would end. They would have to stage a breakup, amicable, of course, for the press, and go back to being just Maxwell and just Thea. He would go back to his perch. She would go back to her nook. And this electric, synchronized proximity would vanish. He looked at the timeline in his head. T-minus 48 hours to termination of project. Logic dictated he should start distancing himself now. He should begin the emotional divestment process, re-erecting the walls to minimize the impact collision. It was the prudent, pragmatic thing to do. Contingency Planning 101. Maxwell looked at the ink smudge on her cheek. He looked at the way her hands moved with such confidence because she knew he was right there to catch anything she dropped. Screw logic, he thought. He wasn't going to retreat. Not yet. If he only had 2 days left of living inside this fantasy, this world where they were a power couple, where his love was an accepted part of the narrative, where they stood side by side against the world, then he was going to wring every single second out of it. He would live in the lie until the truth forced him out. The best team, Maxwell said, his voice dropping an octave, losing its professional clip. Thea froze. Her eyes searched his face, looking for the joke, the deflection. When she didn't find it, a flush rose up her neck, pink and lovely. Well, she stammered, turning back to the table a little too quickly. I mean, obviously. Look at my terrifying color coordination skills, and your generally terrifying existence. Is my existence terrifying? Maxwell asked, handing her the tape gun. Your efficiency is unnatural, she said, snatching the gun. It's spooky. But useful. I aim to serve. You aim to control, she teased, firing the tape gun with a loud shhhk click. But I'll allow it. Just this once. Generous of you. I'm a benevolent dictator. Maxwell smiled. It wasn't his usual dry, half-smile. It was a real one that crinkled the corners of his eyes. He picked up the next box, feeling the weight of the cardboard and the weight of his own heart. He felt a profound sense of pride in what they built. He felt a love so expansive it threatened to crack his ribs. And beneath it all, the quiet, ticking sorrow of a man counting down the minutes to his own execution. Next box, he said. Next box, she echoed. They moved together, hands weaving over the conveyor belt, building their happy endings for everyone else, one shipping label at a time.
Chapter 15. The Great Hall of the Athenaeum didn't just look like a venue. It looked like the opening paragraph of a novel Thea had been trying to write her entire life. It was a cathedral of stories. The soaring Corinthian columns, usually stark and imposing, were softened by amber uplighting that turned the cream-colored stone to warm gold. The glass-fronted bookcases lining the walls, brimming with leather-bound volumes, reflected the twinkle of fairy lights strung through the musicians' gallery like captured constellations. The air, cool and still, held the specific intoxicating perfume of the evening, the dust of old paper, the metallic tang of excitement, and the top notes of nearly 2,000 first-kiss candles waiting to be lit. Thea stood at the top of the sweeping marble staircase, her hand trembling slightly where it rested on the banister. Below her, the floor was a masterpiece of logistics and whimsy. It was the physical manifestation of the Genevieve Leckler HEA box, curated, intentional, and aggressively romantic. Atmospherics check out, a voice said from behind her. Humidity is holding at 40%. Perfect for the paper stock on the rare editions display. Thea turned, and for a solid 3 seconds, her internal narrator simply stopped typing. Maxwell stood in the shadow of a column, checking his watch. He was wearing a tuxedo. In all the years of late-night inventory counting, coffee runs in rain-soaked flannels, and the daily uniform of sensible sweaters, Thea had never seen Maxwell in a tuxedo. It was fitted to a terrifying degree of perfection, the black wool emphasizing the broad line of his shoulders and the lean solidity of his frame. He looked like the kind of man who would step out of a black town car in Chapter 3, to ruin the heroine's plans and steal her heart by Chapter 10. You look... Thea started, then realized her throat was dry. She cleared it. You clean up nicely, Max. Maxwell looked up from his wrist, his blue eyes catching the light. He scanned her, starting from the vintage-inspired emerald velvet heels, up the flow of her A-line gown, a shimmering deep champagne fabric that moved like liquid, to the slightly messy rom-com perfect bun held in place by a pearl pin. His gaze felt physical, a warm weight settling on her skin. And you, he said, his voice quiet and rougher than usual, look like the entire point of the evening. Thea's stomach did a treacherous little flip, a subplot rebellion she couldn't suppress. Good, she managed, smoothing the skirt of her dress with sweating palms. Because according to the run of show, we are the opening act. Maxwell stepped out of the shadows and joined her at the railing. He didn't lean against it casually, he stood with that characteristic stillness, his presence a calm anchor in the ocean of her nerves. We have 15 minutes before doors, he said. Catering is prepped. The sound system in the gallery is live. Security has the guest list. The variables are controlled. Except for us, Thea murmured, looking down at the empty ballroom floor. We're the wildest variable. We're part of the package, Maxwell corrected. The authentic emotions of a true partnership. Genevieve's words. Thea let out a short, nervous laugh. Right. Authentic. She looked out at the room again. In the center of the hall, the massive display for the HEA box stood like an altar. It was surrounded by the signature candles, unlit wicks waiting for fire. The irony wasn't lost on her. They were about to launch a product celebrating the perfect, happily ever after, built entirely on a foundation of a temporary lie. Do you think they can tell? She asked suddenly. Who? Everyone. The guests. Genevieve. Do you think they look at us and see two business partners, frantically hyperventilating behind a facade of competence and, whatever this is? She gestured vaguely between them. Maxwell turned to face her fully, blocking out the rest of the room. The space between them on the landing shrank, charged with an energy that had nothing to do with adrenaline, and everything to do with the man standing inches away. Thea, he said. Look at me. She looked. Beholding Maxwell was usually a grounding exercise, like checking a compass. But tonight, the needle was spinning wild. I don't see panic, he said, his blue eyes steady. I see the woman who had the vision for all of this, when everyone else just saw a shipping crate. I see the creative force that convinced Genevieve Leckler, the Genevieve Leckler, to trust us with her legacy. That was your spreadsheet, Thea argued weakly. The logistics convinced her. The logistics got us in the room, Maxwell said. You kept us there. He took a half-step closer, invading her personal space in a way that felt increasingly necessary for her ability to remain upright. Nobody is looking for cracks, Thea. Because when you're in the room, the story makes sense. You make people believe in the magic part, because you believe in it. I used to, she whispered. I used to think the magic was just for books. And now? The question hung there, suspended in the amber light. And now? Now she was standing in a tuxedo-clad reality that was infinitely more compelling than any fictional hero she'd ever drafted. Now she was realizing that safety wasn't about avoiding the fall. It was about trusting the person who would catch you. She looked at his hands, those capable, steady hands that had packed 1,000 boxes, fixed the espresso machine 100 times, and held hers across a table at Sable and Rose when the world had tilted on its axis. Now, she said, her voice trembling, I think real life has better plot twists. Maxwell's gaze dropped to her shoulder. His brows knit together in a small, concentrated frown, the same expression he wore when a spreadsheet formula broke. Hold on, he said softly. He reached out. The air in the Athenaeum seemed to vanish, vacuumed out of the room by the sheer gravity of the moment. His fingers, warm and rough against the silk of her skin, brushed her collarbone. The sensation was electric, a sudden shock that zipped straight down her spine and curled her toes in the velvet shoes. Thea stopped breathing. Maxwell didn't pull away. With agonizing slowness, he hooked his finger under the thin strap of her dress, which had twisted slightly in her nervous pacing. He lifted it, smoothing the fabric, his knuckles grazing the sensitive skin of her shoulder. It was a tiny action. A practical correction. A fix. But it was handled with such devastating tenderness that it shattered Thea's last defense. He smoothed the strap down, his hand lingering for a heartbeat, 2, 3. His thumb brushed the hollow of her shoulder, a caress that had no business in a fake relationship. Thea looked up at him, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. Maxwell wasn't looking at the strap anymore. He was looking at her mouth. The silence between them was loud, roaring with things unsaid. The witty banter, the deflection, the rules of engagement, it all dissolved. There was no audience here. There was no Genevieve Leckler watching for authenticity. There was just Maxwell, looking at her as if she were the only book he ever wanted to read, over and over again. He didn't move his hand. He let the warmth of his palm rest against her shoulder, claiming the space, claiming the moment. "You had a twist," he murmured, his voice low and vibrating through her. "I did," she breathed. Thea realized, with a terrifying clarity, that she didn't want to walk down those stairs and play a part. She wanted to walk down them and scream the truth. She wanted to tell him that the practice date hadn't been practice. She wanted to tell him that the first kiss candle smelled wrong because it didn't smell like him, like clean laundry and coffee and rain. "Maxwell," she started, the name feeling heavy on her tongue. The sharp echoing clack of the main doors unlatching downstairs broke the spell. Maxwell blinked, the haze of intensity clearing just enough to let the world back in. He withdrew his hand, though the ghost of his touch burned on her skin. He took a small step back, adjusting his cuffs, regaining the composure of the COO of Page Turner Parcels. But he didn't put the mask back on. Not completely. He offered her his arm. It was a formal gesture, something out of the Regency romances she devoured, but his eyes were entirely modern, entirely urgent. "They're opening the doors," he said. Thea looked at his arm, the solid, reliable crook of his elbow, offering support, partnership, and something more. She looked at his face, seeing the fear and the hope warring behind the pragmatism. She realized they were about to walk into a crucible. The next 4 hours would be chaos. They would be photographed, interviewed, and scrutinized. They would have to sell the lie of the happy couple to the world. But looking at Maxwell, Thea realized the terrifying truth. The only lie left was pretending that it was pretend. She wasn't scared of the launch anymore. She wasn't scared of Genevieve or the press. She was only scared of losing this. She reached out and looped her arm through his. She didn't just rest her hand there, she held on, her fingers curling into the fabric of his jacket, anchoring herself to him. She felt the muscle in his arm tense, then relax as he pressed his side against hers. A united front. A team. "Maxwell," she said. "Yeah. If I trip on the stairs, you have to catch me. That's in the contract." "I've got the contract memorized, Thea," he said, and the dry wit was back, but it was softer now. Subsection C, paragraph 1, Maxwell always catches Thea. He covered her hand with his own, squeezing tight. "Ready?" he asked. The word hung between them, loaded with the weight of the last 2 weeks, the last 5 years. Ready for the party? Ready to lie? Ready to start something we can't stop? Thea looked at the open doors downstairs, where the first trickle of guests was beginning to enter the lobby. Then she looked back at Maxwell, her best friend, her partner, her plot twist. She squeezed his hand back. "Ready." Maxwell nodded, a sharp, decisive motion. "Let's go unbox a happily ever after." Together, they stepped toward the marble staircase, leaving the safety of the shadows and descending into the light.
Chapter 16. If Maxwell could have inputted the evening into a spreadsheet, every single cell would be highlighting a vibrant, conditional formatting green. From his vantage point near a towering Corinthian column, nursing a glass of sparkling water he had no intention of finishing, Maxwell surveyed the Athenaeum Hall. It was a logistical symphony. The ambient lighting was dialed to a warm, flattering amber that made the leather-bound books in the glass cases gleam. The acoustics, usually a nightmare in these cavernous historic venues, had been tamed by strategically placed velvet drapes, absorbing the chatter of 300 publishing professionals into a pleasant, sophisticated hum. There were no lines at the bar. The hors d'oeuvres were circulating with clockwork precision. Even the temperature was perfect, crisp enough to keep people moving, warm enough to encourage the removal of heavy coats to reveal the glittering cocktail attire beneath. It was perfect. And at the center of the orbit, shining brighter than the chandelier overhead, was Thea. She was currently holding court near the musicians' gallery, laughing at something Genevieve Leckler had just said. Genevieve looked regal in emerald silk, her signature glasses perched on her nose as she gestured expansively with a champagne flute. But Maxwell's eyes were fixed on Thea. She looked like Thea, but amplified. The chaotic energy that usually had her tripping over box cutters or losing her phone in her own pocket had distilled into a radiant confidence. She was animated, her hands moving as she spoke, likely describing the narrative arc of the unboxing experience. Maxwell checked his watch purely out of habit. 8:15 p.m. The speeches were in 15 minutes. The VIP gift bags, the pièce de résistance of the evening, were staged in the back, ready for distribution at 9 p.m. "You look like a man who has successfully defied the laws of physics," a voice drawled. Maxwell turned to see Iris Calder, who had apparently flown in just in time for the event. She looked tired but impressed. "Iris," Maxwell said, a genuine smile breaking his practiced stillness. "I thought you were in London." "I was. I am. I'm a hologram," she quipped, taking a sip of her drink. "Actually, the family emergency stabilized, and I caught the red eye. I couldn't miss the coronation of the dynamic duo." She nodded toward Thea and Genevieve. "She loves her, you know." Genevieve hasn't stopped talking about the synergy of Page-Turner parcels. "You two pulled it off." "We did," Maxwell agreed, allowing himself a moment of unadulterated pride. "The inventory counts align, the guest list had zero attrition, and the branding integration is seamless." Iris raised an eyebrow. "And the other branding integration? The romantic one?" Maxwell felt the familiar heat rise in his neck, but he held his ground. The lie was nimble now, practiced. "Genevieve is a believer in authenticity. We gave her what she wanted to see." "MMHMM," Iris hummed, her gaze shrewd. "Well, whatever you're doing, keep doing it." The pre-orders for the Leckler HEA box just crashed the server. "In a good way." She patted his arm and drifted off to charm a literary agent. Maxwell exhaled, his chest expanding with a feeling he rarely trusted, relief. They had done it. They had survived the lie, the launch, and the dangerously thin line of their own feelings. All that was left was the victory lap. He scanned the room for the catering manager, Marco, to give the signal for the champagne refresh before the speeches. He spotted Marco near the service entrance, a heavy oak door tucked discreetly behind a display of first editions. Marco was not looking at the crowd. He was looking at Maxwell. And the expression on the man's face was not the placid mask of a hospitality professional. It was the wide-eyed, pale-skinned look of a captain who had just seen the iceberg. Maxwell's stomach dropped. The green cells on his mental spreadsheet flickered and turned a warning yellow. He cut a precise diagonal path through the room, moving with the deceptive speed of a man used to intercepting falling inventory. "Marco," Maxwell said, keeping his voice low and pleasant as he reached the service door. "Is there an issue with the champagne?" Marco shook his head violently. "Not the champagne, Mr. Vance. It's the shipment. The courier was late, remember? The pallet just came in through the loading dock. My team started unpacking the VIP favors to stage them for the exit." "And?" Maxwell asked, his mind already running through contingencies. "Broken glass? Wet cardboard? Did something break?" "You need to see this," Marco whispered. "You need to smell this." Maxwell followed him through the heavy door. The noise of the party was instantly severed, replaced by the clatter of silverware and the shouted orders of the kitchen prep area. Waiters in black vests were plating tiny tarts with intense focus. Marco led him past the prep tables to the loading bay area in the back. A wooden pallet sat there, shrink-wrapped but partially cut open. Several brown cardboard cartons were stacked on a stainless steel table. "It's the candles," Marco said, gesturing helplessly to the open box. Maxwell frowned. The candles were the linchpin. The first kiss candle, custom soy wax, crackling wood wick, scent profile of strawberry champagne and rosewater. Thea had spent 3 weeks finalizing the label design. It was the item Genevieve was most excited about. "What's wrong with them?" Maxwell stepped up to the table. "I opened the first box to check the count," Marco said, backing away slightly. "And well." Max leaned in. The scent hit him before he even picked up the jar. It wasn't strawberries. It definitely wasn't champagne. It was heavy. It was damp. It was the olfactory equivalent of being slapped in the face with a shovel full of wet mulch. It smelled like a basement flooded 3 years ago that never dried. Peat moss, decaying leaves, something disturbingly fungal. It was a smell that stuck to the back of the throat, earthy and pungent and entirely devoid of joy. With a trembling hand, Maxwell picked up one of the heavy glass jars. The label was perfect. It was Thea's design, a delicate watercolor wash of blush and gold with elegant serif script that read, "Genevieve Leckler X Page Turner Parcels, First Kiss." Maxwell lifted the jar to his nose and inhaled. He gagged, a visceral reflex he barely suppressed. "Oh God," he choked out. "It's bad, sir," Marco said helpfully. "It smells like a swamp," Maxwell said, staring at the innocent-looking white wax. "Why does it smell like a swamp?" His mind raced back through the vendor emails. The artisan candle maker in Oregon. They had 2 orders with her. One for the Leckler Romantic Box. And one for the upcoming Fantasy Quest limited edition crate, a darker grimdark fantasy theme. The fantasy scent was supposed to be atmospheric. It was called Bog of Eternal Mold. Maxwell closed his eyes. The invoices. He had approved the invoices. Item number 442A and item number 442B, the SKU numbers differed by a single digit. The printer had put the first kiss labels, the symbol of romantic perfection, onto 300 jars of artisanal swamp sludge. Is it all of them?" Maxwell asked, his voice sounding hollow to his own ears. "We checked 5 boxes, sir. It's all of them. 300 units. The whole pallet." Maxwell set the jar down. The smell seemed to be expanding, filling the prep area, fighting the aroma of the crab cakes. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced his chest. This wasn't just a mistake. This was a meme waiting to happen. In 20 minutes, Genevieve Leckler was going to hand these out to influential critics and romance fans. They would open the jar, expecting the scent of new love. Instead, they would be hit with the stench of a decomposing forest floor. It was the great bookmark catastrophe of 2019 all over again, but exponentially worse. That time, the lamination had peeled. This time, they were literally handing people a jar of dirt and calling it a kiss. He looked at the door leading back to the ballroom. Thea was out there. She was smiling. She was triumphant. She believed in this box. She believed in this night. If she knew about this, if she knew that her perfect, curated, romantic gesture had been turned into a fungal joke, it wouldn't just be an operational failure. It would break her heart. She would see it as a sign. Thea, who looked for plot twists and omens in everything, would see a candle labeled First Kiss that smelled like rot and think the universe was laughing at her. "I have to fix this." The thought was instant, a reflex born of 5 years of loving her in silence. He had to be the shield. He had to be the filter that caught the grit before it reached her. "Do we have any other inventory?" Maxwell asked, his brain spinning through warehouse logistics. "The library loft candles. The rainy day ones." Marco shook his head. "Sir, the warehouse is 40 minutes away. The speeches start in 12 minutes. The bags go out in 45. Is there a store nearby? A boutique?" Maxwell checked his watch again, 8:32 p.m. "Anything open?" "Downtown. On a Tuesday night. Maybe a drugstore," Marco said. "But you can't put a Glade plug-in in a Genevieve Leckler Luxe bag." "Sir, we can't hand these out." "We have to hand something out," Maxwell snapped, uncharacteristically sharp. He rubbed a hand over his face, pacing the small strip of rubber flooring. "The gift bag is listed on the program. An exclusive sensory experience, curated by Thea Bellamy." If they handed out empty bags, it was a disaster. If they handed out the bog candles, it was a catastrophe. Think Maxwell. Variable A, the candle. Variable B, typically used for fire. Variable C, the scent. What if we didn't light them? Maxwell grasped at straws. What if we told people to cure them for a week? He picked up the jar again. The scent leaked through the cold wax. You didn't need to light it. It was potent. It was aggressive. It was the smell of disappointment itself. He looked at the label again, first kiss. A hysterical laugh bubbled up in his throat. It was too perfect. It was the perfect metaphor for their fake relationship. A beautiful, glossy label plastered over a mess of confusing, murky reality. He couldn't fix this. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. There was no spreadsheet for this. There was no contingency plan. He couldn't drive fast enough, he couldn't reprint labels, and he couldn't transmute peat moss into strawberries. For the first time in his career at Page Turner Parcels, Maxwell was completely, utterly helpless. And worse, he had to go out there and tell Thea. He had to walk up to her while she was glowing in her emerald dress, holding court with the woman she idolized, and tell her that her masterpiece smelled like a wet dog. Mr. Vance? Marco prompted gently. What do we do? Do I tell the servers to stuff the bags with extra tissue paper? Maxwell stared at the offensive candle. The smell was seeping into his suit. Don't stuff the bags, Maxwell said, his voice surprisingly steady despite the chaotic noise in his head. Don't do anything yet. Just keep the boxes closed. Contain the smell. Sir. I need to get Thea, Maxwell said. He turned toward the door, his legs feeling heavy, like he was wading through the very bog trapped in the glass jars. He put his hand on the swinging door, taking a deep breath to steel himself, but stopped. Through the small porthole window, he could see the ballroom. Thea was looking for him. She was scanning the crowd, her brow furrowed slightly. When her eyes didn't find him, her smile faltered. She looked small for a second, vulnerable in the middle of the grand hall. She needed her partner. But her partner was standing in the back room with 300 jars of swamp sludge, smelling like failure. Maxwell pushed the door open. The ambient noise of the party rushed back in, the laughter, the music, the clinking glass. It sounded shrill now, mocking. He adjusted his cuffs, a futile attempt to armor himself. He walked back into the light, prepared to shatter the perfect night. The ice-cold dread in his stomach wasn't just about the business or the reputation of the company. It was the crushing certainty that he was about to watch the light go out of Thea's eyes. And he couldn't do a damn thing to stop it.
Chapter 17. The Athenaeum Hall was a living, breathing fairy tale. The lighting was a soft, impossible gold, the kind usually reserved for the final scenes of period dramas where the misunderstood hero finally crosses the ballroom. Crystal flutes chimed like delighted laughter, and the air smelled of expensive perfume and the crisp vanilla scent of old books, Page Turner Parcels' signature ambient fragrance. Thea stood near the center of the room, clutching a glass of champagne she had been nursing for 40 minutes, and smiled until her cheeks ached. The curation is simply exquisite, Genevieve Leckler said, her voice a melodic hum that seemed to vibrate with authenticity. She touched Thea's arm, her eyes shining. Truly, Thea. You've captured the soul of my work. It's rare to find someone who understands that a story isn't just words on a page. It's a feeling. That's exactly how we see it, Thea said, the words spilling out on a wave of adrenaline. It's about the immersion. The tactical sensation of falling in love. And speaking of love, Genevieve glanced around, her eyebrows arching perfectly. Where's that dashing partner of yours? I haven't seen Maxwell in at least 10 minutes. I wanted to toast to the two of you. Thea's smile froze for just a fraction of a second, a glitch in the projection. She had been so swept up in the validation of her idol that she hadn't noticed the absence of her anchor. She scanned the room. Maxwell usually occupied the periphery at events like this, a handsome sentinel near the exits or the bar, checking his watch and scanning the crowd for potential logistical threats. But the spot near the velvet curtains was empty. The bar was Maxwell-less. A tiny, familiar prickle of anxiety started at the base of Thea's neck. Maxwell didn't disappear. Maxwell was the constant variable. If he was gone, the equation was broken. I think he went to check on the gift bags, Thea said, improvising. He's a perfectionist. I'll just go drag him back out here. A perfectionist, Genevieve sighed wistfully. Just like my husband. Go find him. Thea set her glass on a passing waiter's tray and moved toward the service corridors, her heels clicking a sharp rhythm on the parquet. She slipped through the heavy swinging door marked Staff Only, the noise of the party instantly muffled, replaced by the harsh hum of fluorescent lights and the clatter of catering trays. She found him in the prep room at the end of the hall. Maxwell was standing over a large cardboard shipping carton, his hands gripping the edges so hard his knuckles were white. He looked like a man staring into an open grave. Or worse, like a man staring at a spreadsheet with a circular reference error. Marco, his assistant, was standing 3 feet back, looking terrified. Max? Thea stepped inside, the heavy door swinging shut behind her. Genevieve is asking for you. We're supposed to do the toast in? Then it hit her. The smell. It wasn't the warm vanilla of the main hall. It wasn't the savory aroma of the hors d'oeuvres. It was a dense, pungent assault on the nostrils. It smelled like wet wool, damp basement, and turned earth. Oh my God, Thea choked, covering her nose with her free hand. Is there a gas leak? Did a drain back up? Maxwell slowly lifted his head. His blue eyes, usually so calm and kind, were bleak. It's the candles, Thea. The first kiss candles? Thea blinked, her brain refusing to process the data. But I approved the sample. It was peony, sandalwood, and a hint of fresh linen. It smelled like a spring morning. There was a mix-up at the pouring facility, Maxwell said, his voice terrifyingly flat. He reached into the box, pulled out a glass jar labeled with the elegant First Kiss gold foil and held it out. This is batch 304. Apparently, batch 304 was intended for a novelty shop ordering 300 units of Swamp Thing's Revenge. Thea took the candle. She sniffed it tentatively. It was aggressive. It smelled like a wet dog rolling in peat moss. It was the olfactory equivalent of a breakup text. We have 300 of them, Maxwell said, the words heavy with defeat. The gift bags go out in 30 minutes. We have nothing else. Thea. His voice cracked, a sound that shattered Thea's heart more than the smell ever could. I can't fix it. I checked the inventory, the local stores, there is no contingency for this. He looked away, his jaw working. I'm going to have to go out there and tell Genevieve we ruined the launch. Thea stared at the candle. She looked at the beautiful label, promising romance, pasted over a jar of sludge. First a panic flared. The launch was ruined. The Leckler deal was dead. Page-Turner parcels would be the laughingstock of the industry. But then, her brain did what it always did when the plot backed into a corner. It looked for the twist. She looked at Maxwell. He looked beaten. He had spent months holding up the sky so she could paint the stars, and now that a meteor had crashed through, he was blaming himself for gravity. No, Thea said. The word was soft but firm. Maxwell looked at her. Thea, smell it. It smells like a locker room. We are not canceling the gifts, Thea said, her mind racing, connecting dots, spinning the narrative. And we are not handing these out. She set the jar down on the metal table, with a decisive clink. It's a romance novel, Max, she said, her eyes widening as the idea took shape. What's the most important part of the romance novel? The happily ever after. No. The pining, she said, grabbing his arm. The anticipation. The wait. If you give the characters everything they want in the first chapter, nobody keeps reading. She turned to Marco, who straightened up. Do we have the cardstock left over from the menus?
Yes, Ms. Bellamy.
A whole box. And the gold wax seal stamps? In the supply kit. Thea turned back to Maxwell, grinning manic and bright. We aren't giving them a candle tonight. We're giving them a promise. A delayed gratification voucher. We spin it. We tell them that due to the artisanal, small-batch nature of the pouring process, the candles are currently curing to perfection. Because true love and the perfect scent can't be rushed. Maxwell blinked. The gears behind his eyes began to turn, the despair receding as the logistical challenge took over. We frame it as quality control, he murmured. Exclusivity.
Exactly.
We print vouchers. Beautiful ones. Worth the wait. Coming soon to your doorstep. We promise a special delivery within 2 weeks, Thea said, speaking faster now. It turns a distinct lack of product into a premium service touchpoint. Who doesn't love getting a package in the mail? Maxwell stared at her. For a second, he looked stunned. Then the corner of his mouth quirked up. It was the most beautiful thing she had seen all night. You, he said, shaking his head, are a genius. I'm a writer, she corrected, grabbing a Sharpie. I know how to edit a bad draft. Now, can you set up a merge file for the vouchers in 5 minutes? Maxwell was already moving. The pragmatist was back online. Marco, get the cardstock. Thea, draft the copy, keep it short, 20 words max. I'll rig the label printer to handle the cardstock, if we feed it manually. The next 20 minutes were a blur of controlled chaos. It was the kind of feverish, silent synergy they had perfected over years of shared workspace. Thea scribbled copy. The best things in life are worth waiting for. Your exclusive first kiss is curing and will arrive at your door perfectly timed, while Maxwell's fingers flew across his laptop. The printer whirred. Marco stamped wax seals with the efficiency of a machine. Thea stripped the ribbons off the stinking candle boxes and tied them around the elegant cream cards. They fell into a rhythm. Pass. Print. Stamp. Tie. There was no fake dating here. No performance. This was the raw, unpolished reality of them. Thea felt a fierce surge of pride. This was what Genevieve had meant, even if she didn't know it. This partnership, this ability to take a disaster and turn it into a strategy, was worth more than 1,000 romantic dinners at Sable and Rose. Last one, Maxwell announced, the printer sputtering the final card. Thea tied the ribbon, her fingers trembling slightly now that the adrenaline was beginning to ebb. She dropped the finished voucher into the last velvet gift bag. Done, she breathed. 300 vouchers. 0 swamp candles. Marco grabbed the first crate of bags. I'll get these to the distribution table. You two, take a second. You look like you just ran a marathon. The assistant disappeared through the swinging doors, taking the frantic energy with him. Suddenly, the storeroom was very quiet. The hum of the industrial refrigerator seemed loud. The offensive candles were shoved into a corner, covered with a tarp like a shameful secret. Thea leaned back against the stainless steel prep table, exhaling a long shaky breath. Well, that was a plot twist. Maxwell didn't laugh. He was watching her, his expression unreadable, his chest rising and falling with deep, steady breaths. He took a step toward her, crossing the small distance that separated them. You saved us, he said, his voice low and rough. I froze, Thea. I looked at that box, and I saw everything falling apart. And you just rewrote the ending. We're a team, Max, Thea said, her voice softer than she intended. She looked down at his hands, those capable, steady hands that had built shelves, balanced books, and just now saved her reputation. I come up with the crazy ideas. You make them real. That's how it works. That's how we work. I know, he said. He was standing very close now. For the last 20 minutes, the air had been thick with the damp, suffocating stench of the peat moss candles, the smell of failure. But as Thea stepped into his shadow, that smell vanished. It was overpowered by the crisp starch of his shirt, the faint calmness of expensive soap, and the warm, steady scent of Maxwell. He was a clean, grounding anchor in a sea of chaos, the only breath of fresh air in the room. He reached out, his hand hesitating for a fraction of a second before his fingers brushed against her temple. He tucked a loose strand of honey blonde hair behind her ear, his touch careful, almost reverent. Thea's breath hitched. The air in the storeroom suddenly felt thin, charged with a static electricity that had nothing to do with the printer. His hand didn't pull away. His fingers lingered against her cheek, scorching hot against her skin. "Max," he breathed. He leaned in. The movement was barely perceptible, a gravitational shift. His forehead rested against hers, a point of contact that felt heavier and more intimate than a kiss. They stood there in the fluorescent hum of the storeroom, surrounded by the wreckage of a near disaster, holding onto each other. The world outside, the party, the business, the lies, fell away. There was a terrifying clarity in the silence. Thea realized, with a jolt that started in her toes, that she didn't want the night to end. She didn't want the voucher. She didn't want the deferred gratification. She wanted this. She wanted him. She opened her eyes. Maxwell was watching her, his gaze searching her face, waiting for a signal. His thumb brushed the line of her jaw, a caress that sent shivers racing down her spine. "Thea," he said again, and this time there was a question in it. "A precipice." "There you are." The swinging door burst open, crashing against the rubber stopper. Maxwell and Thea sprang apart as if physically repelled by the same magnet. Maxwell straightened his cuffs, turning toward the sound, while Thea smoothed her dress, her heart lodging somewhere in her throat. A flushed event coordinator stood in the doorway, breathless. "Ms. Leckler is starting the speeches. She's calling you both up to the stage in 2 minutes. You have to come now." Maxwell cleared his throat. He looked at Thea. The raw vulnerability was gone, pulled back behind the veil of the pragmatist, but his eyes were still dark, still burning. "We're coming," he said, his voice deeper than usual. He held out his elbow for her. It was the same gesture he had made 1,000 times before, courteous, professional, friendly. But as Thea slipped her arm through his, feeling the solid muscle beneath the tuxedo jacket, it felt different. It felt like a lifeline. "Ready?" he asked, just like he had at the entrance. Thea looked at the door, then back at him. She thought about the vouchers in the bags, the promise of something beautiful arriving later, if you just had the patience to wait for it.
"Ready," she whispered.
She squeezed his arm, and they walked out of the quiet storeroom and back into the noise, carrying their secret with them.
Chapter 18. The great Athenaeum Hall was quiet. Not the expectant silence of 3 hours ago, before the doors opened, but the exhausted, glittering silence of a performance concluded. Maxwell stood near the marble staircase, watching the final few members of the catering staff wheel a cart of clinking glassware toward the service exit. The air still held the phantom heat of 300 bodies, laced with the lingering notes of expensive perfume and the crisp, clean scent of the first kiss candles, or at least the few that had been lit before the switch. It was done. The logistics had held. The contingency plans had worked. Even the disaster had been spun into gold. Genevieve Leckler had been the last guest to leave, sweeping out in a flurry of violet silk and satisfaction. She had paused at the door, gripping both of their hands in her ring-laden fingers, her sharp eyes misty behind her glasses. "You have restored my faith," she had told them, looking from Maxwell to Thea and back again. "Not just in the industry, but in the magic of it all. You too, you are the real thing." Maxwell had started to offer a polite, rehearsed thank you, but Genevieve tightened her grip on their hands, pulling them a fraction closer. The misty look in her eyes sharpened into something shrewd and decidedly mischievous. "You know," she added, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "when we had that first video call, I thought to myself, these two are terrible liars." Maxwell froze. Beside him, he felt Thea turn to stone. They had been made. The contract was about to burn. "But," Genevieve continued, a knowing twinkle appearing behind her spectacles, "I also thought, they just don't know they're telling the truth yet." She patted Maxwell's cheek with an affection that felt like a benediction. "I've written 50 novels, my dears. I know the difference between a plot device and a happy ending. Sometimes you have to write the fiction before you can live the truth. I'm just glad you finally caught up to the plot." With a final knowing wink, She released them and swept out the door, leaving Maxwell and Thea standing in the stunned silence of having been completely seen. Maxwell smiled. It was a practiced flexing of muscles, a mechanical response he'd perfected over the last 2 weeks. He hadn't dared to look at Thea then. He couldn't bear to see the professional mask she would be wearing, the polite agreement, the shared complicity in the lie that had just secured the biggest contract in Page Turner Parcel's history. Now Genevieve was gone. The contract was all but signed. The charade was over. "Well," Thea said. Her voice echoed slightly in the cavernous space. Maxwell turned. She was leaning against one of the Corinthian columns, her shoes kicked off, holding them by the heels in one hand. The hem of her velvet dress swept the floor, collecting dust that the cleaning crew hadn't reached yet. She looked small against the grandeur of the architecture, small, tired, and exquisitely beautiful. "Well," Maxwell echoed, checking his watch. 11:42 p.m. "The strike team should be here in 6 hours for the furniture. I have the inventory list for the unsent books. We're clear." He expected a quip. He expected her to make a joke about his obsession with the strike team schedule, or to do a victory dance in her stocking feet. Instead, Thea just nodded. She pushed off the column and walked slowly toward him, her steps silent on the marble. She stopped a few feet away, maintaining a distance that felt measured. Intentional. "We did it," she said softly. "We did." Maxwell clasped his hands behind his back, gripping his own wrist to keep from reaching out. The memory of the storeroom, the heat of her skin, the smell of her hair, the way she had leaned into his hand, was a physical ache in his chest. It felt like a phantom limb, a sensation originating from a part of him that had been severed the moment they stepped back onto the stage. Leckler is happy. The voucher system is already live. It was a win. "A win," she repeated. She looked down at her shoes, tracing the strap with her thumb. Thea's nook and Maxwell's perch, conquering the world. That was the plan. Right. The plan. The silence stretched between them, thick and suffocating. It wasn't the comfortable silence of the office, the companionable quiet of two people working in parallel rhythm. This was a wall. It was the sudden, jarring re-establishment of the boundaries they had blurred, bent, and finally broken over the last 14 days. Maxwell watched her, cataloging the details he would no longer be allowed to notice. The way a single hairpin was slipping from her bun. The smudge of ink, or maybe mascara, near her eye. The slight tremor in her hands. He waited for her to say something. Anything. He wanted her to tell him that Genevieve was right. That the storeroom hadn't been a panic response. That the practice date had been real. Thea searched his face. For a long, agonizing moment, the professional mask slipped entirely. Her eyes widened, shimmering with a terrified, naked vulnerability. She took a tiny, unconscious step toward him, her breath hitching, as if she were standing on a ledge waiting for him to tell her it was safe to jump. She looked at his hands, still clasped rigidly behind his back. She looked at his jaw, locked tight in his effort to maintain control. Maxwell saw the light in her eyes flicker and die. He saw the exact second she interpreted his silence as rejection. She swallowed hard, her throat bobbing, and took a sharp step back, a physical recoil as if she'd touched a hot stove. It wasn't the movement of a partner concluding a business deal. It was the flinch of someone protecting themselves from an imminent blow. She looked like she needed to escape the room before she shattered. But Maxwell was a man of data, and the data was clear. They had a deal. A napkin contract. Rule number 1, no real feelings. The time frame was explicit, until the launch was secured. The launch was secured. Thea took a breath. She looked up, her hazel eyes bright, her expression unreadable. A tight, lopsided smile fixed itself onto her face. "So," she said, letting out a short, hollow laugh. "I guess we should break up now." The words hit Maxwell like a physical blow to the sternum. He stopped breathing for a second. His heart gave a single painful thud against his ribs. He looked at her, searching for the punchline, searching for a sign that she was joking, that she wanted him to argue. But she just stood there, clutching her shoes, that brittle smile plastered on her face like a shield. She was waiting for him to agree. She was waiting for him to confirm that this had all been a job, a performance, a line item on a spreadsheet. If he fought for this, he risked everything. The business. The friendship. If he told her he loved her, that he had loved her since the fourth floor founding, that the last 2 weeks had been the happiest and most terrifying of his life, and she didn't feel the same. He would lose Thea. Not just the fake girlfriend, but the best friend. The partner. The anchor. The calculator in his brain ran the risk analysis and returned a flashing red lethality error. Maxwell swallowed the confession. He buried it deep, under layers of pragmatism and cowardice, alongside the memory of the New Year's Eve non-kiss. "Right," Maxwell said. His voice sounded calm. Detached. A stranger's voice. "Per the agreement." Thea's smile faltered for a microsecond, a crack in the porcelain, before fixing itself even brighter. "Exactly. Per the agreement. No messy public split, though. We can just fade out. Let the news cycle move on." "Strategic drift," Maxwell said. "Effective." "Yeah. Effective." She shifted her weight. "I should probably. I'm going to head out. Call a cab." "I can drive you," Maxwell said automatically. It was instinct. He always drove her. "No," Thea said quickly. Too quickly. She took a half step back. "No, you have the strike team stuff to organize. And honestly, I think I need the walk. Or the ride. I just need to decompress. Alone. Alone." The word hung in the air, final and absolute. "Okay," Maxwell said. "Text me when you're home. For safety." "Standard procedure," she said. "Standard procedure." She nodded once, sharp and decisive, then turned toward the heavy oak doors of the main entrance. Maxwell watched her walk away. The velvet dress trailed behind her, the sound of her stocking feet scuffing against the stone fading with every step. He wanted to call her name. He wanted to run across the hall, slide across the marble like a rom-com protagonist, and tell her that standard procedure could go to hell. He wanted to tell her that the first kiss candle smelled like nothing compared to the scent of her skin. But he stayed planted. He was the rock. The pragmatist. The one who didn't let emotions derail the objective. Thea reached the heavy double doors. She leaned her weight against one, pushing it open. The cold February wind rushed in, a sudden biting draft that swirled through the hall, extinguishing the few remaining candles in a puff of gray smoke. She didn't look back. She slipped through the gap, and the door groaned shut behind her with a definitive echoing thud. Maxwell was alone. The silence rushed back in, deafening and vast. He looked around the empty hall. The soaring ceilings, the rows of leather-bound books that were just props for a night, the empty champagne flutes waiting to be washed. It was a beautiful, hollow shell. He walked over to the coat check area, his footsteps heavy. He grabbed his wool coat and pulled it on, buttoning it to the chin. It felt constricting, like armor that had grown too tight. He checked his pocket. His wallet was there. Inside, tucked behind his ID, was the napkin. The ink would be smudged now, the paper soft and worn from being carried against his heart for 2 weeks. He didn't take it out. He couldn't look at it. He walked to the entrance and pushed the doors open. The winter air hit him, freezing the moisture in his eyes. The street outside was empty. The taillights of a yellow cab were just disappearing around the corner, fading into the city grid. Maxwell stood on the steps of the Athenaeum, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, shivering in the cold. He looked at the spot where the cab had vanished. He had successfully navigated the supply chain crisis. He had managed the client's expectations. He had solved the inventory disaster. He had delivered the happily ever after box to the world. He had stuck to the plan. And as he stood there in the dark, watching his breath plume into the freezing night air, Maxwell knew with absolute certainty that he was the biggest fool on the planet.
Chapter 19. The silence in Thea's apartment was heavy, the kind that pressed against the eardrums and made the hum of the refrigerator sound like a jet engine. By all metrics, the ones Maxwell would put on a beautifully color-coded spreadsheet. This was a victory. The page-turner parcels launch for Genevieve Leckler had been a paradigm-shifting success, according to Iris. The first kiss candle crisis had been averted with a stroke of genius that Thea herself was arguably proud of. They had secured the contract. The business was safe. The future was bright. Ideally, Thea should be popping champagne. She should be dancing in her socks. She should be drafting a new vision board for next quarter. Instead, she was sitting on her living room rug, still wearing her velvet dress, staring at a dead flower. The practice date rose stood in a thrifted mason jar on her coffee table. The petals had darkened to a deep, bruised crimson and curled at the edges, dry and brittle. It was a botanical artifact of a night that wasn't supposed to mean anything, merely a prop from a scene that had gone off script. Thea pulled her knees to her chest, the velvet bunching around her legs. She felt hollow. It was a strange, terrifying sensation for someone who usually felt everything in Technicolor. She felt like a book with the last chapter ripped out. It was a performance, she told the empty room. We stuck to the narrative. But the narrative was wrong. She replayed the night at the Athenaeum. The way Maxwell had looked at her when he straightened her dress strap, not like a business partner checking for lint, but like a man memorizing a painting. The way his hand had felt warm and steady over hers in the supply closet, while the smell of the bog of eternal mold wafted around them. That hadn't been a performance. That had been them. Thea squeezed her eyes shut. She had spent her entire adult life curating romances for other people. She built boxes filled with the promise of love, cozy socks for cold feet, tea for two, books with guaranteed happily ever afters. She had convinced herself that the spark, the lightning strike, the sweeping orchestral swell belonged inside cardboard shipping containers, not in the messy reality of her own life. She had relegated Maxwell to the role of the steady best friend. The supporting character. The one who made sure the heroine had coffee, and paid her taxes so she could go off and find the brooding duke or the rogue pirate. But she didn't want a pirate. She didn't want a duke. She wanted the man who knew exactly how much foam she liked on her latte. She wanted the man who kept a spreadsheet of her allergies. She wanted the man who had terrified himself by walking into a restaurant called Sable and Rose just because she asked him to. The realization hit her like a plot twist she should have seen coming in the prologue. The fake relationship hadn't been the lie. The friendship, the careful, sterile, safe friendship they had been protecting like a diverse portfolio, that was the lie. The last 2 weeks of pretending to be in love with Maxwell had been the most honest days of her life. Rule number 1: no real feelings. At all.
Stupid, Thea whispered.
Stupid rule. She looked at the dried rose again. It looked fragile, ready to crumble at the slightest touch. Just like the status quo she was trying so hard to preserve. She stood up. The movement was sudden, propelled by a burst of adrenaline that dissolved the hollow feeling in her chest. If this were a book, the protagonist would wait. She would misunderstand the hero's silence. There would be a misunderstanding involving a lost letter, or an overheard conversation, dragging the angst out for another 50 pages. Thea hated those parts of books. She always skimmed them to get to the resolution. So skip the pages, she thought. Edit the manuscript. Rewrite the ending. Thea grabbed her keys. She didn't bother changing out of her gala dress. She didn't even grab a coat, just her oversized knit cardigan, which she threw over the velvet like a chaotic cape. She shoved her feet into her sneakers, an aesthetic crime against the dress but practical for running. And she did run. She took the stairs down from her third-floor walk up, the rubber soles squeaking against the linoleum. She burst out onto the sidewalk, the February air hitting her face like a slap, waking up every nerve ending. Maxwell lived 12 blocks away. A sensible distance. Close enough for emergencies, far enough for autonomy. She didn't call a cab. She needed the motion. She needed to outrun the voice in her head that sounded suspiciously like her own insecurities, telling her that she was ruining the best professional partnership in the industry. The city blurred past her. Streetlights smeared into lines of gold. She was panting by the time she reached his building, a pre-war structure that was solid, reliable, and meticulously maintained. So Maxwell. She buzzed his number. The intercom clicked. Yes. His voice was tinny, distorted by the speaker, and weary. It's me, Thea said, her breath fogging in the cold air. A pause. A long, agonizing beat of silence where she imagined him calculating the probabilities of an emergency. Thea? Is everything okay? Did the press kit? Buzz me in, Max. The buzzer sounded, a harsh buzzing tone that was the sweetest music she'd ever heard. She pushed the door open and practically sprinted to the elevator. But the elevator was on the top floor and moving slowly. She didn't wait. She hit the stairs. 4th floor. The 4th floor founding. It always came back to the 4th floor. By the time she reached his landing, her lungs were burning, and her hair had escaped its pins frizzing wildly around her face. She stopped in front of apartment 4B. She raised her hand to knock, and for the first time, hesitation seized her. Her hand hovered over the wood. She stared at the brass number 4B, and suddenly the image blurred, replaced by a memory from 3 years ago. It wasn't a romantic memory, or at least, she hadn't let herself categorize it as one at the time. It was the night they had signed the lease on the Colophon building. The heater had broken, and they were sitting on the floor of the empty warehouse, freezing, eating cold pizza. She remembered looking at him then, huddled in his coat outlining his plan for the shelving units, and feeling a wave of affection so strong it had terrified her. She had shoved it down, labeled it gratitude, and locked it away. Thea let out a shattered breath in the quiet hallway. She hadn't fallen in love with Maxwell Vance at Sable and Rose last week. She hadn't fallen in love with him because he bought her a rose or wore a tuxedo. She had been in love with him since the cold pizza. She had been in love with him through every spreadsheet, every coffee run, every crisis. She just hadn't had the courage to call it by its name because losing a business partner was survivable, but losing him would be the end of her story. I didn't start loving him for the act, she realized, the truth settling into her bones like a heavy permanent weight. I started acting because I finally gave myself permission to love him. This was the cliff. If she knocked, there was no going back. If he looked at her with that polite, detached kindness, if he offered her water and asked about the quarterly projections, it would break her heart in a way that no fictional tragedy ever could. Risk-averse, he always called himself. Well, Thea thought, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. One of us has to be the dreamer. She knocked. 3 times. Sharp and loud. She heard footsteps instantly. He hadn't been far. The lock clicked. The door swung open. Maxwell stood there. He was still wearing his dress shirt and suit trousers, though the tie was gone and the top button was undone. A level of disarray that for Maxwell was equivalent to a public meltdown. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing his forearms, and he held a tumbler of amber liquid that looked like whiskey. He looked wrecked. His eyes were red-rimmed, the usual sharp intelligence clouded by a profound misery. He blinked at her, taking in her wind-blown hair, the velvet dress, paired with the chunky sneakers and the heaving of her chest. Thea, he asked, his voice rough. Panic flared in his eyes. What happened? Is it the warehouse? Did Leckler rescind the...
Stop, Thea said.
She was still out of breath, the word coming out as a gasp. Maxwell went still. He set the glass down on the entry table with a clink that echoed in the hallway. He didn't invite her in. He stood in the doorway, as if blocking her from seeing the mess of his interior life. You shouldn't be here, he said, his voice tight and controlled. We agreed. Clean break. Fade out. I know what we agreed, Thea said. She took a step forward. He didn't retreat, but he flinched, the muscle in his jaw jumping. Then why are you here? It's... He glanced at his watch, the reflex of a drowning man reaching for a life raft. It's barely been an hour. If you need something for the morning, send me a memo. I can handle the logistics. You don't have to. I don't need logistics, Max. Thea shouted. The volume surprised them both. It rang in the hallway, bouncing off the sensible beige walls. Maxwell stared at her, his mouth slightly open. He looked entirely lost, stripped of his spreadsheets and his contingency plans. He looked like a man standing in the ruins of a building he'd designed himself. Thea took a deep breath, steadying herself. She looked at him, really looked at him. She saw the lines around his eyes that crinkled when he tolerated her nonsense. She saw the tension in his shoulders that carried the weight of her dreams. She saw the man who had bought her a rose because he couldn't help himself. She stepped into his personal space, right up to the threshold. I tried. Her voice dropped to a tremble. I went home. Sat on my rug. Tried to serve the narrative where we're just friends who run a business and high-five over quarterly earnings. Maxwell swallowed. His Adam's apple bobbed. Thea, please. Don't. But I can't, she pushed on, ignoring the pleading in his eyes. I can't edit this out. The napkin. The rules. We wrote them down. Maxwell looked away, squeezing his eyes shut. I know the rules, Thea. Good, she whispered. Her heart was beating so hard she felt dizzy. Because I'm breaking rule number 1. Maxwell's eyes snapped open. He looked at her, and the air seemed to vanish from the hallway. The silence stretched, vibrating with 5 years of shared coffees, late nights, unspoken desires, and almost moments. He didn't ask which rule. He knew. No real feelings. Thea, he breathed, his voice cracking. It wasn't a question, it was a prayer. I am terrified, Thea admitted, tears pricking her eyes. I don't have a plan. I don't have a contingency. But I love you. And not in the thanks for fixing the printer way. I love you in the first kiss candle way. I love you in the happily ever after way. And if you tell me to go, I will go, but I had to. Maxwell moved. The caution, the hesitation, the risk analysis, it all evaporated. He reached out, his hand wrapping around her wrist, his grip firm and desperate. He pulled her across the threshold, stumbling back as he drew her into the apartment, kicking the door shut with his heel. The slam of the door was the period at the end of the longest sentence she'd ever written. Max, she gasped, her hands finding purchase on his chest, curling into the crisp cotton of his shirt. Rule number 1 was a stupid rule, he rasped, his eyes searching hers, desperate for confirmation, scanning her face like it was the only data point that mattered. It was the worst contract I ever signed. I'm voiding it, she said, a tear spilling over. I'm voiding the whole thing. Good, he growled softly. His hands came up to frame her face. His palms were warm, his thumbs brushing away the tear that tracked down her cheek. He looked at her with such raw, unguarded reverence that Thea felt her knees go weak. This wasn't the fake gaze he'd practiced at the restaurant. This was the real thing. This was the look she had been writing about for years and never recognized until it was directed at her. He lowered his head slowly, giving her 1,000 chances to back away, to run, to rewrite the scene. Thea didn't run. She rose on her toes, tilting her head back, closing the distance. When his lips met hers, it wasn't an explosion. It was an arrival. It was soft. Unhurried. A tender, hesitant question that she answered with a soft sigh against his mouth. Maxwell groaned low in his throat, his arm sliding around her waist to pull her flush against him, lifting her slightly off the floor. The kiss deepened, shifting from tentative to overwhelming. It tasted of whiskey and winter air and relief. It was the release of 5 years of holding back, the breaking of the dam. It was the New Year's Eve non-kiss, finally finding its resolution. Thea's hands tangled in the hair at the nape of his neck, pulling him closer, anchoring herself to him. Maxwell held her as if she were made of glass, precious and terrifyingly essential. There was no performance here. No audience. No press release. Just the slow, sweet slide of lips, the warmth of his body seeping into hers, melting the cold from the run. It felt like coming home after a long, exhausting journey. Slowly, reluctantly, they pulled apart, just enough to breathe. Maxwell didn't let her go. He rested his forehead against hers, his eyes closed, his breathing ragged. Thea kept her hands on his chest, feeling the frantic thunder of his heart beneath the shirt. It matched the rhythm of her own. "I love you," Maxwell whispered into the space between them. The words sounded shaken and odd. "I have loved you since the day you tripped over that pallet of encyclopedias in the internship." Thea let out a wet, choked laugh, tears streaming freely down her face now, happy hot tears that tasted of salt and joy. "That long?" "Longer," he admitted, opening his eyes. The blue was clear, bright, and shining with emotion. "I fell first, remember? That's the trope." "You did," she sniffled, reaching up to smooth his hair, which was finally delightfully messy.
You beat me to it.
"I hate losing." "We both win," Maxwell said, a small crooked smile breaking through his exhaustion. He looked younger, lighter, the weight of the world lifted from his shoulders. "I think this counts as a win-win scenario." "A mutual benefit," Thea agreed, tracing the line of his jaw. "A perfect merger." Maxwell huffed a laugh and leaned in to press a kiss to her forehead, then her nose, and finally, lingeringly, her lips again. "You're terrible at business metaphors." "I know," she murmured against his mouth. "That's why I have you." Maxwell pulled her tighter, burying his face in the crook of her neck, breathing her in. "Yeah. You have me. Always." The apartment was quiet around them, but it was no longer the empty, hollow silence of missed opportunities. It was a peaceful silence, filled with promise. Thea closed her eyes, holding on to her pragmatic, wonderful, real-life hero. She didn't need to write the next chapter. For the first time in her life, she was perfectly content to just live it.
Chapter 20. The morning sun hit the factory windows of the Colophon building at a slant, turning the dancing dust motes into suspended flakes of gold. Usually, by 8:15 a.m. on a Tuesday, especially a Tuesday that happened to be Valentine's Day, Maxwell would be 3 coffees deep into a stress headache, mentally negotiating with a spreadsheet that refused to balance. He would be checking his watch every 4 minutes, calculating lead times, shipping zones, and the probable rate of catastrophic failure for whatever project was currently teetering on the edge of disaster. Today, however, Maxwell checked his watch simply to admire the sweep of the second hand. He stood in the kitchenette, leaning mostly relaxed against the counter, listening to the gurgle and hiss of La Chimera. The chrome beast was usually his adversary, a temperamental machine that demanded tribute in the form of burnt fingers and patience he didn't have. Today the machine purred. The steam wand didn't scream, it sang. Maxwell expertly frothed the oat milk into a glossy, microfoam peak, observing the swirl with the detachment of a man who had finally figured out that the variables weren't enemies, they were just parts of the equation he hadn't appreciated yet. He poured the milk into the mug, one of Thea's mismatched ones, this one featuring a faded illustration of the Mad Hatter's Tea Party, and executed a perfect rosette on the surface. "Happy Valentine's Day to you too," he murmured to the machine, wiping the steam wand down with a clean rag. The office was quiet. The rest of the team wouldn't trickle in for another 30 minutes. The air smelled of old paper, ozone, and the rich dark roast of the coffee. It was the smell of his life's work, but for the first time in 5 years, the building didn't feel just like a workplace. It felt like an extension of his home. He picked up the mug and navigated the familiar path through the open-plan office. He walked past the rows of packing tables, past the stack of shipping manifests for the Leckler launch that were now just records of a victory rather than ominous predictions of doom. The silence wasn't heavy, it was expectant. He reached Thea's nook. It was, as always, a disaster zone of brilliance. Fabric swatches were pinned to the corkboard in an overlapping scale mail of texture. A stack of advanced reader copies was serving as a coaster for a half-empty water glass. But in the center of the chaos, Thea sat with her chin resting in her hands, staring at her screen with a soft, dreamy expression that had absolutely nothing to do with the inventory list she was supposed to be reviewing. She was wearing a soft, oversized cardigan the color of a bruised plum, the sleeves pulled down over her hands. Her hair was up in that precarious bun, held together by sheer willpower and a single brave pencil. Maxwell stopped at the edge of her desk. He didn't clear his throat. He didn't tap the wood. He just watched her for a moment, letting the reality of the previous night settle into his bones. The run from her apartment to his. The rain. The way she had looked standing in his doorway, declaring war on their stupid rules. The way she felt in his arms, solid, real, and finally his. Thea sensed him. She turned in her wobbly vintage chair, her hazel eyes widening, then crinkling at the corners. The smile that broke across her face wasn't the polite, bright smile she gave vendors, or the manic, excited smile she gave a new idea. It was a soft, private thing. A smile just for him. "Delivery," Maxwell said, his voice dropping to that lower register that seemed to make her breath hitch. He set the mug down on a rare patch of clear desk space. "You're late," Thea teased, though her voice was husky. "I was about to file a complaint with HR." "I am HR," Maxwell reminded her. "And I was held up, quality control." "Oh?" Thea spun the chair fully around, her knees knocking gently against his shins. She looked up at him, radiant and uncharacteristically shy. "And how is the product?" "Exceptional." Maxwell didn't retreat to his perch. He didn't pull out a clipboard. Instead, he stepped into the chaotic sanctuary of her personal space. He placed a hand on the back of her chair and the other on the edge of the desk, leaning down until they were eye to eye. The air in the nook shifted, charged with the same electricity that had been crackling between them for weeks, but the tension was gone. The fear that he would ruin everything, that he would lose his best friend, had evaporated. "Morning," he said softly. "Morning," she whispered. Maxwell closed the distance. It wasn't a desperate collision like the night before. He didn't need to devour her, to prove she was real. This was a maintenance kiss, a calibration. He pressed his lips to hers, slow and sweet, tasting of coffee and mint. Thea hummed against his mouth, her hands coming up to grip the lapels of his sweater, pulling him closer. It was a kiss that said, "I'm here." It was a kiss that said, "I'm not going anywhere." When he pulled back just an inch, her eyes were fluttery and dazed. He brushed his thumb over her cheekbone, marveling at the fact that he was allowed to do this now. He could just touch her. Whenever he wanted. It was a logistical privilege of the highest order. "Happy Valentine's Day," he said. Thea bit her lip, a flush rising on her cheeks that clashed beautifully with her sweater. "Happy Valentine's Day. I didn't get you a card. I was a little distracted last night." "I think I'll survive," Maxwell said dryly. "And for the record, the gift I wanted was the rule-breaking." "Well," Thea grinned, recovering her sass. "I'm told I'm excellent at disrupting established workflows." "The best." Maxwell shifted his weight, reaching into his back pocket to pull out a worn, creased square of paper. It was soft at the edges, having been carried against his hip for 2 weeks. He placed it carefully on the desk next to her stack of arcs, smoothing it flat with his palm. Thea looked down. The purple marker ink was smudged but legible. Rule number 1, no real feelings. She traced the line with her finger, looking up at him with wide eyes. "You kept it? In your wallet? That is irrationally sentimental." "I'm voiding this contract," he said, ignoring the tease, his voice rough. "Do we need a new one?" she asked softly. "Just one clause," Maxwell said. He reached out and gently pulled the pencil from her messy bun, letting a few honey blonde strands fall loose around her face, and flipped the napkin over. On the clean side, he didn't write a rule. He just wrote Thea and Max. He spun it around so she could see. "That's not a rule," she pointed out, her voice wobbling slightly. "It's a definition," he corrected, tucking the pencil back behind her ear, his fingers lingering against her skin. "Everything else is just logistics. We figure it out as we go." Before he could kiss her again, which was currently the only item on his to-do list, the heavy rusted iron front door of the Colophon building groaned open with a mournful shriek, followed by the definitive clack-clack-clack of high heels on the restored hardwood floors. Maxwell straightened up instantly, his reflex to maintain professionalism kicking in, though he didn't step away from Thea's desk. Thea quickly grabbed her mug, hiding her smile behind the ceramic rim. "Hello. Hello." A voice echoed through the high-ceilinged space, bright and commanding. "Where's my dream team?" Iris Calder swept into the main workspace like a customized weather system of efficiency and expensive perfume. She looked immaculate, wearing a sharp navy blazer and carrying a travel tote that probably cost more than the forklift in the loading bay. She looked nothing like a woman who had just dealt with a family emergency. She looked like a woman who had handled it, categorized it, and filed it away. "Iris." Thea stood up, nearly knocking over a stack of books in her haste. "I have returned, and with peace offerings," Iris announced, presenting a box of pastries from a shop Maxwell knew for a fact had a wait time that measured in hours. She placed it on the nearest work table and advanced on them, arms open. "But first, I want the complete rundown. I saw the metrics when I landed this morning. Your social media presence is off the charts. The orders. Our fulfillment schedule is packed through April. April Maxwell." She pulled Thea into a hug, then grabbed Maxwell's hand and shook it vigorously. "You too," Iris said, stepping back to admire them with maternal pride. "I knew leaving you in charge was the right call, but I didn't expect you to revolutionize the brand in 3 weeks. Genevieve sent me an email." She was gushing. Absolutely gushing. She said the event had soul. Maxwell felt Thea stiffen slightly beside him. She said that?" Thea asked, her voice a little high. "She did," Iris confirmed, oblivious. "She said the two of you have a rare and beautiful synergy. And honestly, looking at you now, I see it. You both look exhausted. No. Recharged. You have a glow." Maxwell fought the urge to check his watch. He slid his hands into his pockets, adopting his best finance report posture. "We focused on the core competencies," he said smoothly. "Thea handled the creative vision, and I managed the logistics. We just leaned into the partnership." "Exactly." Iris clapped her hands. "That is exactly why this partnership works. Yin and yang. The dreamer and the pragmatist. You know, I was worried that the pressure might cause friction. You hear horror stories about partners turning on each other when the heat gets turned up. But you too." She shook her head, smiling. "Seamless. Strictly professional, laser-focused, and completely in sync. It's a testament to your discipline." Thea choked on her coffee. Maxwell reached out and thumped her gently on the back. "Thea's very disciplined," he said, his face a mask of perfect neutrality. "Oh, I know." Iris dismissed the cough with a wave of her hand. "Anyway, I want a full debrief in the conference room in 20 minutes. I want to hear about every single hiccup, every near miss. I want to know how you handled the candle shipment. I saw the bill of lading for the rush printing job on those vouchers. Genius pivot, by the way." "It was a team effort," Thea managed to rasp out, wiping her eyes. "I'm sure it was. All right, 20 minutes. I'm going to go check on the inventory counts. I miss this old building." Iris turned on her heel and marched toward her office, the heels clicking a rhythm of restored order. She paused at the door to her office and looked back. "Oh, and happy Valentine's Day. I hope you two have plans tonight. You deserve a break from each other, after spending every waking moment together for a month. Go find some romance. Don't let this place consume your whole lives." With a final, encouraging wave, she disappeared into her office. Silence descended on Thea's nook. Maxwell looked at the closed door of Iris's office. Then he looked down at Thea. Thea looked back at him. Her eyes were wide, brimming with mirth, her lips pressed tight together in an attempt to keep from exploding. "Strictly professional," Thea whispered, her voice shaking. "Laser-focused," Maxwell agreed, the corner of his mouth twitching. "A testament to our discipline." They both cracked at the same time. Thea buried her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking with silent laughter. Maxwell chuckled, a warm, rich sound that felt unfamiliar and wonderful in his own chest. He leaned against the edge of her desk, crossing his arms, watching her laugh. It was ironic, really. Iris was the one who had taught them everything about business, about trust, about building something from the ground up. But she had missed the most important build of all. She thought they were a success story of supply chain management and creative direction. She had no idea they were a romance novel. "We have to tell her," Thea said, wiping tears of laughter from her eyes. "We'll tell her at the quarterly review," Maxwell decided. "I'll put it on the agenda. Item 1, revenue growth. Item 2, the CFO is madly in love with the creative director." "You'd put that on an agenda?" "I'd put it on a billboard," he said, "but I know you prefer serif fonts, and billboards are usually sans serif." Thea giggled, shaking her head in mock disapproval, but the warmth in her eyes said everything. "I can always adjust the font for a proper announcement," she quipped, her voice light as she released her laughter into the air. "So," Maxwell said once Thea had surfaced, wiping tears of laughter from her eyes. "Plans for tonight?" "Apparently, I need a break from you." Thea grinned, reaching out to hook her finger through the belt loop of his jeans, tugging him gently closer. "I think the boss is out of the loop on current operational strategy." "I see. And what is the current strategy?" "Integration," she said firmly. "Vertical and horizontal integration. Total merger." "Sounds risky," Maxwell said, though he was already leaning in again. "High potential for distraction. Could negatively impact productivity." "I don't know," Thea murmured, looking up at him with that expression that made him want to burn every spreadsheet he'd ever made and write sonnets instead. "I think the ROI is going to be incredible." Maxwell looked around the office. He saw the piles of boxes he still needed to sort. He saw the La Chimera venting a puff of steam in the distance. He saw the dust motes dancing in the sun. It was the same office it had been yesterday, and the day before that. But the world had tilted on its axis. He had spent years trying to control every variable, trying to predict every outcome, terrified that one wrong move would bring the whole delicate structure of his life crashing down. He thought love was a risk variable he couldn't afford. He was wrong. Love wasn't a risk. It was the only asset that actually appreciated over time. "Agreed," Maxwell said softly. He took her hand, interlacing their fingers. His thumb brushed over the ink smudge on her knuckle, a permanent, messy, beautiful mark of who she was. "The ROI looks promising." 20 minutes until the debrief," Thea reminded him, glancing at the clock on the wall. "Plenty of time," Maxwell said. He didn't check his watch. He didn't need to know the time. He knew exactly where he was and exactly who he was with. "Hey Max?" Thea asked softly. "Yeah. I think this is going to be my favorite chapter." Maxwell squeezed her hand, feeling the answering pressure of hers, steady and sure. "Mine too, Thea. Mine too." From the break room, the espresso machine gave a loud, approving hiss, and the workday began, not with a panic, but with a promise. A happily ever after, curated by dreamy ambition, and built on pragmatic foundations, right there in the dusty, sunlit heart of the Colophon building. Epilogue. The sun was setting over the city, casting a warm golden hue across the rooftops of the Colophon building. The sounds of laughter and clinking glasses drifted through the open windows, mingling with the faint melody of a string quartet playing softly in the background. Maxwell stood on the terrace, sipping a champagne flute filled with sparkling rosé and watching the gathering crowd below. The first annual Page-Turner Parcels Valentine's Day launch party had officially begun, and it was a resounding success, a testament to the partnership he and Thea had built together. From his vantage point, he spotted her across the terrace, her hair glowing in the fading light, wearing a flowing, vintage-inspired dress with a floral print that matched the elaborate arrangements of fresh blooms around them. She was in her element, charming a group of book influencers with vibrant stories about the latest subscription box featuring the happily ever after theme. Maxwell felt his heart swell as he watched her. She was dynamic and captivating, effortlessly weaving together anecdotes from their journey together and the whimsical charm of the products they had created. He loved seeing her so confident, so alive. She was extraordinary. When their eyes met, Thea paused in her storytelling, her laughter bursting forth like a bubble of joy. She held his gaze, and a smile blossomed on her face that felt like a ray of sunshine illuminating everything in its path. "Hey," she called. "Come join us." Maxwell set his glass down on a nearby table and made his way through the crowd, weaving past guests who were mingling and basking in the atmosphere of celebration. He felt the flicker of excitement in his chest, the same feeling he had experienced during those late nights of brainstorming and chaos, knowing that they were building something special. "Maxwell," the influencer exclaimed as he approached. "You have to tell us about the fourth floor founding." Thea shared it, but we need the logistical perspective. Maxwell chuckled, holding up his hands. "You'll have to excuse my logistics talk, it's like scientific jargon. You'll be bored in an instant." "No way. We love hearing how the magic happens behind the scenes," another guest chimed in. "Please, we're all ears." He exchanged a glance with Thea, who leaned against the table with that same contagious enthusiasm he had fallen for. She winked at him as if to say, "You've got this." Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the eager crowd. "All right," he said, feeling a rush of inspiration as he settled into the narrative role. "Picture this. Two slightly discontented publishing interns, fueled by too much coffee, who find themselves huddled in a dusty storage room on the fourth floor, brainstorming a way to bring their passion for stories to life." He recounted the tale of their cautious beginnings, the triumphs, and the moments of chaos that had shaped their journey together. The crowd leaned in, captivated, laughing and gasping at the right moments. "When we finally accepted our feelings for each other, it was like our little dream was set on fire. All that hard work melded into one beautiful, chaotic reality." As he spoke, he looked at Thea, whose expression was warm and glowing with affection. He could feel the unspoken connection between them, a bond that had been forged through determination, laughter, and love. When he finished, a round of applause erupted from the guests, mingled with cheers and shouts of encouragement. He glanced at Thea again, unable to suppress the grin tugging at his lips. "You see, logistics can be charming," he said, earning a playful eye roll from Thea. "Do you see?" she replied, leaning into him, her voice a low whisper. "They love you. We've created something amazing." Maxwell wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her closer. "We did this together. I couldn't have done it without you." "Always the pragmatist," she teased, nudging him playfully. As the evening lights twinkled above them, Thea took a step back, her eyes sparkling. "So, what's next for us? Do we have a plan for the next project? More boxes? More romances?" Maxwell sighed, pretending to consider the question seriously, though the corners of his mouth twitched upward. "Let's just say we have time to figure it all out. After all, it wouldn't be prudent to rush anything when love is at stake. Especially when there's a perfect happily ever after waiting for us," she added, her eyes locked on his. With a soft smile, Maxwell leaned in and kissed her, a gentle promise resting on her lips, their connection renewed in that quiet moment amongst the chaos of the world around them. He pulled back slightly, his forehead resting against hers. "I think I'd like to plan for this, and all the beautiful stories yet to come. Together." The sounds of the party swirled around them, but for that brief moment, it felt like they were the only two people in the world, just Thea and Maxwell, dreaming together.
Thank you for listening to this standalone holiday romance by Roxy Winterfield. Be sure to subscribe and punch the bell to get a notification when the next seasonal novel is released.